Hello, everyone. DL here from Liberty Dad Podcast, and you can call this little guy Liberty Son. Say hello. That's his hello. I'm here supporting Dan Berman's Taxation is Steph Fest 2020. Are you having fun yet? I surely hope so. To be honest, I'm barely comfortable with recording audio, let alone video, but I told Dan that I would give it a shot. Liberty Dad Podcast is about two things. The first is liberty. This represents the message, all things liberty, all your freedoms, all the time, and how liberty isn't a libertarian idea, it's a human idea, an idea that can speak to the needs of every individual, because liberty is about the individual. And Dad, well, that's kind of the fun part. It represents the delivery. As this little guy grows up, I'm going to be teaching him a lot of ideas, probably a few bad ones too. Someday he'll hear something different. And if I make a good impression on him today, when he hears those ideas tomorrow, he'll be curious what I think. Putting it all together, Liberty Dad Podcast is about discussing liberty and preparing for tomorrow's conversation today. You can find me at libertydad.com and on all major podcasting networks. Now get back to having fun. Hey, say goodbye. We're working on it. Have a good time.
Hi, welcome back. Up next, we have GI Mary Jane, armed with a gift to compassionately communicate and stand her ground. The Commander-in-Chief, GI Mary Jane, has made a commitment to her community that she will work hard to promote the change of the archaic legislation that has made victims of the people they were written to protect. Are you there, GI Mary Jane?
I sure am. Thanks for having me.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing great. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Haven't seen you since California.
It's been a while, then everything just abruptly stopped, you know.
Took all the fun out of it.
Didn't it? But thank goodness for the internet in cases like this, right?
Exactly.
God bless. Well, yeah, thanks for having me, of course. I'm guessing, are we live now?
Yes.
Awesome. Just making sure. So yeah, I'm new to this this whole app and I love it. So that's great. I mean, like I just said, I mentioned these shutdowns. Yeah, we haven't seen each other since California when all of the libertarian state conventions started shutting down in March. Everybody's life got put to a complete halt. So it's great to be exploring all of these new ways to communicate with everybody and get the word out there. And it's allowed me some time to sit down and refocus on what got me into activism and what eventually led me to, you know, my introduction to the Libertarian Party altogether. And that was the drug wars. I mean, so many people are affected. There is a war going on our streets every single day. We're all soldiers. We don't sign up for this. We wake up, and if we have, I mean, even a prescription pill in our pocket that's not in the correct bottle, we chance being put in a cage forcibly with guns pointed at our heads, not being any bit of a violent citizen, not creating any threat to anybody whatsoever, to a point where right now our federal prison systems are comprised of 50% nonviolent drug offenders. And you know, so it's been bittersweet to be able to sit back down, refocus on trying to get all these drug war stories out to everybody. But at the same time, it's kind of been disheartening because even though we have legalization now in more than 2/3 of the country, the arrest rates are ridiculous. They are still at a rate of one person every 50 seconds being arrested for a nonviolent drug crime. And I use that word lightly, of course. And since we're all libertarians here, I know we all agree that you know, the drug war is something that's unacceptable. My body, my choice, nothing by force. Everything should be voluntary. Eliminating prohibition altogether falls within the lines of everything that the Libertarian Party stands for. So I've had a lot of people say to me, well, why are you talking about it? We all agree. Well, we do agree. And we have people working. And we have, like I said, we have drug laws in legal drug laws in 2/3 of the country. But for instance, here in my home state of Colorado, there were 7,000 possession arrests just last year.
Wow.
just in the state of Colorado.
For
not
non-cannabis offenses or for cannabis offenses?
for cannabis offenses.
Wow.
Yes. Manufacturing and growth was at the rate of a couple of hundred. Even that, if you are a tomato farmer and you're growing more tomatoes than your county allows, they don't send tanks and guns to your house.
Right.
You get a notice to appear in court, right? And you have to face Uncle Sam, and then you deal with taxation and regulation, and that's a whole nother story. But if you're a cannabis farmer and you have even one plant more than you're allowed to per whatever that state says, and these laws are constantly changing, so it's hard to stick or keep up with all of them. You get guns in your face, you get helicopters and tanks and SWAT teams, and people are losing their lives to this, quite literally.
And they have been for a long time, even before the state started legalizing. Back when I was a prison counselor, almost everybody that was in there in a prison other than for sex offenses started off being there for some level of a drug charge, and then from that, then they had limitations on what kind of jobs they could get, and it just escalated into all kinds of other criminal stuff. But it all started with drug charges, is what started most of the people that were in the prison. If they had just had any other system for how to handle it, it would have kept our prisons far emptier.
It's frustrating. Reagan declared a war on drugs, saying that substance abuse was the biggest enemy of this country. And that may be true. I mean, abusing anything is not something that I condone, and I don't think many people condone, but you can abuse shopping. And the way to combat somebody abusing or doing a particular it doesn't have to be a drug. It can just be an action, but doing it to their detriment, to where it is hurting themselves and maybe at most their surrounding community and family, is not to throw them in prison, where they're going to be introduced to actual criminals, actual violent offenders, thieves, rapists, people that they otherwise wouldn't have come in contact with. And you have to imagine you get out with a chip on your shoulder against the state. And then, like you said, there's no way for you to get a job. It's so hard to re-enter society. And that even goes for, DUI offenders. And I'm not going to say that drinking and driving is okay either, but maybe it's time we revisit that. You have one bad night, and next thing you know, there's no way to pick yourself back up. The entire idea of putting somebody in prison, or the drug laws in general, was to try to rehabilitate. But even if it was meant in good intent,
rehabilitate. They just educate better criminals.
Not at all.
That's all they do.
This is true. So it's frustrating. And like I said, I'm focusing again. I hate opening these articles in the morning. House busted, biggest drug ring in Colorado history, or whatever the extreme mainstream media headline may say, when actually what happened is somebody was sitting on their couch in the morning, smoking a joint, sipping a cup of coffee, maybe making breakfast for their kids and feeding their dog, and doing the same peaceful things that we all do in the morning. And next thing you know, without a knock or a warning, you've got men coming into the windows, literally breaking your appliances, your TV. When they do a raid, they destroy.
They just break stuff. Yeah.
They break everything. And even if they get in there and they find out that you're not breaking any laws, there's no way for you to get your possessions back that were destroyed.
Or in the cases of those people that get accidentally shot during those raids, that were sometimes even on the wrong person in the first place, you don't get your life back. You don't get your family member back that got shot. You don't get any of that.
Nope. You're put on the news.
Life and property.
Put on the news as a violent criminal, and now the PTA mom, who everybody loved for years, is shunned from her community because she got busted with an eighth of weed. And they over dramatize everything. And what I like to do is to flip that script. You weren't arrested on the side of the road. You were kidnapped. You were pulled over for a moving, maybe not even a moving violation. Could have been a tag light. Officer says he smells cannabis or anything else, and it's your word against his. I can't stand that. And not to backpedal here, but a little bit of background on me. I'm actually the daughter of a Baltimore City police officer. He retired in 1996. I know, right? Oh my gosh, really? No way. But he was an actual, servant to his community. He was a beat cop. Right. He was very much about helping his community, and he would sooner send you home to your wife if you were drunk then put you in handcuffs. But in the mid 90s, they actually changed the credo. And I don't know if this was nationwide or if it was just in Baltimore City, but they changed the Baltimore City police officer credo, this thing they recite every year where they do their little, ceremony. And they took out to serve and protect the community. And they replaced it with to uphold the law. And my father came home and dropped the F-bomb in my ear for the first time in his life ever. He was livid. It's not what he signed up for. He was told that if he was caught not arresting somebody and sending them home instead, that he could lose his job now, instead of making, his own judgment at the scene, because everything's situational. Right. Let's be real. And he held on until retirement. And unfortunately, it's the same laws within that community that I don't want to put all the blame on it, but in the end of his days, while he was dying from cancer, he couldn't try cannabis because he would have lost his pension had they found out. My mother and I would have lost everything he worked for to try to secure. They were
more than content to put him on all kinds of other medications that had terrible side effects and much worse problems.
They gave him chemo with a pacemaker. So they put a spoon in the microwave is essentially what they did. And bittersweet, the cancer did not deteriorate him. The chemo took his heart out. So, best circumstance it could be, but I can only imagine how different things would be had he have had the option to try cannabis. And we even see it in the news now that officers are being arrested for using cannabis. And I don't agree with that. I get accused all the time of being a cop hater. I'm not a cop hater. I'm a bully hater. And if you're using your power or your presumed power to create victims of anybody, I don't care whether you have a badge or whether you're wearing a ski mask at a 7-Eleven with a gun in somebody's face. It's the same crime. It does not make it any different because you're not wearing a badge. And right now, what we see with all of these laws coming into effect is they're not legalizing anything. They're making you have to buy a permission slip from the state. Right. And some places, Maryland, for instance, where I grew up and I watched the medical cannabis market emerge and evolve for over 2 years. I think they're in their 4th year now. It's $250,000 just to apply. Mm-hmm. And if they don't accept you, you don't get your $250,000 back. You simply don't. And you have to allow the Maryland State Cannabis Commission to have 24-hour access to all of your cameras, everything that you're doing. They can see if you pick your nose in the break room, for crying out loud. It is the most disgusting display of invasion of a business's right to privacy. And nobody in the industry is speaking up for it. And I think the focus because a lot of people within the Libertarian Party, they forgot about weed. It seems to be evolving and everything's okay. And it's really easy to get complacent.
It's still heavily regulated, considering, you can grow as many strawberry plants as you want, and strawberries can actually kill people. So why do we have higher restrictions on cannabis than on strawberries when strawberries actually kill people and cannabis never has?
No, and we have a scene right now where the far left is really got its hands within the regulatory end of the cannabis industry. And I thank them for their efforts. I worked with Maryland's chapter of NORML as their director of outreach for 1.5 years. I lobbied on a lot of national bills and a lot of state bills, but I was dismayed to find out, and this was within the group that was functioning back in 2018, that when it came to gun rights, for instance, they weren't interested in trying to pass any bills because the people who are comprised of that, again, historically far left, effort to legalize cannabis, they're not for gun rights. So it became this divisive political thing that was very much not for the people. It was for the best interest.
And how many people do you have that would otherwise qualify for medical cannabis but are scared to go get that card so they can either save money or in some cases even be able to access it in their state because they don't want to lose their right to defend themselves?
A lot of people run into problems once they get legal. That was my case. Right. And that's what woke the activist up in me. They Virginia State Custody Court decided that because I'm a cannabis patient, that I am a potential danger to my child and I therefore lost custody of him. I could only see him on a supervised basis.
Being dangerous to your kid. Cannabis is great. It's not like painkillers that, for the amount of pills you would need to take with the opioid-based painkillers, you could be knocked out and not able to respond to your kid when they're in need. I've never gotten so high that I couldn't be awoken. You know, a scream in the middle of the night, I'm up. However, when I was on painkillers for my arthritis, there were plenty of times that I was out and I could not be woken up. It just wasn't an option.
That stuff knocks me out. They had me on like the smallest dose of Klonopin you could get. And I was breaking those pills in half while I was trying to find something different other than the cannabis to take care of my medical needs when they were threatening at that time to take my son from me. And it did it. It made me a worse person. And yeah, you could not wake me up with an atomic explosion outside of my window while I was on half of this pill. I couldn't imagine if my son had woken up crying in the middle of the night and needed my attention in those evenings.
And that's a prescribed medication. Just like if you have a medical cannabis card, it's a prescribed medication. Why are they treated differently?
Well, unfortunately, it's not a prescribed medication because it's still federally illegal. And until that is lifted, it is simply a doctor's recommendation. So kind of like if you're somebody who is too short, say an airbag is dangerous in the event of an deployment, you get a doctor's recommendation to go to the mechanic shop and have that airbag.
Well, you can have a doctor's recommendation to go get some Robitussin that'll knock you out pretty hard as well. But that's still, I mean, it's a different set of rules based on who's profiting off of it.
And that's what it all comes down to. That's exactly. And that's why these legalization laws have been, California has been legal since the like mid 90s, I think, to some level, I believe.
To some level of medical. Right.
Yeah, it's been a long time. And I can't believe that, over the course of 25 years now, almost, we still have a case where if in Anza, California, for instance, the sheriff has actually coined the term Marijuana Monday because that's when he likes to go out and raid all of the growers in Anza County. Like it's this fun game for him, but it's legal. And some of them are out of their regulatory restrictions and others aren't. It's a strong arm mafia. Like Al Capone would be thrilled to be alive in this stage of legalization that we live in right now. It's almost become worse than it was back in the black market days. It's hard to say. You're eliminating a lot of the unnecessary death that happens on the street, obviously, but you're creating victims of people that otherwise wouldn't be victims. Now you've got soccer moms getting arrested for weed. 10 years ago, that didn't happen too much, right? It was the same demographic, unfortunately, predominantly the minority community. And you cannot convince me that the minority community uses cannabis more than anybody else.
Definitely not.
It's
definitely not.
And that's the thing. It to me is the biggest civil rights issue that we face today, because everybody, and this is not to say everybody in the world, but somebody from every culture, background, sex, religion, race, you can find somebody from every ethnicity that uses cannabis. It is
right, and every socioeconomic level.
Issue.
They pretend like it's some kind of issue that only these degenerate people have that, are using it. The reality is you look at anybody in finance, banking, lawyers, doctors. There are a lot of people that use cannabis that you would never expect because you're conditioned to believe that everybody fits this certain stereotype.
Exactly. And to take it even further, you've got people in those higher up positions you mentioned, and this has been common knowledge since the 80s, that use cocaine regularly. And if that person can handle that,
to Adderall now, but yeah.
Right. But if that person can handle that, I couldn't. I'm going to say I couldn't do it. I don't know how they do, but clearly they do. And if they can handle that, who am I to tell them that they can't? Whatever substance you want to do, so long as you're doing it responsibly and you're not hurting anybody, why should any governing agency be so presumptuous as to tell you that drug A or drug B is right for you, or this, that, and the other? It's my body, my choice, somehow abruptly stopped at the abortion issue. And it's something that I think is a very effective tool to use with people right now. Especially, I notice, for instance, with all the protests, all the COVID protests, and I hate to bring this up because I'm so sick and tired of hearing about the corona stuff, although it's worth mentioning. It's kind of turned into, or the media's turned it into, how they love to split everything. the media's turned it into this, oh, it's strictly right-wing conservatives that are protesting this. It's not the left. I've been to a protest in Arizona. I saw people from all backgrounds there. There was an overwhelming Trump support air, or mood in the air. But that put aside, the Republicans who do follow the media, right? The sheep, we'll call them right now. They're buying into this, and their biggest argument is my body, my choice. Don't tell me when I can go to work. Don't tell me when I have to get a vaccine. That's their biggest argument, and this is coming from the right. What a great discussion to start. Well, if you believe all that, and I agree with you, Mr. Super Trump supporter, what about drug laws? What do you mean? Well, it's the same thing. It's a great way to start to change the minds of people. We preach to the choir every day. I don't care what issue it is, because we like to speak to the like-minded. But in times like this, it's a great time to have that discussion. I like to talk to the opposition as often as I can, and try to figure out their fears, because everybody does have. Nobody is so evil as to say, oh, we just throw you in jail because you're a dirty reefer anymore. Maybe 30, 40 years ago, that was a thing. It's not anymore. But they really, then they must have a concern. So what is your concern? Do you think people will start robbing you?
With pot, it's usually more that they just think people will no longer be productive because they've been propagandized to believe that if you smoke marijuana, you must sit on the couch and play video games all day and do nothing else. They don't realize that most skilled tradespeople are smoking weed all day long. Why? Because it helps with their joint pain. It helps with their ADD. It helps with all these different things that you just overwhelmingly see people that are very productive. They get up, they go to their job every day, they come home, they take care of their families, their kids, their house, all of that. And they manage to do it while smoking cannabis. But there's this hype that everybody that smokes weed is like Cheech and Chong or Snoop Dogg. And it's just not reality.
Well, even to Snoop Dogg, look how successful he is. The man has built an empire past his music. So how can you sit here? Bill Gates has come out and said he smokes pot. Elon Musk, which bravo to him in his recent protest. But above and beyond that, and I read an article today, I forget where it was published, that they're noticing that the drug wars are affecting nature, not just in the obvious way of, oh, well, you took a plant out of the ecosystem. You took an entire species of plant out of an ecosystem that was otherwise working fine. But the drug war is also affecting like the Amazon, right? People are lacking in areas where they go make their coke or their meth or whatever their produced substance may be. And they're going into these forest areas and they're destroying them. They're leaving all the trash behind. Why wouldn't you want a regulated market for all of those things? Why wouldn't you want to stop
I think they should be regulated like strawberries.
Yeah, me too. Do you know how hard it is to grow strawberries, though? Like,
That's
everybody,
easy if you can keep the squirrels from stealing them from you.
Right? No, I mean on a regulatory end. Like you guys do. Does your homeowners association have any rules against that? Does your county? If you live in a city, you can't even farm sometimes. Right. So, like a lot of people say that regulate like tomatoes, regulate like strawberries, and I get the sentiment, and I totally agree on the on the bottom end. But if you back up and look at the whole forest from the trees, I want all those regulations wiped clean too. I
would love to see it.
It's simply,
that's why I live out in the sticks. Nobody cares what I keep in my yard, as long as it's not cannabis.
Yes, exactly. Right. As long as it's not cannabis. There's actually, there's a story that came out of California where a woman bought property. And after she bought it, they told her she couldn't build land there. She couldn't build any properties there. She couldn't even park her RV there. There were all these land restrictions she wasn't aware of. So she would come in during the day and then leave and park on the street at night. And the local law enforcement got angry about this. So they get on Google Maps and they pull up a picture that must have been like 3 years post-dated. Somebody had been growing weed on that property, and they were able to get a search warrant and raid this woman's property based off of a Google Earth photo that I'm assuming these things are marked, like last updated whenever. So they should be able to see this dated prior to when she moved in. And that's how easy it is to get these search warrants. It's really akin to a witch hunt. They say an anonymous tip came in. Well, keep in mind that anonymous tip could be the cop's wife. Hey, honey,
Yes.
make this phone call for me, right? It's absolutely tyranny on its highest level. Actually, let me pull up, and I'm interested to share this. I didn't think the stats were so high, but of course I was peeking at different statistics this morning to try to get ready for the broadcast because it is absolutely ridiculous what we're going through. Bear with me here. All right, so yeah, 45.7% of federal prisons are comprised of drug offenders. 45%. Now, the second percentage, lowest to that, is sitting at 10.5 for sex offenders. And all the other violent crimes below that are below 10%. And we're talking how many people are in the prison population. That's 72,593 people in federal prison on nonviolent drug offenses.
And then how many of those people that are in there for various other either trafficking or theft or whatever their other charges may be started off with a basic drug charge that then they just had a record and couldn't get past it?
Yeah, exactly. You
It's
introduce people to a life where they have to work at a black market. They get out of jail, they can't get a job. So they've got to make money selling weed, or that turns to coke, or whatever your dealer wants you to do, because there's no job protection in that industry. There should be, but there's not. There's barely job protection in the legal cannabis industry that exists right now because the Fed can still come raid your dispensary on a whim, whatever they want. Or it's, I don't know. I think it's something that needs to be focused on more. I know it's a topic that makes a lot of people's eyes roll, but to get back to it, I don't want to dive into too sad of a story here and shift the mood. But I mentioned that people literally are dying from this. And to tell you the story of somebody who was very close to me, who, same thing, he got busted with a joint behind a 7-Eleven when he was 17. Next thing you know, he's labeled a criminal. He can't get a job. He's shunned from his community. One thing leads to another. Pardon me. And he got himself into some pretty hard drugs, but he got himself off of those hard drugs as well. Got himself regulated on prescription drugs that, I'm sorry, are just as hard as the street drugs. Some would argue a little cleaner. Others would argue more addictive. I guess science remains to, still needs to figure that out. We can't, because we can't study these things yet. But got on the prescription equivalent of the street drugs that they were using and was picked up for 2 grams of weed and kept in jail for 2 weeks and kept off of his prescriptions, which very clearly say suicidal thoughts or actions as a side effect of withdrawal.
And it's completely illegal for them to keep his prescriptions from him.
Well,
and they did it anyway.
But they do it anyway.
They're allowed to break the law. We're just not allowed to break the law.
They actually told me that there is a list of prescriptions that they will not administer in prisons. And I didn't fact check this. This is, of course, the lady on the phone can tell me whatever she wants to. But in trying to get this prescription to the prison that he was in, couldn't do it. He was only in there for 2 weeks, a little bit under. On day 3, tried to kill himself with his own bed sheets in the jail and was given 0 medical attention and just kicked out on the street, at which point the drug regulations kicked in. I don't agree with the pharmaceutical regulations either, because they limit when you can and can't get these things. And if it's been over a certain amount of days and you haven't seen a doctor, say because you've been in lockup for 2 weeks, right? They can just deny you your prescription. And then it takes 3 months to see a doctor. Next thing you know, somebody has taken their lives. And a lot of times it's done by overdose. And then the media and the whole world just brushes them off as some stupid junkie who overdosed or some idiot who committed suicide. Nobody looking at the years and years and years and years of struggle that, I'm sorry, 99% of the time, involving the system, creating a problem, and somebody fighting until they can't fight anymore. And such is life, unfortunately. So it's time to change that. And I think the best way for us to do that, I mean, I know the LP is super open about cannabis. Some people. I will say in California, trying to get a picture with some of the candidates with a joint in my hand, I was told no by some.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not going to mention who, but
I think I have some guesses.
I bet you do. I bet the people watching have some guesses. Don't want to toot anybody's horn, but you know, but no, it's time to normalize it. You know, we're not sitting here saying that anybody should overuse any substance, but it's time to stop looking around our shoulders when we start to talk about weed or mushrooms. The state of Colorado has actually defelonized all drugs. And it's been about 4 months. And now we're living in a pandemic right now. And guess what? Colorado hasn't imploded. Their drug arrest rates are going down. Isn't that shocking? Like there's no rioting in the street. People aren't robbing things. Unfortunately, they're stuck in their houses.
Also, like Portugal saw, once they decriminalized them, then people started going and getting help when they started to realize they were having a problem instead of waiting till they were getting to the committing crimes or overdosing levels of addiction. They were, because you can be like, okay, I've got this under control. Okay, I don't have it under control. But then what? You can't just go say, hey, I have a problem, because now all of a sudden you're admitting to a felony. But if you decriminalize it, then when people start to feel that addiction taking hold in their life, they can go talk to a healthcare provider about doing something else. Exactly. And you'll see a whole lot of those other problems disappear just by making it where people feel comfortable seeking help when they need it, like you can with alcohol.
Yeah. Yeah, and you've seen it too. There's some states that have suicide's actually a felony in a lot of states. And if you attempt suicide and fail, they can actually charge you with a crime. And people know that, and they're terrified. So the same thing, that they wouldn't go get help when they were starting to feel suicidal. And there's a lot of states that have defelonized suicide. And their suicide rates are dropping because people can go get help without being forced into a cage. It's all about personal choice. Nobody wakes up and aspires to be a junkie, but we all are human. We all stumble and we all get into a cycle. I don't care who you are. We all get into some sort of destructive cycle, whether it be with substances, boyfriends, family members, shopping, overeating. Everybody at some point in their life falls into some cycle of destructive behavior. And the people who can pull themselves back up from that are the people who are able to openly talk about it. Hey, I'm going to the mall too much. I'm spending all my money. I can't pay rent. And then your girlfriends are like, well, let's talk about it. Let's do something else. Let's play cards on Thursday instead. Right. And you work through whatever your problems is. If you're doing too much Coke, you can't go to your friends 9 times out of 10 and go, hey guys, I'm doing too much Coke. Cause then they're like, well, shit, we don't want to be around you.
Oh, you're an addict. Yeah.
Yeah. And even if I don't even if I don't shun you for that, I don't want to be around you because I'm scared that I'll be arrested just for being associated with you. So now I have to treat you like you have the Black Plague and keep you, completely far away from my life. Don't even come to my front door. Don't call my house because maybe your phone's bugged. It's ridiculous. It creates a situation where people can't help you, even if they want to help you. And this includes the substance abuse facilities. So I like many others, had a rough time on pharmaceuticals and ended up getting a DUI. And I got thrown into a rehab facility where, thank God, they acknowledged my cannabis recommendation. But some rehab facilities in the state weren't. And you heard a lot of stories of people getting back on the opioids, but now in the form of a prescription, because as long as they have a piece of paper, the rehab facility won't, nick them for having dirty urine. And those drugs were way more dangerous for them than the cannabis was. So now you've got a completely counterproductive situation here where the rehab facility that's supposed to rehabilitate you is encouraging you. Straight up encouraging you to use harder drugs because you can get a piece of paper for them.
Plus, you only get that piece of paper for so long, and then after that, you can maybe afford those pills on the black market for a little while, but eventually you're going to need something cheaper, and then you're right back to heroin or meth or whatever it was that's your substitute for your Adderall or your opioid painkillers, and it just creates a vicious loop. If they would make it so that way you could treat yourself with whatever actually worked for you in the first place, you would stay off of those more addictive things, knowing the dangerous path that they take you down.
Yeah, and I don't know the numbers, but from what I remember, as a kid coming up in the late 80s, early 90s, there was not this addiction issue. It was rare that you knew somebody who knew somebody that had an addiction issue. I mean, it was a thing, it was out there, but it wasn't so prevalent. Like right now, I don't think you can talk to a person in America that hasn't been arrested for drugs, knows somebody who has, or, or at least connected within 3 people, a neighbor, a coworker. Everybody knows somebody who's been arrested for drugs or has dealt with a substance abuse issue. It wasn't like that before the war on drugs started. So Reagan came out and, did this whole big thing that he did and created all these organizations to demonize and shun people and put them in handcuffs. And statistically, it is not getting better. So again, even if it was with good intent, and I don't believe that it was based on recently leaked documents that say it was all about controlling the minority population, even if it was for a good reason, you guys, it's not working. It's time to sit back down at the drawing board and start over again. We didn't have heroin before they got rid of the opium dens. Like opium dens were a big problem, but a big hippie thing. But it wasn't until you eliminated nature and eliminated that choice for people until you started seeing heroin.
Well, you also saw a whole lot of the middle class and up where they would just use different anti-anxiety medications and alcohol, whereas people that are of less means didn't necessarily have the opportunity to go get those prescriptions. So they replaced them with other cheaper options. And so what the rich people were using was criminal, but what the poor or working class people were using was criminal. It creates a disconnect in everybody's using vices of some sort. But if you're a certain class, then your vice is legal. If you're another class, your vice is illegal. Why?
And that's exactly what it comes down to. And the whole healthcare thing. Do you have health coverage or not? Because our health industry in this country is so ridiculously overpriced from that of other countries. You can't afford it. You absolutely cannot. And they've made it worse. My son's 10 now, but when he was 3, I think the whole Obamacare thing came into effect where they said they were going to be fining you every year if you didn't have insurance. What did I do? I sat down and did the math because my job at the time raised my monthly premium by $400 when that happened. I was already paying too much for what I thought was too much for coverage.
Right.
And then it got higher. So I sat down and did the math, and I realized it only cost $100 to go see the doctor for a regular physical at the time. Now it's $200 to $300. But back then it was only $100. I did the math. I'm like, hey, I'm going to chance it. If God forbid something serious happens, the emergency room is going to have to bill me. And I don't understand why it can't be as simple as that, right? But once, and I'm sure there was a large group of people that did the same thing. They're like, fine, I'll pay your fine. It's still cheaper than me getting insurance at the end of the year. My medical needs are still met. I just did the math. Yay for school, right? They start raising the prices of the drugs. They start raising the prices of
like healthcare exchanges like Massachusetts has. It's still a few $100s a month to put a family on a plan. And if you're, a waitress or something of that nature, as far as income goes, you're basically giving up a week's pay or, the equivalent to just for health insurance. And then you still have co-pays and all that other mess on it. It's insane.
That you may or may not use. And if you use it, they only cover a portion of what you need.
Right.
And then if you get caught with cannabis in your system, they're probably going to drop you or not cover whatever procedure you're trying to get. It is simply turned into a way to control people. We're watching it get worse with legalization. Even now, the famous 420 bill that was introduced last year and did not survive the floor, sought to tax cannabis at 5% on a federal level. So you've got states that are already paying in excess of 25% taxes when they go in to buy weed. And you're going to put a 5% federal tax on top of that. What are you charging the industry to operate? What's their hush money going to be? They wanted to cap the THC limits, which I'm sorry, if you're a farmer of any type, you know that you can genetically mess with a plant to a certain extent, but you can't be perfect. And for instance, in the case of hemp's legal everywhere. If the government, I believe the Department of Agriculture handles that, if they come in and test your crop and one part of the plant tests higher than that 0.3 THC, they have the authority to destroy your entire crop.
Right.
And that's what we're faced
if
with.
they really want to take it that far.
And I can't believe America's farmers are okay with this right now either. I
It's
cannot
'cause the only
believe.
farmers that really get the permits and can get through the red tape to be able to grow it are the ones that have already paid off enough and are in bed enough with the politicians that they know they're not really going to suffer that much. The people that try to start up on their own, those are the ones that get constantly tested because they're competition for the big ag side of it.
Yeah,
Funding
don't come
campaigns.
in my playground. This is my sandbox, and you can't touch it. And we are looking at old style prohibition era, alcohol prohibition era mafia tactics, but they're coming directly from the federal government and all of the departments ofs trickling down. I anybody who follows me, I am like everybody else with the hashtag and the Fed a lot, and I mean that now more than ever. I know through all of my years of lobbying in terms of the drug war, the only way it's going to get better is at the federal level. It's the only way, because I guarantee you, all the states that haven't legalized, once federal prohibition is lifted, they would all fall in line. They would have to. They want that money.
In what way? Like, I mean, in Massachusetts, we voted back because I lived there for 6 years, and we voted to legalize it for recreational use. And the law we voted on the ballot was for a 9% tax on it. By the time that vote was taken care of and it got through all the red tape, it got up to a 26% tax on it.
Oh my God.
The people voted specifically saying 9% tax, and the legislators still managed to add in all those extra taxes.
You've got this culture that's just so tired of getting arrested, though, that they're like, I don't care what your tax rate is. I just don't want to get arrested for it anymore. And I totally feel that. But people are still getting arrested. They are still arresting. The stats in Colorado legalized recreationally in 2012. And they had about 12,000 yearly arrests, which almost instantly dropped down to 6,000. But it's leveled out since there. It's sitting right there at that same curve. How in a legal state are you still arresting 6,000 people every single year for possession?
It's a good revenue generator. They're not giving up the money.
This is true.
Arresting
That's what
people
it all comes down to.
Makes money. It makes money for lawyers, judges, bail bondsmen, probation officers. There's a lot of money in the prison system, so they don't want to give it up.
Yeah, why would you want to release 50% of your prison population? Then you don't got enough money from the government coming in, right?
Exactly. You don't have all those jobs for guards. You don't have all those jobs for transport people. You don't have all that need for clerks. A lot of people lose their job when you let other people be free. And America is a jobs program, apparently.
And it's funny to me too, because like you mentioned, people lose their jobs. Well, congratulations. We've got a population where two parents can't stay home with their kids. I don't want 100% employment rate. Are you crazy? I want around 50 or 60%, right? Yes. And then wouldn't things kind of level out? They wouldn't be so expensive because people couldn't afford them. They could.
Salaries would go up because there was that supply and demand element to labor. Less labor available, the more you have to pay to get the labor, whereas labor is being readily available. All of a sudden you can pay them squat, and then you can make both parents have to work.
Yeah. It's a very strange atmosphere that we've created. But I understand human beings and our need to stay comfortable in what we know. And it's so hard to break through those barriers. And again, I've heard it so many times. Just stop talking about weed so much. But I feel like it is the most effective gateway into explaining all of these other things that we just kind of spurred off to here. It's directly related to, overtaxing different industries and not allowing them to, produce their product in a way that's healthy for the environment without having to pay so much that they can't afford to do it. Everything stretches out, and the most blatant display of that is within the cannabis wars. And I pick cannabis because it's the most safest substance out there that's illegal. Aside from mushrooms, I don't think anybody's died of them.
Cannabis and hemp being really good at restoring soil quality so that you can do monoculture crops and you just do a rotational crop planting and your soil gets restored rather than having to blast with tons of chemical fertilizers and worrying about constantly using pesticides, because hemp and cannabis are pest resistant for the most part. So you solve all kinds of problems with all your other crops just by giving that to farmers as an option as a rotational crop through their fields.
Imagine that.
Again, fertilizers and all those things are good money generators.
Nature doesn't know what it's doing or anything. We have to create all those things for it. It's not like it was doing it billions of years before we even became a thing on this rock. It's the level of ego that exists in the human society right now is frightening. And I hope, if anything, we'll start evolving out of that. I feel like we've definitely backed up. And to those people who are still stuck in their ego and they're only worried about the capitalistic end and the money end of things, well, why not legalize a crop that can create more jobs, that can fix the environment, that can create more land, because you wouldn't have to have all these, huge tree farms. You can create paper and bricks and hempcrete and all sorts of things out of this beautifully, easily regenerated plants. And if you're stuck up in the whole money aspect of it, take that and segue it into, well, if that's your concern, here's how we can fix it. And not only that, then you can move on completely into the entire libertarian argument of lesser regulations. It all starts right there. It's the biggest display of overregulation. But if you really look at the overregulation in the cannabis industry, I don't see it being too much different than that of regular industry. We've just become complacent in all of the regulations in regular industry. I still, the effort it takes to open a gas station or a convenience store.
Right. Or a medical office. If you're a doctor and you want to open your own office somewhere, you have to go through all the zoning to make sure there aren't already too many other doctors there, or whatever other weird criteria your town, county, state comes up with, that you're a trained professional. You want to offer service to your community that they want, but you can't do it unless the government gives you a bunch of okays. Why?
Why? You have to know somebody to get into the big kids club is essentially what it's turning into. We are the high school cafeteria. America needs to wake up. I think they are. I've never lost hope, but unfortunately, every day I feel like I see less and less glimpses of hope, especially with, things going on in recent headlines now. And again, I'm not going to discuss it because I'm so sick and tired of
think we all are.
This one little thing that's dividing everybody, and it's frustrating. I think at the end of the day, we are all adults enough, and we've all come far enough in society to understand that we have to help each other. We are not 300-400 years ago where you encounter something that looks, another human that looks different than you, and you legitimately are in fear and your animalistic instincts kicked in. We aren't that Neanderthal anymore.
To some degree, yes, with the strangers, but 300-400 years ago, you saw communities pulling together to support each other in a way that was more voluntary and actually more effective than what you see now, where every time somebody does something, or needs help with something, everybody just reaches to government for that solution. Whereas 400 years ago, if you needed a barn built, you were like, okay, I'll, either trade you something, or I'll help you with your barn and you help me with mine, or whatever. And people just stepped up to help each other. That completely went by the wayside when we started shifting all of our trust to government instead of to our neighbor. And it's...
And then the regulations kicked in. Now you can't build that barn without paying a certain zoning tax or something.
You have to pay for
so you can't do it.
Inspections, and
now you can't do it for your neighbor for free, or for in exchange for food or something, because you've got to cover those costs, and you've got to cover the effort it took you to go ahead and file that paperwork and do all of these things. We have created, through regulation, through begging the government for help, instead of trusting ourselves as human beings enough to just go ahead and do it like we know we'll do. When things go crazy, when the power, this is the best example I've ever been able to give. I grew up in Baltimore City. When the power went out down there, if somebody hit like a generator or whatever happened, it would go out for days. In the middle of a dangerous city, what did we do? We had sleepovers with each other. Our families, our parents automatically knew that there was maybe some danger, and they weren't going to scare us kids, right?
Right.
But we'd all have a sleepover at one house or another, or we'd split the difference and there'd be two houses hosting two different sleepovers. We'd have fun over it. One of the families had a gas generator, so we could barely play Game Boy by like candlelight. You know what I mean? But it was that is what we do as human beings. When something happens and there is any slight hint of danger, we look within, we look around us, and we make sure, if anything else, to take care of our community. Not even if you don't care about them, you don't want to be shunned from the community for being that guy who didn't step up to the plate. So whether it's by being vocal about being thankful for people for their generous actions, and the louder we are about that, the more people will be generous, I think. Or whether it's about just your innate want as a human being to have yourself and your community grow, we will do this without the help of government. And I think that, I know that for me, looking at this whole COVID mess, at all the shutdown mess, we are starting to see that. We're seeing communities come together. I mean, for crying out loud, you've got speakeasy hair salons going on right now. And that's such not a joke. I can't even believe I'm saying that, right? Like that the hairdresser is more likely to get arrested than the weed guy right now for the first time in history, right? But
which I feel bad for the hairdresser, but I find it funny anyway.
Yeah, and everybody's saying it's for their own selfish needs. I bet you these hairdressers are barely charging what they normally do, if anything at all. They're just trying to help their neighbors. Come on over, let me cut your hair. We've been in the RV for quite some time. I'm caravanning with a couple of people, and yeah, we've been cutting each other's hair and cooking each other's food and doing each other's dishes. And this is not just because of COVID. This is not just because of the shutdowns. It's because that's what we like to do as volunteers. This is what we enjoy, what brings us joy. And really what I think we need to do is set that example for the community moving forward. Even if it's being brutally honest, like I am on my website, platoon420.com, in communicating these drug arrests with people. Somebody's got to be the one to present and display the not so pretty that's going on. But it's up to the people that are reading it to lead as examples and to start coming to these people that may be arrested for drugs in their neighborhood with open arms and trying to help them with compassion instead of shunning them. We need to turn that corner. So just like we would shun somebody who, in the event of a crisis, didn't want to help their community, we need to start shunning the people who are arresting our nonviolent citizens, our community members who would be there to help us in the event of a crisis if they weren't being arrested for victimless crimes. They're taking that community away from us.
Yes.
But
that makes it easier to control people when they don't have a safety net in a community. Then they need a safety net somewhere. And that's where government always steps in and says, we'll fix the problem we caused.
That's it.
And they just make more problems.
That is it. And I am so happy that we are coming around this huge election year. I really think it's going to be a breakout year for the LP in terms of the national vote. People are clearly fed up. We get a ton of great candidates, and any one of them would be wonderful in getting this message across. And, is it a pipe dream for a libertarian candidate to take the presidency this term? Maybe, right?
Maybe not, though. I mean, we've got more people standing up saying government is overreaching than we have seen being really vocal about it in decades. It's amazing to see just how much this virus, whose name shall not be mentioned, has actually gotten people mad at the government. They're like, this is absolutely absurd. Yeah. And hopefully that starts to transition into more people looking for options outside of the RD dichotomy of, okay, well, the government's only going to control this aspect of your life, or only going to control that aspect of your life, which really they're both vying for all control, but they try to pitch their propaganda from different angles. And I mean, I think that's the real reason why Governor Kemp here in Georgia just went ahead and opened up the state. I mean, there's a few little restrictions on stuff, like restaurants have to seat people every other table, some other little things like that. But I think the reason he opened the state was because he was seeing how upset people were getting about being told you can't do what you want to do. And he doesn't want to risk his future re-elections and the reputation of the Republican Party and the stronghold they have here in Georgia by saying, no, you're going to stay locked up. And I think that was a political move more than a actual ethical trying to keep government from overreaching. I think he was just afraid of making the people too mad.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to happen. And we're seeing a perfect display of localization here. Every state's kind of tackling this a different way. And even further down to that, here in Colorado, it's some counties are mandatory masks in public and other counties aren't. And I'm totally for that. I'm okay with that. If that's what's good for your county and your constituents and it is all voluntary and I don't have to be there and those people can leave if they want to, great. Way to go. That's the way everything should be. And we're doing all of this, if you notice, without the assistance of the federal government. Do we need
I would
them?
prefer if they just left it up to the businesses to decide how they wanted to run it instead of even the county telling them what to do. But
I
county
agree.
is way better than state, which is way better than federal. So it's sort of a trade-off on that.
Yeah, and
But
it's easier to deal with your county representative, like you said, you know,
right.
your governor's caving or changing his mind or whatever the case may be, however you want to perceive it, but because of the public pressure. If there were no
Yes.
public pressure, of course, they wouldn't change their stance on anything. They would just do what the other states were doing and just try to fall in line for federal political gain,
Right.
not anything else. So we're getting there.
Absolutely. I
We're
think
getting
we're
there.
just about out of time. Were there any of the comments on the side that you wanted to address? Can you see them?
I can't see the comments. I'm new to this
Okay.
app here.
I gotcha. There was somebody saying that we're lucky to be born in the U.S. and a lady that commented that the health insurance was not having the health insurance and paying the fine was significantly cheaper. And it's not letting me scroll up, so I don't know what the comments were before that. But it is 4:55, so we've got to get ready to bring on Luis Fernando Mises. He's our next guest.
Awesome.
Should be fun.
Yeah, it
Thank
should
you for
be.
joining us,
Of
and I
course.
appreciate it. Hopefully, the lockdown stuff will end soon. We can hang out again.
Hopefully.
See you later.
All right. We'll see you then. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
All
Bye.
right. You too. Bye.
Oh, you're here already.
I am here. I was told to be.
Hi, welcome back. I'm here with Luis Fernando Mises. He's a consultant that teaches leadership all over the United States, a yoga instructor, a meditation teacher, a student of Austrian economics, a statesman with the Libertarian Party, a curandero, an entrepreneur, and a family man. He realized his personal mission was to empower others and to present. And this realization propelled him to create Emancipated Human as a way to bring stories that would help people see the nature of the belief state we currently live in, ideas to hack the world, interviews with people that have practical examples, and inspiration to live a freer life. Hi, Luis, you there?
I am here. How are you?
Hi, how's it going?
Great to be here.
So,
Can you hear me?
Want to give us a little background on how you ended up where you are?
I mean, that's a bit of a broad question, but gosh, I wouldn't even know where to start. I guess I guess I never felt like I was able to fit in most places. So where other kids were excelling at, watching sports or whatever, I was doing hustling, I guess, doing all sorts of things. And I'll share some about that here in a minute. So moved to the States in 2000 and been in Texas, I guess, ever since. So just happy to be here with you guys. Thank you for the opportunity.
We're glad to have you.
So I'm kind of curious. Should I start the presentation? Or
Go into whatever it is you want to talk about.
Okay,
because
I didn't know. I
was
not expecting. I usually they kind of. I've never had a co-presenter, so that's kind of cool to have you. So the whole idea of entrepreneurship and love, I would like to talk about that because there's a really, I guess, important thing that a lot of people, when they talk about entrepreneurship, it's more like an arbitrage of sorts where they want to not sell to the end consumer, but to sell to some venture capitalist and sell a business and then, become a trillionaire at age 30. And we have created and painted, in my opinion, an incomplete or maybe even a wrong picture of what being an entrepreneur is. So I wanted to, it's not a rock star status. And I think that's actually something that, a lot of people now that it's pretty exciting to be an entrepreneur, but at those of us that have had this bug from the very beginning, we tend to be highly unemployable. But we like the game, we like to create value. And that's one of the things that, how we know that we are entrepreneurs. So I'll tell you a little bit of a story on that regard. When I was, I think I was like second or third grade, something like that, I started renting school supplies to my little schoolmates. And school is pretty different in Mexico. I was going to private school, same school as Placido Domingo, the opera singer, went to, and, really fancy. So I was able to get away with renting supplies to my little peers for like a pretty penny. And remember my brother went and picked me up one day and he said, "How the heck did you end up with all these things? You went to school without them." I said, "Well, I had to repo some things because, people wouldn't pay up." He's like, "How?" Some from early on, the idea of creating value, and I would see a need and I would try to fill it up. And seeing that, like, I could come home, go to school with a little extra 5 pencils, or at some point I started renting out the Super Nintendo cassettes or the VHS movies, a long time ago. So that the idea of the game of creation, the game of co-creating live, that's the love of entrepreneurship, and it's something that cannot be taught. Even as a leadership development consultant, we talk about creativity and entrepreneurship and all those things, and those are not things that you can learn. You either have it in your DNA or you do not. So there are some schools that offer entrepreneurship expansion tools, and I think that's pretty awesome, because if you have that little bug inside of you and you don't know, like, you don't have anybody around you that can help you explore that or expand that, or just explain to you what is it that you feel. So these schools are pretty amazing for that, but it's not something that can be taught. It's one of my friends and mentors, Doug Casey, says that we are like the X-Men. We have a different gene. We're like the weird ones. And I think that's actually pretty accurate if you think about that, like I was telling you, where when I was little, like there was a lot of kids that were like stars in soccer or other games. And here I was like making money at age 7. And there is a difference there. So there's also, the sexiness of wanting to be the entrepreneur. And a lot of people read the book, The Lean Startup. And it's like a Bible now for like Silicon Valley. And even here in Texas, some of the Austin people, like everybody swears by it. And they're like quoting the book. And I think the book is splendid. But again, it's more like for people that already have that in them. So what I'm trying to bring here to the table today is, I know that a lot of us libertarians are actually majorly entrepreneurial. And a lot of times we don't fit in. A lot of times we feel like the outcasts. And this presentation is for all of those people that, they just have felt differently. So there is something also, the entitlement caused by easy market and lots of money. So, nowadays it's super easy to just get lots of money on one of your ideas, and you can just go to Kickstarter and like people can make millions of dollars. But in my perspective, it's not about becoming the next Richard Branson and to see who can create the new Facebook. I personally believe that the idea of being an entrepreneur is about freedom, to be able to do what you love. And, if you're in a startup, even though it can be a startup and you can be called an entrepreneur, if you're not happy about it, if you're like dreading it, if you wake up and you say, this sucks, like that's not the spirit. Like you're basically selling your soul. And why would you want to like do that and make like $2 million later when you're like all unhappy and unhealthy? So my idea that I want to bring forth is, if somebody can make, homemade jam because, they learned from their aunt to make it, and they make a business out of it, and it's something that really pumps them up, and they can make $100,000 a year doing that. To me, that's a successful entrepreneur versus, somebody that just is not really living it. They're just doing it for the status or for the money or for, like, don't get me wrong, the money is nice and all of that. Those are all cool side products of entrepreneurship. But the main idea is something that like it just burns you inside. You can like, I wake up in the morning and I'm like happy to be awake because I have the purpose of whatever it is I'm trying to accomplish long term, and whatever action that I am taking is taking me closer to that. So with the mindset, that's the entrepreneurial mindset, so that's something that I really want to talk about, the happiness factor. When somebody, like, if you say, well, let's define what successful means, and I think that's also another paramount pointer for entrepreneurials, the idea of happiness. So as whenever you get to a point and you sell the company or whatever it is, then whenever you reach that goal, it maybe lasts maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, perhaps a month, you're happy about it, but then it goes away. So the whole idea about entrepreneurship is not the end result, but the process, the way, the road as you're taking it. And that's what fills you up, the actual making of, the process. And the whole idea of entrepreneurial mentality is that, and being at some point thinking, okay, yeah, this is pretty cool, I'm happy, but life can be better. What can I make better? And how can I improve this? And the idea of creating more value than what we were given. So just, super grateful that my wife reminds me that, my childhood was pretty differently. Like not everybody has, like that level of parenting that I received, but I just feel like really grateful. And then I want to just give more. The idea of the maximizer is another one, because that's another really good book, The Maximizers. When you give somebody like $1,000 and then like that just goes to shit, but you give one other person $5 and then they multiply that, you want to give more to that person. Just like, I'm just wasting here. So being able to feel the energy of those that are maximizers and connecting with those people. And like I was at some point, and this is like highly illegal, I was probably like 8 or 10 years old, and I was selling loose cigarettes, I was selling candy, like anything that I could to make $1. And the funny thing is, I mean, if there's anybody here that has kids and their kids want to sell things, I like support them. I was sometimes I would, like on Sundays, I would get my parents to take me to some of the warehouses where they sell things cheaper, kind of like even cheaper than Costco kind of thing. And then I would pre-sell it, and just that kind of got my entrepreneurial cranks going. So if you see that your kid has that, try to support that. Don't tell them not to. Now, there's another thing, that the whole schooling factor. I mean, under all intents and purposes, I would be considered a failure, like I'm a college dropout, and like I started doing like hustling and all of that. So in the whole corporate ladder ideology, that would be like, well, who is this guy? Highly unemployable. But there's been months where we can make $1,000 a day, and like we could make more money, even if that's like comparatively speaking with the successful people of the corporate ladder. So one of the
would just more prepare you for being a good employee than prepare you for running a business yourself.
Yes.
Overwhelmingly, it's training to be an employee, not training how to take the reins on your own life and figure out what it is that makes you happy and how you can turn that into a market need. So I don't know, most of the best entrepreneurs of our time are ones that were college dropouts. They didn't go very far in school because they got bored being told what they should be focused on when they had their own thoughts and ideas they wanted to explore.
100%. And I mean, even worse, like I've gotten kicked out of school, that didn't make my parents really happy. Like I guess the only like family member that doesn't have a college degree, but that's okay, And the idea of an entrepreneur is also to know that 95% of the time we're going to get a no from somebody, but we only need that 5% yes to be able to make things happen. So when people say like, well, I don't want to do it because I'm going to fail, or somebody's going to tell me no, and my response to that is like, yeah, I mean, that's accounted into everything. You're going to have micro failures, and I think that's actually pretty important, because that's immediate feedback from the market as you're putting out a product or
it shows you where to improve.
Absolutely. So instead of spending years and lots of money on a product or a service, like starting small starts are really important for entrepreneurs. Like you don't have to have everything perfect. Like even when I started doing activism back in 2010, 2011, my videos are really cringy, but I just knew that I needed to start somewhere. And it sucked, and I sucked, but I just like, I had this burning thing that just needed to come out, and a lot of people will be able to relate to this. So yeah, I mean, you'll get better. Like start with one step and then another, and then keep moving.
That's comforting. This is my first day on camera. It's been really awkward.
Tell me more. Why is it so awkward?
I'm just not usually the person in front of the camera. I'm usually the person that does contracts and bookkeeping. So it's kind of been interesting being on camera all day.
Well, that's pretty exciting. Congratulations.
No.
You don't like it?
I blame Dan.
No. You have a great smile. You should do it more often. No? Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. John's phone was ringing and I was glaring at him.
It's okay. Yeah. So, I mean, we all suck at first. And that's something that I learned from the Buddhists, having a beginner's mind. Like, you're going to suck at first, and that's okay. Whenever we learned to walk, we didn't like fall once and like, oh, fuck this. This is not for me. Like, mom, carry me everywhere. Like, no, that's not how it works. You're going to get up and you're going to be walking. And then now look at you don't even think about walking. You just like go about and mind your own business, So the same thing happens with everything else. And I mean, like I've read many places that they say, yeah, you need like 10,000 hours to be an expert at something. So you got your 10,000 hours walking. Now you're an expert. And then, in the marketplace is the same thing. And one of the cool things about it is that you start seeing patterns before shit happens. So with the experience of and the gut, because entrepreneurials, we like there is something that is not just logical. Like half of the time we go against logic. One of the biggest examples I really like to talk about is Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple. He was offered the position, and all his peers told him no. His family members told him no. The numbers, the data told him no. But he's like, okay, like all of that in my mind says no. But something weird internally is telling me that I need to do this. And then he went ahead and did it, and it worked, and he's amazing. He's doing great, So like being in touch with what you feel and sensing that, because, as we create life as entrepreneurs, like we cannot just repeat the same patterns, because that's not creating life. You're just like copy paste. Right. So being able to be the visionaries and seeing where things need to move or where you need to move. And that's something that is not talked about a lot of times in entrepreneurial, in the schools or even books. This is something that I actually noticed after, doing leadership development for 10, 12 years, the level of, what would it be? It's not like non-rational thought process of senior leaders is pretty crazy. It's like amazing. And they get into holotropic breath work. They get into meditation just to be able to understand and hone that to a better degree. So it's really powerful to be able to, it's like the world is a canvas and you're just choosing your colors and your palette. And one of that is your intuition. And we need to really get in touch with that. We need to be able to listen to it. And the whole idea of connecting with your unconscious mind. I mean, I have enough credits to probably have 2 master's degrees at this point, like, because I just never really graduated. So, in psychology, there's the ego and the superego, like the unconscious mind and all of that. So when you are able to integrate your conscious mind with your unconscious mind, you can get information super rapidly. And sometimes I don't know the answer of something and I just kind of sit there and I ask myself a question, which is different than talking to yourself. When you ask yourself a question, it goes to the deep unconscious mind. And the more that you do that and the more you trust it, the faster it becomes. And at some point, I think I lost my watch or something. And I was asking have you seen my watch? I asked my wife, and she said, kind of like in a jocular fashion, why don't you just ask your unconscious mind if you can find it? I mean, that doesn't quite work. I mean, it actually works for that, but
it does work. But
business decisions, do you have experience on that?
I'm one of those people that most of the time I go with intuition on things. I mean, there's well thought out process to a lot of it, but at the end of the decision making, it's what do I know is actually going to work. And you do process a lot of information in your brain that you don't necessarily pick up on. So if you tap back into that unconscious mind for like the watch case, for instance, like you lost your watch, somewhere in the back of your mind, you remember what you were doing at the time the watch got lost. So you can get back to that point, but you have to focus on that part of your subconscious to where you're like, okay, so that's what I was doing. So that's probably where the watch is. And then you find the watch. It's the same kind of an idea. You just have to be more aware of your situations and your surroundings and then know how to tap back into that moving forward.
I love that. Absolutely. And I bet you that after today, you're going to want to go back to being in front of the camera because you're good at it. Yeah. Have you seen the movie Inception?
No.
Okay. Well,
not much of a movie person.
At some point, they're like, they go into the dream state. And then one lady's like, screw this. I hate this stuff. And then she leaves and quits the job. And then the next day she comes back because she was able to feel like how awesome this is. So I actually kind of think that that's going to be you here pretty soon. You're going to go back to it. That's just we'll see.
I'm going back to my spreadsheets.
They can be fun and they can be safe for sure. One other thing that I would really like to talk about is, in the same thing of love and happiness. Because I mean, if we're just doing this for the money, I mean, we're capitalists here. We love that. That's amazing. But is that really like, something that's going to fulfill you? There are so many people, especially like in the C suites, like all the fancy people, they get to the top of the ladder to realize they've climbed the wrong one. They're unhappy, they're unhealthy. So all that, was that worth, your health? So actually, I don't know if you can see. So here in the back, I have some of the Carlos Castaneda books, and he talks about every road takes you to the same place. You're going to end up dying at some point. I mean, with the exception of the transhumanist guy that is on the other channel too, because I'm actually into that pretty heavily, and soon enough we'll get there. But so all of the roads take you to the same place. So just find one that has a heart, and if it has a heart, then you won't have to work a day in your life because you're excited. And I think entrepreneurship and love and freedom is to be able to do what you want to do every day.
That's why I left the finance world. And also what prompted us starting 3L Productions was our love of freedom and trying to promote the liberty message. So we started this company for exactly that reason. We took our passion and we're hoping that we can keep the message rolling enough that it actually starts to reach people across the country and the world. But this is entirely a just go for it based on what we love and hoping that it works out. But if I wanted that climb the corporate ladder, I would have stayed in finance. I wouldn't have jumped ship and gone with things that I just consider fun, like farming and video production.
Absolutely. And that doesn't mean that finance or the corporate ladder could not be fun. Like,
it isn't. It's soul sucking hell.
Well,
it's sitting in a little gray carpet box until you get into a big white box, and it's literally soul sucking hell.
I think, I've worked for a number of years helping corporations and governments and all of that. Speaking about transhumanism, if I could live up to 1,000 years, I would like to be the CEO of AT&T at some point. I think that would be just like, shit, like, can you imagine telecom and all of that? Like, I'm such a geek also. So to be able to be, I have a friend that she was one of the executive vice presidents of Texas Instruments and Samsung. And some of the stories she tells me, like, they're pretty amazing. And she says, I knew what I was going to have in my purse 5 years before, because like what we were working on. So to see the future, to create things that transform people's lives, I think that will be pretty sweet. So all that's to say, the idea of freedom and liberty and being able to do what really lights you up. And I think that's the song that I want to sing, the thing that I want to bring to everybody. It needs to be something that you really enjoy doing, because then you're not going to mind working 70 hours a week. You're not going to mind, when there's a rough day, because like there are hard days. It doesn't mean that just because you're doing something that lights you up, that is going to be all peachy, No. You're still going to deal with idiots and assholes, and you still have to have rough days, and like that's not the point. The point is like that's because you love it so much, you're gonna come back the next day instead of, oh man, I have 23,625 days before retirement, and you're like marking each one of them, every morning as you're brushing your teeth. Like, can
wishing
you imagine
away your life?
Exactly. And one of my cousins a long time ago, he said, I don't want to have kids yet because I want to be the one that raises them. Instead, like a lot of people just have kids and throw them in, school and then on like after school activities, and then like they just get them at night. And yeah, all right, well, you get out of my hair, go to sleep. So I like the ability to, work here and have the kids and be able to hang out and grow with them.
Right.
Having our family together. And I think that's pretty powerful. That I don't think it's a model that works for everybody at this point, but I think that we are getting there. Actually, even with like the COVID situation, we're seeing more and more that we don't need to go into an office to work, because for the most part, like I don't know, what is it, about 75% of the work we can do from our computers from our phones. Like I can be pooping and working at the same time, like on my phone, you know, like, I mean, that isn't that like, I could have
You don't have to
never
worry
guessed.
about having separate work clothes and dry cleaning bills and commutes and all of that. You can just do whatever it is you're getting paid to do in addition to having your normal life going on around you.
100%. I mean, I still like to wear button-up shirts to be in the house and my slacks because I just enjoy that. But you know, if you want to be in PJs, which whatever floats your goat, you know.
And my goats don't float.
They need some helium.
Well, I don't think that would be a good idea. If they had float, they might float, but otherwise they're swimming goats, but not floating goats.
Yeah, yeah. So I want to invite people to also consider the idea of, if we suck at something, having to spend probably 3 times as much effort trying to become good at something that we suck is not a good idea. So my idea is like, I'm extremely right brain person. I can, if I jump out of an airplane, I will create a parachute as I'm falling down, kind of thing. But to whenever it's like paperwork or like, really like what you are probably really good at, I suck so bad. So to partner up with somebody or to
Being
hire
good at something and actually enjoying it are very different things, though.
Oh, you don't enjoy it?
I'm good at doing a lot of paperwork. I don't love doing a lot of paperwork, which again is part of why I'm not a practicing lawyer. I don't like paperwork. I like playing with my goats. I like running my little farm, homeschooling my daughter. These are fun things. Everything else just pays the bills. And you
I
can
see.
bill at a high enough rate that you don't have to work very many hours. So even though it's miserable work, if you're only having to work 5 or 10 hours a month, that's not too bad.
Absolutely, that's the thing, So when you're able to have that level of freedom, to not have that only a successful entrepreneur is somebody that's Richard Branson, to have for you to have the ability like to do life on your own terms. I think that's success. I think that's pretty amazing, and whatever that looks like for you. And then there's also something like at this point, I think it was December of 2018. I got initiated into some one of the shaman circles, and it was a higher degree. And one of my friends, my teacher said, you've been able to master living. Now you have to master dying and transitions. I'm like, well, that sounds fun. And started to see that all like relationships, relatives, businesses, like I lost, I don't know, 80% of my income, and like everything just was going to shit. And as an entrepreneur in my mind, instead of freaking out, I was like, this is interesting, this is exciting, this is an opportunity to rebuild. So what I'm going with that is entropy is a natural enemy of humans, and we're going to encounter bullshit at one point or another. And the first rule of tantra is reject nothing. So when something comes at you, instead of fighting it and becoming a battle, just like, okay, well, it's here, what can we do about it? Kind of like aikido, you use the energy of the opponent against them instead of going like boxing, which I really enjoy. So whenever we are facing situations that I guess non-entrepreneurs or normal people will be like freaking out, we see that. I want to invite people to see that as opportunity for growth. Kind of like when you go to the gym and you exercise, what happens is that you break down the muscle. It breaks down and then it regrows. So the concept of anti-fragile is something that I really like to relate to. So what that means is when it gets affected, when it gets hit, when it gets under pressure, you become bigger, you become stronger, you become better. So to accept and take the blessings and the challenges of life at the same time, not just I guess to see it in a more holistic, because a lot of times we say, yeah, we want happiness, we want joy, we want parties, we want wealth, we want health, but we forget that the other side of life is not just going to disappear. And to see it as a system, and not seeing it as the negative, or the bad stuff, seeing it as the objects of that allows us to grow. Because when we get comfortable, we don't grow. So those are just chances that help us get better and get not complacent. Because I know you said you're not a movie person, but the Alice in Wonderland, the Red Queen, you probably saw that when you were a baby. The Red Queen.
I also
talks
read
about-
it, which is way
Oh,
better
yeah.
than any of the movies. The actual Lewis Carroll books are significantly more interesting. They
Yeah,
take a
they're
lot
really
of the
good.
story out from movies.
Yeah. So in that, the Red Queen says, in this kingdom, if you don't run, you have to keep running to stay in the same place. And what that means is, that's an analogy for life. Like, if you don't keep running, you don't keep up with life, and life's going to pass you by. So as the idea also of the entrepreneur is constant renewal, and the constant renewal usually happens through loving your work, through loving yourself, through loving life, to being grateful, and the gratitude situation is something that I also wanted to talk about and to bring forth, because just the fact that we are alive, I call my mom every day, once a day, and just to say hi, what's up, she's far away, and to connect. Like, I'm grateful that I am here. This is an opportunity. This, like, it's more likely to be alive than to win the lottery. Yeah, like, it's kind of crazy like that. So just to see what we have, the gift of life is something that's incredibly amazing. And to just kind of like be pity potting and be like, oh, life's, of course life is hard. It's supposed to be hard. Like, I don't know
It's a
what
challenge.
what's,
It's an adventure. Without
Yeah.
any kind of adversity in it, it wouldn't be interesting.
Absolutely.
Can you imagine reading a book where there was no adversity of any kind?
It's
It
so
would be the
boring.
most boring book of all time. It's the same idea. Life's an adventure. If you don't have anything that you're up against or anything you're trying to make happen, then you're just drifting through like a boring book.
Yeah, 100%. So I think we have like 10 or 15 minutes maybe. So I would love to see if let me see if there's anything else. Oh, peptides. Okay, before we get into the questions, if I can just throw in a couple of last things. Connection to I think it's really important, especially for 3.0 entrepreneurs at this point in life, to get really connected with their totality of themselves. So what does that mean? Like getting in touch with their physical self, with their energy self, and all of that. There is I will give a quick hack about this. So thoughts plus feelings equals emotions. And I'll give a quick example. Whenever you are nervous about something, what are your physical sensations? You feel like your hands are clammy. You feel a little bit jittery, right? And what thoughts do you have when you're nervous? You're not happy about the future. You're worrying about the future, right? So when you're excited, what is the physical sensation of that? Your hands are clammy. You get a little jittery. It's the same physical sensation as being nervous. But what is the thought process of being excited? You're looking forward to something in the future. You're anticipating. So just by changing your thoughts, you change the emotion. So I cannot emphasize enough the importance of really focusing on like mindfulness practices that help us yield our thought process, because a shitty mind process will give you a shitty life. So I'm the kind of person that even if the sky's falling down, I'm gonna be like, well, shit, at least we're closer to the clouds. Like always looking for a way of how we can improve our life, because you can certainly do the opposite all the time, like complaining about everything. Like, some people, like, you tell them, hey, what's going on? Today is Saturday. Oh shit, it's Saturday. Oh my God.
They've got a
they're like,
problem for every solution.
exactly. Like, so it's really important that we get connected with our totality of ourselves, with our thought process, with our feelings, and to have people that are maximizers around us. Because if you have somebody that is always shitting on like the ideas that you have, or always shitting on whatever, like you're not going to get anywhere. Like it's hard to be with people like that. So even it could be family, like you can like respectfully distance yourself and become or find people that are on that same vibe. So and this is something pretty important. Like we have control over the people and situations that we bring into our life. So if you have control over that, why not choose, good people? You can also choose your thoughts. You can also choose who you love. You can also, like, you have a lot of more choices than you think you have. So and then when you're really into flow, which sometimes I'm working and like the concept of flow from the Russian guy that I can't pronounce his last name. I have books of him here. um, like the doer and the deed become one. Like you're engrossed in your work, and like they can be talking to you and you're like somewhere else, or like that kind of situation is super important for entrepreneurs to be able to connect to, because I mean, it's life-giving for not just for you, but like it's a vibe that you give out. So it's pretty cool, pretty exciting. So I'm happy to do some questions because we only have 10 minutes left.
All right, we have a question from Kate. She asks, what advice would you give me for someone who just started their own clothing business without having any professional fashion training?
Oh, that's a really difficult one, because if, well, if that's something that really lights you up, I would say that, I mean, I learned how to fix my dryer using YouTube. And I learned how to change my oil using YouTube. YouTube is like such an amazing teacher. So if you're really excited and moved by that, and you don't have the training, and like just go to YouTube and find that. There's like groups on Facebook. There's meetup.com to find people that are into the same things that you're into. And it's extremely important to be with like-minded individuals. So if that's the clothing business you're into, like, I mean, I absolutely love Armani, or I absolutely love, like, Versace, those like really exquisite fabrics. Like, go read their biographies, see what they do. And one of my teachers said, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, just model what the successful people in your industry are doing. And like some things are like idiosyncratic, like I put a thinking hat on every time I have a meeting. Well, you don't need to do that kind of stuff. But what I mean is how they view life, their values or their beliefs about certain things. That's what we need to connect to, and to be able to adopt. Because like the vast majority of times when we have results that we don't like in life is because we have beliefs and values in our own minds that are fighting against each other. And the most common one is like the money, for instance. Like we believe that we want a good life, we believe that we deserve whatever, but the value is the money is dirty, or only like if you have money it's because you screwed people over or stuff like that. So those two, the value and the belief, are fighting, and then you'll never get to where you want to be. It's an unresourceful behavior. So when you connect to a resourceful behavior that matches your value and your belief, then you'll be unstoppable. So I hope that was a good answer. Then the next one, Matt Lacey. College degrees have become an indoctrination instead of a path to, well, the whole idea of university was to teach people who they were. The humanities would help you. And this is something that really rustles my jimmies. A lot of times, a lot of people will say, well, I'm not having a good time in life. I want to, we need to get rid of capitalism. We need to get rid of the patriarchy, or, like some of those really silly commentaries.
Easy scapegoats.
Yeah. So
they're excuses for why people don't succeed.
Yes. But one of the things is, like, those people, I have some empathy, because they were really likely not given good examples to, like, mentors or people that they could model after. So the universities have become the neglectful parents, because now they're just spewing out propaganda that is not resourceful. And you come out and you know, you want to take over the world and change like the social structure, but you cannot even wipe your own butt, kind of thing. You know, you cannot even cook some eggs for your family. Like you need to like, so there's in the ideology of so the deep ideology of the entrepreneur in my mind, and any person that is seeking self-actualization, has three verbs: be, do, have. Most people focus on the have first. They want to have the nice car, the lifestyle, the house, whatever. But that's not how it works. You have to first start with being. And that's what the universities are supposed to teach us. Ideally, also your parents. So when you're able to master being, you know who you are, you know your past, because it's extremely important to really understand you know, ancient history and how things are not the way they are just because of some whim from some politician. Like life is the way it is because it's been like in our DNA for 350 million years. Like it's not something new. So as you're able to understand yourself and your environment and your culture, then you're able to do things. And when you're able to do things, you're working because of who you are. The person that shines forth makes you do things. And having is only a byproduct of doing, because you know who you are. So in my perspective, half of the college degrees at this point are just like really expensive babysitting, you know? So you come out and you get patted on the back, and then you're like $200,000 into debt, where
And
you
you
could have
still are
purchased
only
a
qualified
house.
to go work for free as an intern.
I mean,
Like
it's
a lot of
just like,
people with college degrees can't even get paid jobs coming out of college. They have to take internships. So it's you waste all that time and then you go slave labor for another 3 or 4 years before you can even start drawing a paycheck. It's insane.
and then like 85% of the time, what you learned in college is useless for your work. So what the hell is happening there, right? So and now the hard sciences, you need to go to university for that kind of shit, you know. But for other things, I think like you know, if you're an attorney, a lawyer, or something like that, you don't need college.
You
You could
could be
like,
self-taught. I mean, it's not that hard to read through law books and case law and everything without having an instructor standing up front telling you why your arguments on everything don't fall in line with their particular agenda. So they're going to dock you points. And that's what a lot of school has become. It's regurgitate exactly what it is the instructor likes and thinks. Otherwise, you fail. So you get
yes,
really good at regurgitating, but you get lousy at thinking. They
exactly.
ruin critical thinking in colleges.
And something that I think is a good idea would be to have mentorships. Like if you want to be something, you find somebody that you like that is really good at that, and go work for them. Instead of like spending 4 or 5 years in college, you spend 4 or 5 years learning from these people. And you know, you don't have to pay them and they don't have to pay you, so there is no like, but you learn and you help them, so it's an equal exchange to it,
And
you
in a
know,
lot of
certain
cases,
level.
they will pay you a small amount just because they can offload grunt work onto you. And I mean, that's how I paid my way through school, was working my way at jobs that wanted to pay for my next degree that I wanted to get. So I had employer financial assistance mixed with some other scholarship money and managed to make it through college without getting any debt because I was willing to do the grunt work stuff in order to be able to tap into their brain and have that experience learning something that I thought I wanted to do. I
Yeah,
could have
yeah,
just gone and worked
absolutely.
on a goat farm and been just as happy, but you know, you live, you learn.
Well, and that's actually a really important thing, that we need to really feel uh, our destiny and what life is like. We are, if we're just living life because our grandma or our parents told us we needed to be an engineer, you know, you're going to be unhappy. So you have to do something that really lights you up, and be really honest to yourself, because otherwise you're going to like, you know, misallocate funds and time, and that's your life, you know. Like I think people need to be the most cavalier you know, 20s and 30s, like from age 20 to 32, you got to go crazy and explore and expand and do those things, instead of like, oh, now I need, like, I got out of school, now I need to be serious about it. And then you end up working at Starbucks, which I love Starbucks. I'm not shitting on Starbucks, but you know what I mean?
Or worse, for the federal government.
Right. And I don't
That's
even
the
want to
route I
start
took. I
my
come from a
conversation.
long family of military people, so that was the expectation. Then when I got tired of that, my mom's like, "Oh, well, you should be a lawyer." Still not finding myself, I followed the advice and ended up in law school. Turns out I don't like being a lawyer either. I like playing with goats.
Like you could be a goatitarian, like do what you must and what brings you happiness. And I mean, shoot, like all the money and time that you spent becoming a lawyer that you didn't enjoy, you could have expanded your farm.
Well, luckily for me, it was just time, not money. I managed to have employers that paid for that, and I had a scholarship from Harvard. So between the two, I didn't have to pay anything out of pocket, but it was still a lot of time because I paired it with an MBA. So it was 3.5 years in order to get the degrees, and I don't really use them, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's like some really fancy stuff that you buy and you just put it in your house, that nobody can touch. Like, what's the point? Yeah,
I
use
never
it.
understood people that did that either. Like the
Yeah.
people that collect the spoons and plates and hang them on the wall, but you can't eat with the spoon or the plate. So what's the point? I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
They
gonna
just like
shit on those
dusting.
people because I do weird shit too. But yeah, like I get what you're saying, absolutely. So ultimately, and just to close, uh, being able to be real with yourself, see what you like. There is a reason why you're attracted to the things you're attracted to. There is, like, you basically have no choice, and it's not like you choose them. Life chooses you to do certain things. And the way I understand it now, free will is only as follows: like, you have free will to do what you came here to do, or you have free will to be miserable. That's it. So if you don't want to be miserable, just do what you're here to do, and, like, go in and meditate, talk to people, engage, whatever. But bring that out. And failure is actually not a bad thing. Micro failures, and then, like, even if everything goes to shit, you fall 7 times, stand up 8, kind of thing. As long as, like there is no failing in life. If you move from win lose to win learn, like, did you learn something? Yes. Are you gonna apply it? Yes. And you didn't lose. You just paid for a
Right.
lesson.
Well, I got a lot of good information out of it. It's just one of those things that makes a lot of people in my family scratch their heads. They're like, why did you go do all of that just to go be a subsistence farmer in Georgia? I'm like, because this makes me happy. And now I know how to not have to pay taxes. It's a trade-off.
Yeah, absolutely. It works out. Well, what do you think? Is that 50 minutes? Are we on time?
We are at 5:50 right now, so we can wrap it up in the next 5 minutes if you have 5 more minutes of content. Otherwise, we can just put it on the commercial loop and come back with Serene in a minute.
Oh, no. I mean, I could keep talking. I just,
Keep going then.
didn't know if it was like, it had to be
No, it doesn't have to be
50.
right to a minute.
Okay, great. So being like, back to the free will and all of that, like, you're gonna suffer. Life's gonna be shitty. Like, if even like, so here's the thing, like, even when you get what you want, it's going to go away. So at some point or another, entropy is gonna get you. So the idea is to, like, find comfort in yourself and in your process and how you view life. And this, I think, is like one of the most important secret weapons of entrepreneurs, because um, we are contrarian investors, if you will. When who was it? I think it was the Oracle of Omaha. He said, when everybody is greedy, I am weary. When everybody's weary, I am greedy. And to be able to spot opportunities that you may not see, or other people may not see. So fine-tuning those things also. And it takes, like, experience, reading, and because we have some of that innate in ourselves as entrepreneurs. But being able to read more about it. And I want to also invite people to read or watch movies or whatever, like biographies of people that are entrepreneurial. That's going to be super helpful because, I mean, I'm profoundly ADHD, I'm super like, airy fairy. And at some point you feel kind of weird, like why do I forget these things that like are so easy, but I can still remember something that I learned in 7th grade in physics, like, I mean, indigo child, ADD, whatever. As you see the patterns in all of these entrepreneurial, creative people, you'll see that that's actually kind of
Right.
normal for us.
It
And we
is
just
really common. The mundane tasks, because they're so mundane, they're not interesting enough to the brain to actually dedicate any effort to them. So you can do one of two things. You can either streamline them to where it's just rote habit, or you can constantly be forgetting what you were doing. So you can move through all of the mundane stuff of like making your coffee, washing your dishes, getting dressed, whatever those things are, without any conscious thought. And then your brain's still on the interesting things for you. Whereas if you actually try to focus on any of those steps, you end up losing your train of thought because it's just not interesting enough for a smart person. You're not that interested in making your coffee. You just want the coffee. So putting a lot of thought into the coffee, you're going to get distracted. But just doing it out of rote muscle memory, you're going to end up being more successful at it because you're not thinking about the thing that's boring.
100%. And, my clothing is basically almost the same stuff all the time. I have, like, my closet is like copy paste kind of stuff. And I don't have to think about it, like, because of the same situation. I don't want to have to use brain power for that. Like, it's just so easy, like black pants and either a white or a black shirt. And we're
Right.
on. and
Blue
that
jeans,
saves,
t-shirt. It's perfect.
yeah. I mean, like Steve Jobs did the same thing. He like even would buy the same car every year. Like, I mean, I buy the same shoes every year just because it's easy. And I know that I like them and I know that they fit and feel good. So like, I don't need to reinvent the wheel and get into that drama, like having to try new. No, I know what works. And then I need to focus on what I'm good at or my vision or whatever. So like help inviting people to, I guess I'm being open also. So people see like, okay, I'm kind of weird like that. And he's weird like that. It's not so weird, I guess, anymore. Cause it's kind of normal, I guess, for creatives and entrepreneurs. So just focus on what maximizes your time and your mission, and to have your personal mission and vision is extremely important. Because if you don't have, like, who was it? Friedrich Nietzsche said, anybody that has a why can withstand any what. So like, even if you're going through shit and hell, like you have eyes on the prize kind of thing and you're focused, So thank you.
All right. I appreciate you coming on with us. It was a great discussion.
Thank you for
And
having
up next, we're going over to Serene after a short break. So y'all enjoy the loop again. All right. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
I'm on meth.
I'm on meth.
I'm on it too. So am I.
So am I.
I'm on meth.
Meth is not someone else's problem. It's everyone in South Dakota's problem. And we need everyone to get on it.
I'm on it.
I'm on it. I'm on it too.
Infection and disease, it fucking festers in the dark. Until you're willing to shine light on the bullshit will continue to happen.
I'm Dean McRae from the Liberal Democrats. I've lived most of my life in regional New South Wales. I'm a chef and an entrepreneur. One of the things that winds me right up is government. Over-taxation and regulation is strangling this country, and I've had enough of it. The only party that stood up for all of Australia is the Liberal Democrats. Our policies to reduce taxation, government spending, and decrease government power in general to give it back to the people sets us apart from all other political parties. That's why today I'm announcing my candidacy in the Eden Monaro by-election.
Welcome back. Our next guest is running for president of the United States. Her name is Serene Ardelianu, and she's going to be talking about life or something like it. Serene is a presidential candidate, author, healer, and visionary currently focused on working on improving values, media, healthcare, politics, and education so the masses may be empowered to live authentic, purposeful, healthy, peaceful, loving, and prosperous lives by correctly applying nature's laws correctly. So, welcome, Serene.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
Of course. I'm looking forward to this conversation. I love your background, by the way. I love your videos with the heart and everything. I love how you just kind of really bring out love in your message.
Thank you. Well, I feel that it's very much needed, and so I'm just playing my part and spreading it around.
Absolutely. Well, floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Well, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. Daniel invited me and was asking, what do I want to talk about? I'm like, well, there's many things I like to talk about, so let's just call it life or something like it, because I really enjoy helping people figure out life. And that's part of the reason that I'm running. And so I'm wondering if I can talk about pretty much anything and be of service in many different ways. So I'm wondering if there's something specifically that you want me to focus on and share with the audience today.
Well, you're living life. We're living life. You're the expert on your life. So is there
Awesome.
anything of experience that you have found to be a catalyst for, or basically how you became an activist, how you decided to just advance liberty and love?
Sure. So hitting bottom several times. And I actually wonder if that is the path for most people that really change their lives around and decide to do what they believe is ultimately beneficial for everyone and not just themselves. Because it wasn't until I was, in my darkest hours questioning, why am I here? And really trying to understand what had happened in my life. Why was I in so much pain? That, it was in that whole process that I realized how much I had created in my life, because of not understanding how life works. And, but, it just kind of hit me like, oh, like I have a pattern, especially from childhood. We all do, especially based on how we're raised. And for me, I grew up in a very abusive environment. And so I associated abuse and love together, even though that's not what I wanted. That's not what anybody wants, especially, people who grow up in abusive environments. They want peace. They want real love, not this fake version that they thought was love, or we all know, but subconsciously that's what we're taught. And so for me, it was realizing that I was creating this pattern everywhere in my life, even though I had broken free from many other patterns, because I grew up very poor as well. I had overcome that. I learned how to make money. That was really easy. But learning how to experience love in the world, learning how to experience positivity in the world, that was something that nobody actually taught me. And so for me, taking responsibility, realizing, oh, wait, I've been doing all these things all these years to attract the same relationship over and over everywhere I go. Because we all do this. It's you hear about it a lot with dating, like, oh, it's, you're just dating somebody with a different name, but it's still the same person, right? Because we have this pattern, and it's when you face that pattern that you overcome it. And, and I'm sure that others have it in other aspects of their life. That's why I mentioned it was happening in my career. It was happening in my personal relationship. It wasn't just happening in my romantic, relationships. So we all have patterns. And that was really the big shift for me, is realizing that I have a lot more power than anybody had ever told me, and realizing that through discipline and consistency and the desire, or rather the aspiration for better, that I could have better. And so my whole life started changing at that point. But I think I mentioned, it's not a straight line. You don't just get it right the first time. It wasn't like I hit bottom once. I hit bottom a few times, because it's not necessarily a path that is sold to us. Because, for example, I realized it doesn't promote consumerism, right? It's a path that promotes self-fulfillment in a way, when you feel complete with all life. And, but it's taken me time. It's been about, 10 years since I began this journey, going on 11 now. So it wasn't like this happened overnight. And I'm sharing with people because this is something I believe that we're all going towards. I believe we all want to feel peace. We all want to feel successful. We all want to feel secure. We all want to feel fulfilled and, and healthy. But we're all going to find out that we can't buy any of those states of being, that we're going to have to work for them. But I really hope that people don't have to hit bottom. And actually, I'm curious what you think. If you think that there's another way to get here without hitting bottom, or do we all have to go through that?
Honestly, honey, I've had to go through what you've had to go through. I've had to hit bottom as well to change my own patterns. So I know exactly what you're saying. Of course, no two lives are the same, and no two path is the same. But like you said, humanity, I mean, we're just kind of creatures of habit and what we see. And if everybody is struggling, then as children, we learn that struggle, and then we end up adapting that struggle until we have to learn from it ourselves. And unfortunately, as some adults just don't see, like, their adults, their parents or their figures break that struggle. So they end up going on to their struggle, and a lot of them don't break it. But you're one tough broad, and I am happy that you, I feel like I've done the same thing. I broke my struggle, and I'm in a very happy place, and where I feel so happy and where I'm at, I wanted to show, and share peace and love and liberty and what that means. So I'm right there with you on your message.
Good. I'm glad to hear that you've had a similar journey, and that's why I share, because I believe that all human beings go through this. That even like in my circumstances where I was experiencing abuse on a daily basis, it wasn't because my mother didn't love me. It was because she didn't know how to love me. She wanted the best for me. I was an only child. She was an immigrant. She didn't have much to offer me, and so she thought that she could force me to, show up a certain way in the world. And this is really important, to consider, not because of me. I don't care if anybody, cares about my story, but I think about how does my story relate to what's going on in the world. For example, I think about all those wealthy parents who, bribe schools for their kids to get in. And, perhaps, their children would be happier doing something else that comes more naturally to them, right? Because I believe that we all have a unique purpose. And so when parents try to force their children to do something that they're not naturally inclined to do, the children are most likely not only not going to be successful, they're not going to be happy in life. They're going to have resentment that they didn't get to do what they really wanted to do. And the thing is, being an artist is just as important as being a doctor. And that's something that I think societally we have to get over. We have to really encourage people to be their most authentic selves. I mean, that's a big part of my campaign is, helping people to understand the value and the freedom of feeling safe enough in the world to discover who you really are, to develop your gifts and to share them freely. I believe that's what everybody wants, as well. That's part of that sense of completion, is like, hey, it's okay to be me. Yeah, I'm unique, but so is everybody else. And I have something that will benefit everybody. And it's okay that it maybe shows up in a way that has never showed up with anybody else. Like the world supports me and encourages me. That's the type of environment I want to create for people, because I've created that for myself, and then I realize the value of it. And, freedom is a big part of it, because had I not had the freedom to live life on my terms for the past decade, had I not started investing in the stock market in my early 20s, I wouldn't have been able to find myself. I wouldn't have found this, place of security. And so I talk about freedom because it's also a huge responsibility. Like in my journey, I've realized that, I could have anything I want. And I say that not arrogantly, because I'm very, I overcame imposter syndrome. I have the opposite of a big ego, but I've realized that there's something, I figured out how to get what I want out of life, but I realized that it's not always what's best for me. Just because we can get our way in life doesn't mean it's right for us. I realize it's really important to be responsible with freedom and to understand, the authenticity part, that whatever it is that you are designed to do, because different things make you happy versus what makes me happy. And when we do those things, like that's when we forget we even have a body. It's like you're just so in the moment. It's like, wait, and that's actually health, because if you don't feel your body, you're not in pain, you're in the moment, you're in flow. And that's really what I want, regardless of what happens at the polls. Like this is what I dedicated my life 2 years ago, is helping others get to this place, because I really believe if we're all in this beautiful place of flow and being authentic, that there will be enough to go around, that people will contribute, that they don't need to be forced. We like giving. Human beings, it feels good to give. It feels good to help somebody figure out life. Feels good to see somebody is free and better because of, perhaps something you said or did, not necessarily to take the credit, but to realize like, hey, you made a positive impact. Now this person is better. And now the people that they touch are going to be better. Right? It's like a domino effect. We're kind of, I'm free flowing with you. So feel free to, reel me in and stuff.
No, you're going. I love exactly what you're saying, and I relate to all of that. And I want to add to that, the authenticity of being somebody and having that hand in hand with liberty. I think having to be authentic in order to make liberty successful, whether on an individual or societal level, you also have to add in integrity. And I think that's another thing, like you said, we're sorely lacking in being authentic, but we're also lacking as a society in integrity. If you expect people to live in liberty, then you have to expect them to want it for everybody, and that comes with a lot of integrity. And but yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. I love the whole everyone needs to be encouraged to be authentic. And I like how we are kind of going down that path. The internet and TikTok and a bunch of other, platforms have really helped people kind of shed their molds that society has maybe put on them. And of course, the kids are going to struggle with that because that's just kind of how we grow up, right? But some of that time ends up going into adulthood, and then it kind of imprisons them in that mold instead of and just going with the flow of how government's treating them, or how to live their life. And then they forget about being authentic and loving and understanding of individuals, and of course the liberty that goes with it. So
I feel like the world that we live in, the world that I'm working on improving for future generations, requires a lot of courage to practice authenticity and integrity, and that those things go hand in hand. I just think about my own journey and how I talked briefly about imposter syndrome, and that's really when you don't believe in yourself, when you don't believe you're not good enough because you grew up perhaps in a world that told you that you weren't good enough, that you were ugly, that you were stupid, that you were imperfect, this, that, and that, right? And you start to believe it because you hear it over and over again, right? And so
weird and strange is what most libertarians hear. Growing up.
and yeah, my nickname in high school was Freak Girl, okay, because I was a little different than everybody else. I was on the honor roll. I liked to dress up, but I had a weird background, and I wasn't like everybody else. And I realize it now, and I've forgiven everybody. I don't take any of this personally. I understand where it comes from. It's the ego, the false sense of identity. It is threatened by the unknown. I mean, this is human behavior. So I have a very heavy background in psychology and psychiatry, and so one of the things that has been driving me is understanding what drives behavior and what drives hate. What drives these hateful, harmful behaviors. A lot of times it's insecurity, it's fear of the unknown, it's a threat. That which we don't understand, we either hate it or we love it. We want to destroy it or we idolize it. There's no in between. And so that's why education is really important. It makes things more neutral, right? It's like, oh, that person or that idea, it's not so strange. It's not so different. Maybe it's okay that person excels at that, and I excel at this. We're not all supposed to excel at the same things, right? It's understanding that we all have different paths, because I feel like a lot of us struggle with finding who am I, who is the most authentic version of me, when we live in a world that is promoting all these mixed values. Because for me, the very first thing I wanted to do when I was an adult was make money. Lots of it. I was obsessed with making money, and I made it. I was stuck up, but it didn't make me happy. It almost killed me because that was my number one priority, and it shouldn't have been that, but it was because those were the values that I was being taught in the world. My number one priority now is just to love myself, to be true to myself, to honor myself. That I realize that how I treat myself is the most important thing, and not just for me, but for the world around me, because we set examples, right? How we treat ourselves as individuals influences how others treat us, as well as how they treat themselves. And so this is where integrity really comes in, and consistency is understanding that you are worth it, and that when you lead by example, you lift others up with you. And so that's been a big part of my journey, is learning to hold myself to high standards and to strive for them, while realizing that I'm human. I'm going to not be perfect, and that's okay, but I'm going to try better tomorrow, and I'm going to forgive myself for not doing as well yesterday, and know that, I'm a different person today. I think that's really important, no matter what it is we're doing in life, is to forgive ourselves. Because as I've been preparing to run for president, and as I actually have begun to run for president, I've been challenged by some pretty big events in my life. And I've had to really separate myself and remind myself who I am and who I'm becoming, and remind myself that, everything in life ebbs and flows. There's a seasons, we go through seasons in nature, individually, collectively. We understand that, and I don't know if I forget, I wasn't paying attention, but I heard there's a conversation prior kind of talking about, that we know that there's going to be highs, there's going to be lows. We just have to be prepared for them, and they're not such a surprise, For me, it's like right now, a lot of people are having a difficult time because of what's going on in the world. But I look at it like I've been preparing for this. I'm okay. I got my cool. Like I've been living like this for a long time anyway, by choice. I'm a little concerned about the motivation behind what's going on. So I'm focused on it that way, but I'm not emotional. I know that no matter what, I'm solid. Everything's going to be okay. I'm going to do my best. And I believe that this is something that's worthwhile for everybody to invest in, to obtain, just a sense of being grounded no matter what happens in the world, because then you're in control and you make better decisions.
Absolutely. So one of the, of course, you talk about your rock bottom and a couple times just kind of getting low. Was there a particular moment that really just kind of set the light bulb off for you about that liberty is the path you need to be on? Is there a particular moment that like lit that fire under your ass and it was just like, I've got to do this, not just for myself, but for others?
So I actually have an opposite moment.
Okay.
That's a lot clearer, but I'll share both. Because I had a lot of freedom in my life till I was about 23. And I mean this with the most respect, but I got engaged when I was 23 and we're still friends. We're not together. And I conformed a lot because back then I was very insecure, and, I had a partner that had certain expectations of me, and I wanted to please my partner. And so in a way, like I consciously went into the world and I said, I'm going to conform. I'm going to get well, for me, it was a normal job. I was going to, stop working from home and work at a car dealership selling Bentleys and Lamborghinis. That was my way of conforming. But I made a conscious choice to conform and play a part, and then I worked for somebody that told me, that I had to wear pants and not a skirt, and had to wear my hair up and, not down. And I couldn't hug my clients, even though there were all kinds of other things going on with other employees. So, but I decided to consciously go into conformity. Because I was insecure, and then I had very severe PTSD when I was about 28 years old. It began to come on, and that was when I started. I took a medical leave. I went on disability for a few months, and that was when everything shifted. That was in 2009, and I haven't gone back to that life. But I had a bit of an identity crisis, before going back to freedom, because I had freedom, then I conformed, then I went back to freedom. I had a bit of an identity crisis because I admit, it was kind of easy going on a path that seemed very predictable. I was making really good money. I was managing dealerships. I was going up, I could just be doing, slinging cars all over the country right now and just having a crazy lifestyle. But it wasn't fulfilling, but that was the path I was on. And it was like, I didn't have to think about it. And then I had to figure out, what am I going to do with myself? What am I going to do with my life? There's so many possibilities. I could be good at anything that I set my mind to. I know this about myself, and I believe this is possible for most of us. That anybody that truly wants to accomplish something can. So for me, it was just a wake up of realizing, that I didn't want to be here, but I would never do anything to harm myself. And it was just kind of realizing wondering what's wrong, and realizing that I am responsible for all this suffering the same way that I can be responsible for pleasure and joy and freedom, because freedom it's not just physical. That's what a lot of people don't understand. And we kind of talked about this already. And, I work with people in criminal justice reform, especially exonerees and people who have been wrongfully convicted. And so I've talked to a lot of these people, and I am amazed that, especially the ones that are still incarcerated for crimes that they didn't commit, how free they are, behind bars. That many of these people are more free behind bars than you and I out here are in the free world, because they've had all this time to reflect and all this time without distractions. I want to mention that something else I learned along my journey is there's a lot of distractions out there. I'm talking about consumerism. I used to be a shopaholic. I have a closet that probably most women would fight for. Everything had to be designer. I would drop thousands of dollars and just, a shopping spree at one store. It wasn't a big deal for me because I thought those things would make me happy. I used to get a new car every 6 to 9 months, but these things were just to try to fill a void. And that's what, I really hope that not just Americans, but all humans understand that these distractions, they're fun, but they're not, they're not what ultimately brings us satisfaction. And for people that, are looking for peace in their life and looking for fulfillment, they're not going to find it by buying more stuff. They're going to find it by being honest with themselves and having the courage really to admit who they are and to present themselves to the world. You said something earlier, kind of like, I don't think you used the word enslaved, but something similar. But you reminded me of, I have this theory, because I had really severe PTSD. And so I have this theory around, why is it that, some people commit suicide, especially celebrities, like Lincoln Park, for example, right? Chester.
Yeah, Chester Bennington. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was thinking, well, I'm a writer. That's one of my natural gifts, is like something I've always been doing. And I noticed, like, when I was younger, I liked to write about like the pain that I was going through, right? And what did it do? It created more pain. And so I thought about, well, here, he's an artist, right? He gets paid to perform songs about pain, right? And to be really good at those performances, he has to go into that state of being every time. And so in a way, his celebrity has enslaved him. And I'm not just talking about him, but, actors, if you're always playing a part, but you're not playing your real part, the world doesn't know who you are. And how does that affect you? If you're, so it's just something to think about. I'm not talking about legislating morality in any shape or form, but as artists, because we are all creators, we create with our hearts. Even the way you and I are speaking, we can choose what we say in the world, and we can choose to say things that make us feel good or make us feel bad. And, what we listen to is really important. I bring up Lincoln Park because I have a friend, unfortunately, he recently took his own life. He was a veteran. He was in Iraq for 13 years. And the last song he posted on Facebook was a Lincoln Park song. So it's on my mind, it's like, this is still happening. People still don't understand that listening to music like this, if you're not strong enough, if you're going through, a difficult time in your life, it's going to have an effect on you. And like, we really, we need to be more conscious about these things. I know we're talking about freedom, but these things do enslave us. We have the freedom to choose what we listen to. We have the freedom to choose how we speak. Right. So those things we can control. I'm not telling people don't listen to that kind of music. I'm just telling people, consider how it makes you feel, and, and how it makes the artist feel. Like, because what if, let's take Chester, for example. Let's say that he worked through whatever pain he had in his life, but then he has to go back and perform those songs again. Right. Because he's attached to that identity. He's afraid that, this is theoretical. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's kind of imprisoned in that mold of early success and the character that he had to portray and act to be. And then he has to keep acting, even though that may not be his authentic self anymore, going through change. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. It's like, how do you move on if you keep touching the wound? Right. And, I had a conversation with somebody today about reparations with this. It's like, I want to do what's best for everybody. Right. I think the idea of reparations sounds good on paper, but it doesn't actually empower people. Giving people something for free, it doesn't actually provide for their future. It's just a one-time fix. It doesn't influence their behavior to take better care of themselves. We haven't taught them to take better care of ourselves. We have to lead by example. We have to do better. And this is an interesting conversation. I don't say it with any kind of disrespect because I don't have all the answers. I just feel that the more that we keep talking about all the things that happened in the past that were wrong and not forgiving our earlier selves, previous generations, and even previous generations of our literal selves, right? We're not going to move forward. And it's hard for people because it doesn't mean that I want to ignore what's happened in the past. It's just that I want to move forward, and let's start telling a better and different story. Let's enslave ourselves with something positive, if we're going to do it.
Exactly. And most libertarians, libertarian activists or anarchist activists, we kind of do, when we find that, we kind of put those chains on, but it's almost for a good cause, and we chose our chains. So yeah. And there's not that many of us, so most of us have to do a lot of work for just a small amount of people. So yeah, I like that analogy you used right there. It's kind of choosing, re-enslaving ourselves in our activism. I really like that. So now, You said you had a background in like counseling and psychology, that kind of thing. How did you get into that?
Sure. Well, because of my childhood, I really wanted to understand what drove behavior. And so I majored in psychology. And that's really, what led to me running for president. Was around that time I realized it's our values that influence our behavior. And I realized, well, if I want to make the world a better place, I've got to find a way to target values in a massive way, and I realized, well, I've got to become a so-called authority figure. And when I say authority figure, I don't mean like power authority, but an expert, somebody that is considered, worthwhile listening to. For example, we use that word loosely today. But no, it was just really wanting to help others that led me down this path. And, I got into understanding how hypnosis works, conditioning, reprogramming, and essentially it's the same thing. And, for example, advertising. So that was one of the first things I learned in psychology, was that I could get into advertising and marketing because you understand how to influence behavior. It takes as little as 33 seconds to hypnotize somebody. So when you're watching TV, if any of us still watch like good old fashioned TV with commercials, you're relaxed when you're watching the show. And so they sneak in a commercial right when you're relaxed, and basically your guard is down in your mind. And so you're open to the ideas that are being presented to you. That's why a lot of advertising, those infomercials happen late at night. They prey on people who are vulnerable and weak. It's like, you're depressed, whatever. It's like, because they know that you're not all, like, your defenses aren't there, so you're not reasoning, so you're going to believe them, and you're vulnerable to call them and give them your money. And so it's I wish that actually more people were educated in how the mind works, because all of us have been hypnotized in some shape or form, and we don't even know it. And we can hypnotize ourselves. It's called autosuggestion. And, it's a lot more empowering if you're telling yourself, I'm healthy, I am smart, I am capable, right? Instead of all those other voices that are telling you you're not enough, right? But we're not taught this. I mean, this is another, really why, I am working, in getting to be an authority figure. Is one of the things I want to influence is our education curriculums. It's, children should be learning about how the mind works. They should understand, why they are inclined to do certain things, so that they don't feel bad, because again, like I mentioned, we're not all meant to do the same things. And so if we help our children develop and what's natural for them, they're going to be a lot happier than we are.
That's my goal as a mother. I have a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old, and I'm constantly trying to explain tough situations to them in the most loving and peaceful way. And I think if we try as adults to influence, whether it's our children or just a niece or a nephew or anybody who's younger, on really at any age, I would suggest anybody under the age of like 22 needs influencing, not even at 18. But I like how you're bringing that mass message of authenticity and freedom, and it's really refreshing. Trying to think of a question for you. I had one earlier and then it left me as I was trying to talk. But if there's anything on topic, when it comes back to me, I'll ask you. But if there's anything that you were wanting to talk about, whether it's how you decided, oh, there we go. How did you decide to run? Not why, but how did you decide? You've explained why you want to run and the purpose of it. But
yeah,
how did you come to that decision? Like, where was that aha moment? Like, I should just do this.
Well, so like I mentioned, about 20 years ago, I had, I felt like I was going to run for president because I felt like that was the best position to influence values and behavior. And then, as I mentioned, about almost 11 years ago, I went on disability, and that was a big shift in my life. Everything changed, my relationships, my lifestyles. And one of my best friends took me under his wings because he saw that I was going through a really difficult time with the PTSD. I was in and out of the hospital. I didn't want to be in my body. I was in a lot of physical pain. And he turned me on to studying a philosophy of life that correlates universal truths, because he thought, education, he's a really smart guy. He's kind of famous. And I trusted him. Like, okay, here's somebody that's accomplished a lot in the world. He's only a couple weeks older than me, but he's done a lot. So let me listen to him. And I started, understanding really energy, like, because, science tells us everything is energy. And
it can neither be created nor destroyed.
Yep,
Yes. It's something that I absolutely believe in. And I put that, I actually, that law kind of follows me on almost everything when it comes to energy. And
yeah, energy is, right? It just is. And so the law of perpetual transmutation is really, it's just basically energy is constantly just changing forms, right? And so my friend introduced me to this, and I've been absorbing as many classes and lectures and books as I can since 2011, and surrounding myself with people that are also interested in understanding life and correlating universal truths, especially from the perspective of looking at everything as energy. And I became more sensitive to energy, I believe. And so this is kind of out there probably because I didn't even know what this was until about a year and a half ago. So I have something that's called aphantasia, which is basically the inability to, imagine things. So I don't have a mind's eye. So if you tell me to close my eyes and imagine a beach, when I close my eyes, everything is just black, and I will remember what it felt like to be on a beach. I feel it. I don't see it. Okay. And so the reason I mention this is I used to call, and I still do, I would have visions. I would have feelings that I would call visions of something happening before it would happen, and it would feel real. And I've had a few of them, and I've shared them with other people when they've included other people, and they've been some pretty big, serious things. And, I'm not labeling this anything because I'm just a fluid being. I'm just trusting my experiences. But I had a vision where people were chanting Serene 2020 about a decade ago. And it freaked me out because I am like, whoa, like I'm not perfect. I don't, I have a history. I'm not experienced, all these things. No. And I just tried to fight it. And I only told one person at the time, who was one of my mentors, because I happened to see him shortly after this happened. And he was supportive, and we just left it at that, and then I started doing more work, helping people, educating people on how to reprogram their bodies and mind, collaborating with kind of pioneers in epigenetics and neuroscience, and just meeting people that are kind of up there, in the things that I'm interested in. And some of them saw me as president. Some of them saw me running, and they told me this without me asking them anything. I didn't tell anybody because I was embarrassed that I would get judged, that I wasn't good enough. But they started telling me, and then other people started telling me, and then even people that knew me started telling me, that they saw me in this position. And so I just started to surrender to it because I found that when I was fighting it and trying to do other things, that I actually started to experience physical diseases in my body. And I mention this because health has been a big thing for me, being in and out of a hospital, ER trips, with PTSD. I realized how much our mind affects our health, and and this is why I talk about authenticity, because I do believe that whatever we are meant to be, we must be. And so how did I do this? I surrendered. I realized this isn't about what I want. This isn't about my fears. This isn't about what I've been taught. This is about trusting this feeling from inside. This is about looking at my life and realizing what I have learned and what I have to offer others, and just going for it and giving it and not being attached to the outcome, and just facing my greatest fear head on. Because I realized if I can do that, there's nothing else to fear. And I realized that I can inspire others to stand up. I mean, one of the people that encouraged me on the way, she said that, she saw me like a lighthouse, and that I had this network of lighthouses around the world that were just waiting for me to send the signal to activate them. And I love that picture that she painted for me, because it's like, she's right. This is not about me. Yes, I may feel complete and at peace with everything that is, but to not share something that can create that sense of peace for others is really selfish of me. I can't go through life and not do that, and believe me, I try to talk myself out of this so many times. It was like, And I was saying, I could be traveling around the world, living this 5-star life like I used to, but I couldn't sleep at night. I couldn't have peace with myself doing that at this point in my life. It's like, I know better. I can't just be on the sidelines and let this happen in front of me without getting involved and making an effort. Because like I said, it's not about me. It's about seeing what everybody else is going through and understanding that I have something that can help them. And I'm not going to do anything for anybody. They have to do it for themselves. All I can do is guide them, right? So I'm not even looking to take credit, because at the end of the day, I just want people to feel like they did it themselves. I want to create an environment of self-sustainability. So it's a little bit of a long answer to how did I get involved, but really, I didn't have a choice when I looked at all these factors around me. It's like, I have to give. I have to do this. There's no other reason that I'm here right now except for to share everything that I understand.
Now, you decided to run for president, which I'm loving it, because I love to see a beautiful young female. And of course, people are going to be like, whoa, why are you labeling her that way? Well, I mean, it's to break the norm. And like you said, it's not about ego and it's not about that, but it's kind of like the, like I forgot the word, but you're reflecting onto other people that image of trying to normalize authenticity.
Well, yeah, I'm setting
projecting.
a precedent.
Yes.
Yeah, well, because one of the things that helped me run for office is seeing people similar to me that have done similar things that I am trying to do. Obviously, nobody has done it because I'm trying to do something unique, but I realized that when you see someone like you in the world doing something similar to what you want to do, it gives you permission to do the same. You feel like, if she can do it, so can I. If he can do it, so can I. We normalize the behavior. And so, again, that's why leading by example is so important. Whoever we elect, whether it's me or somebody else, we need to elect people whose values we want our society to emulate, because that's what we're going to normalize. And it's not just the office of president. All of our elected officials are essentially elevated leaders, and we need to choose leaders that reflect the values that we want to see in our world, not necessarily the leaders that are the most popular. One of the things I've realized in my journey is not everybody likes to hear the truth, but it is a great filter, because people who don't want to hear the truth will just disappear because it makes them uncomfortable. But we need leaders who have the courage to speak the truth, even if it makes us uncomfortable, because that's the only way we're going to progress. We really need to start addressing all the elephants in the room. A big part of my platform is addressing causes instead of effects. And I give examples of gun control, healthcare, drug regulation, and how right now the government is currently addressing these aspects of society from, looking at the effects and not the causes. And so that's why we're not getting better, right? With gun control, I talk about, why are people inclined to harm others, right? That's the real issue. The issue isn't, do people have guns or not? The issue is, why do people want to harm others, right? So let's address that. So let's look at love, right? Because people who feel loved and people who love themselves aren't going to harm others, right? Let's look at healthcare, for example. We're addressing symptoms, the effects, not causes. So what do we have? We don't really have healthy people. We have some, the people that go into the typical medical, Western healthcare system. We're addressing their symptoms. They might have a better quality of life, but they're not fully resolved. And the thing is that most diseases are, unfortunately, self-created through lifestyle. We're putting things in our body that we shouldn't. We're not moving enough. We're not sleeping enough. We're, putting things in our minds that aren't good for us either, right? We don't want to take the personal responsibility. We just want a pill or a surgery and be instantly perfect. No, you got to work for it, and drugs, we want to punish people for using drugs, and we don't understand why are they using drugs. Well, they want to feel good, or they just don't want to feel good at all. They're in pain, right? So why are we punishing them, right? And if we decriminalize all drugs, then we get rid of a lot of violence and a lot of crime, right? So this is kind of my approach of everything, looking at causes instead of effects, and just moving forward, progressing this way.
So what has been your favorite part about running for president?
You meeting people like you. Honestly, it's so inspiring to meet people who understand the importance of getting involved in politics, and not necessarily even running for office, but just having a voice, sharing your opinion, because everything we do matters. We're planting seeds. And, I've been speaking to different communities, not just libertarians or politicians. I've been talking to spiritual groups, to entrepreneurs, and it's been great because I've been getting invited to speak to these communities because the leaders are saying that their communities need to think about politics because it is a part of life and that we can't avoid it. And so I'm really grateful for all the people that I'm meeting along this journey that understand why we should be involved and how this affects our lives. We can't be on the sidelines.
Well, with you talking to other groups that are kind of outside of libertarianism, have you found success? And if you have found success, can you share with the rest of us, please?
Yeah, I don't know how to answer your question. Yeah, everyone's been, I'm well received, because of the way that I bring up the conversation. I'm not telling people to vote for me or to be libertarian. I'm just having very open conversations and sharing my journey and why I'm involved, and also sharing successes. Like, for example, I'm a board member, a criminal justice reform group, and one of the things that they help do is pass historical legislation to hold prosecutors accountable in New York, right? None of the people on this organization are elected officials or anything like that, We're just regular people. Most of us got involved because either ourselves or somebody that we knew was wrongfully convicted, and we're able to change legislation, and we're working on amending the New York State Constitution even, right? So anybody can make a difference. They just have to have the will and to stick with it. And what I've learned is that when you're doing something that ultimately benefits all of humanity, not just a small group of humanity, it's really easy to get people to work with you and to support you because they benefit too.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, we've got just a few more minutes here. We've got about 6 minutes left. Has there, I want to see how I can phrase this. Has there been a time where you fighting for liberty and spreading that message that you have hit a wall and almost just gave up and threw in the towel? And how, if you've hit that wall before, how did you pick yourself up and get through it?
Well, I'm human, so I'm not immune to those experiences. I don't think they affect me as much as they affect others. This definitely, running for president, applying for the position of president of the United States of America, it really, mentally, you have to stay very grounded because I believe it will mess with your head. There are, people coming in and out of the races, and you just don't know what's going to happen. And so for me, one of the things that I remind myself is, look, Serene, you are a unique person. You bring something very unique to this election that nobody else does. And yes, there are many other people that bring things of value, but you have to continue to share your voice and your values and your visions because they're going to resonate with somebody. There's somebody who needs to hear what you have to share, and you have to not think about what anybody else is doing and just focus on what you bring to this, because I honestly believe that my only competition is myself. We're our own worst enemies, and if we can get beyond that, then people can see who we really are. And that's really, what I'm working on is for delegates and for voters to see who I am, so I can get out of my own way and be of value, because I believe that all of us, and I've mentored some, or not, I don't know if mentored is the right word, but, I've coached or mentored some other candidates that have gone through some difficult times since we all began this journey, though, I started kind of late. Well, the same thing, reminding them too. It's like, look, you bring something different to this. We all do. And so everybody that has felt called to be a part of this race, this election, deserves to be there and deserves to be heard. Whether I agree with them or not is another story, but I know that they are here for a reason and that we all add value in some shape or form.
So lastly, being on the campaign trail, and you've been able to commingle with a lot of your, co-candidates.
Yeah.
Who has been your favorite candidate obviously besides yourself, but not for the position, but just your favorite personality or person that you've just really kind of maybe meshed with whenever you guys get together, whether it's debates or functions or, you know what I mean? Like just not an endorsement or anything like that, just kind of somebody that you've kind of looked forward to and you've had fun with.
Well, actually, I've had fun with so many of the candidates. There's I don't have a favorite, and that's actually one thing I really like about this party. And I was really nervous at first because it was I got invited to a group with candidates. I'm like, really? They're going to be nice to me, But everybody has been so helpful, and we've been working together. You'll see I've done other interviews with other candidates, and we've been on debates and panels together, and we're really respectful. I look forward to connecting with all the candidates that I've engaged with and, getting to know more. It's I was in a debate a few nights ago with somebody that I hadn't engaged with before. And we had, we engaged through the debate, and had this great connection. And so I think that there's just a lot of great quality candidates in the Libertarian Party. And, I get along with them all. I love them all. They're all great. And I'm not just saying that as a canned response. I really, if you look at what I've been doing, I really have been getting along with the candidates. We play well together.
So what is your, next move, especially with Amash out of the race? And, if you don't end up with the nomination, what's your plans next?
Yeah. So right now I got about a dozen volunteers that are helping me out, and we are doing our best to have a chance for me to date so that I can get a chance to get the nomination. That's my only focus right now. Yeah, I don't know what to make about Justin, so we're not going to talk about that. That kind of threw me off. And as far as next, I'm not thinking about next because this is what I'm focused on. And, I'll know really soon, what, if I need to think about what's next or not. But for now, I'm just staying focused on this because I know it's really important to single focus, whatever it is we want to achieve in life. Don't spread your energy around too much.
Well, thank you so much, Serene. I really appreciate the conversation. I absolutely adore you and your view on liberty and just being authentic with it and yourself. I think that is a fantastic message that needs to be spread. And I hope it catches. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it caught with me. I've caught it. So, I really encourage other people to keep listening to your message and to follow you. So thank you so much, Serene. Ladies and gentlemen, Serene Ardelianu. I hope I did not butcher your name.
You did great.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so stick around. Up next, we have Robin Corner, and we'll take a quick break and see you guys in a bit. Thanks. Thank you, Serene.
Thank you.
Mark and Craig, Pop Brothers at Law. We've been warning people, if you are working for an unlicensed dispensary, an illegal dispensary, and it gets raided, you need to shut the fuck up. If you shut the fuck up, you have a good chance that we can make the case go away. Case in point, 3 employees of an illegal shop were busted during a raid. 2 of them said, "Oh, I'm just volunteering here." The third guy shut the fuck up, and the DA did not prosecute the guy who shut the fuck up. They can't prove what you were doing there. If you're a customer, patient, walked in to go to the bathroom, they don't know. You got to shut the fuck up, and it's Shut the Fuck Up Friday, so review the script. What do you say when the cop first pulls you over?
Why'd you pull me over?
And when he keeps asking questions?
Not discussing my day.
And they ask more questions?
Am I being detained or am I free to go?
And if detained, what do you say?
I invoke the 5th.
And then what do? You
shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up Friday. Never answer questions when the cops ask.
Have safe holidays.
Tip of the day.
People in our hood is getting murdered regularly by corrupt portions of law enforcement.
The history of gun control is a history of racism.
I'm not in the business of trying to convince somebody that my life matters. My black gun will make you very well aware that my life matters. This right here is why you're getting your head blown off.
Rapper and civil rights campaigner Maj Toure has made it his mission to bring firearm knowledge to America's inner cities. He believes that years of prejudice have convinced urban black communities to associate gun ownership with crime rather than a legal and rightful way to defend yourself.
The problem is the lack of information and education about firearms and safety. My viewpoint is people should be more educated about firearms. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have to purchase one. A strong component of our organization is conflict resolution and de-escalation tactics. I think a lot of times what's left out in that of the firearm conversation is that it doesn't have to go straight to a firearm. There's a way to de-escalate situations. In urban communities, there's a deliberate attempt to keep that information away from those highly populated areas because it's not about gun control, it's about people control. And that's the problem.
He argues that more legal gun ownership and knowledge about firearms will make communities safer and has called his campaign Black Guns Matter.
Hello, welcome back. So our next speaker is Robin Corner with Power of the Paradigm. Robin is a consultant and instructor in political psychology and communication, and the creator of the program Weapons of Mass Persuasion. He serves as the academic dean of the John Locke Institute and a member of the faculty network of the Foundation for Economic Education. His is perhaps best known for creating the largest voting coalition for Ron Paul's presidential candidacy in 2011-2012, called Blue Republican. Check out his book, If You Can Keep It, Why We Nearly Lost It, and How We Get It Back. Welcome, Robin.
Hi there, Kate. Now,
Hey!
Can you see, what can you see? Because I want to see you or somebody whilst I'm talking, but I also need to show my PowerPoint. And I just have my PowerPoint only on the screen. So how do I see a person like you and my PowerPoint at once?
They will be able to do that backstage. I think we've got, I think they're getting on it right now to make sure that that's what's going to happen. But while they're, okay, there it is. But yeah,
Okay,
while we're...
But I can't see you now, so I can only see you if I do, oh, like that. Yes, I can. Right, we're good. We're good. I can work with
Wonderful.
this.
Well, guys,
Now,
just sit back. I've seen his presentation, Weapons of Mass Persuasion, and absolutely loved it. And I actually haven't seen this one yet, this presentation, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So everybody, like, take notes. Robin is an amazing person to just soak up information from.
well, thank you. I still, how many people have we got here? Because I can't see any of them. Only you.
It's just me, you, and the presentation, and then we are streaming it live internationally. So there's lots and lots and lots of people seeing this live right now. But it's just me and you in the room right now talking.
Oh, this is so strange. All right. Well, thank you.
It's like being on TV.
Oh, right. No, I'm not made for that then. Okay. The power of the paradigm. This presentation goes by a few names, actually. One of them is why winning arguments doesn't win supporters. And the other one is why winning arguments isn't winning. And it goes by those names too, because obviously libertarians, generally speaking, people who care about liberty aren't great at winning. And but we like to think we're pretty good at winning arguments. And there are very deep reasons why, well, even if we are really good at winning arguments, that doesn't win us what we're actually trying to do, which is a change in, in our polity, in our, in our politics. So this is going to explain quite profoundly why this is so difficult, what the fundamental nature of the problem is when you're trying to change someone's mind. And especially, which is important for us because that, if we're not trying to do that, what are we even here for, right? If we're not trying to improve the world. And so let's go. The power of the paradigm. And it's gonna become clear why I've called it that, clearer as this presentation goes on. But if you want a little nugget, a capsule for the entire point of this presentation, it's this quote by Goethe, and he's the dude in the red box at the top. We see only what we know. And I would suggest that that is a rather counterintuitive quote, because obviously most people think that, we see things, we perceive things, and based on what we perceive, the data we collect, we form knowledge. In fact, that's what everybody thinks they're doing all the time. And we now know very clearly, neurology, psychology, empirical psychology, that we hardly ever do that. We hardly ever do that. Rather, what we know determines what we see, the data that we collect. It's the other way around. So I want to explore that a little bit, because that happens in politics, just like in everything else. And in fact, when it comes to politics and things that are complex and affect us personally, that we're kind of morally invested in one way or another, it's really, really true. So Goethe anticipated back in the 19th century what we now know from neurological studies, even in the last 10 years. So that's kind of cool. Now let's see if I can navigate. Right, yes, here we go. The Power of the Paradigm. This is a very interesting little book, and it is a little book. And it's, if you haven't read it and you're actually interested in the advance of knowledge and changing other people's knowledge, which is another way of saying, changing their mind, check this book out. It's written by Thomas Kuhn in 1962. It's called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, and it kind of caused a revolution in our thinking about philosophy. Well, let me say the history of science and science itself. Now, Kuhn was now I know I've just jumped into science. I'm going to get to politics. Just go with me. We're going to start academic, and we're going to come more and more political. Kuhn was a historian of science, but this book is a very important work in the philosophy of science and in the philosophy of knowledge more generally. With this book, he became one of the most important modern philosophers of science there is. And this is the book that really popularized, I think we could say, kind of in a sense, the idea of the paradigm. And he made some big claims for the importance of a paradigm. And so what is it? A paradigm, if you like, it's all the concepts and the relationships among them that we use kind of unknowingly to understand the world. But we now know that not just to understand and interpret the world, these concepts that we are already loaded with, if you like, determine how we even perceive the world, right? What we see, literally as Goethe said, we see only what we know. Now, different paradigms exist in all areas. So there are cultural ones, political ones, scientific ones, which is what Kuhn was, directly writing about, linguistic ones, and so on and so forth. A concept has hanging on it a word. So different paradigms have their own vocabulary. And the vocabulary, which captures the concepts that we're using to understand and convey information about the world, contain our unquestioned assumptions about the world, as it were. Now, this is all a bit abstract, so I'll give you the famous example in science that I think Kuhn uses in the book. And again, I know this, you're not here for a science lesson, but this is worthwhile, so stick with me.
I love science. Keep going.
Okay, we're good. I'm glad you're with me. Newton's physics and Einstein's physics. Now, Newton and Einstein both had these concepts of mass, and they both had these concepts of time. They had the same words for these concepts. But the Newtonian paradigm and the Einsteinian paradigm, relativity, are incommensurate, which means that not only are they different, you can't translate between them. I'm going to unpack this. Now, Newton's idea of time is kind of like a common sense idea of time. It doesn't matter where you are, what you're doing, how fast you're running, or if you're sitting still, whatever, time ticks by at the same rate all over the place. Nothing you can do changes how time works in Newton, right? Similarly, the amount of mass something has, it doesn't change with what you do to it or where you put it. If I put it here, or I throw it, it's still got the same amount of stuff in it, right? So this is mass and time for Newton. Time and space for Newton are kind of like a backdrop on which the laws of physics operate, right? Einstein comes along, it all changes, right? E equals mc squared, you've all heard of that. If you increase the E, the energy of an object, by like making it move really fast, according to Einstein, it's got more stuff, it gets more massive. Now that doesn't make any sense at all in Newton. Also, if you travel in a rocket ship really fast, time slows down. like actually clocks starts, like every single physical process in the universe runs more slowly at speed. Well, that doesn't make sense in Newton either. So you've got these words, mass and time, the same words, superficially the same, talking about the same thing, superficially, but only when you understand how these words, how these concepts relate to other concepts in the paradigm, so like energy, speed of light, etc. These are other concepts in the Einsteinian paradigm. Can you actually understand how they're completely different? Now that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Because you can have two people, and you might be ahead of me here, using the same words to talk about the same thing, and they're meaning completely different things. If you are ahead of me, you're thinking, oh yeah, my leftist friends react completely differently to when I say blah, blah, blah from my friends on the right, or from me, or whatever it might be, right? That's where we're going. So now taking it out of, out of science class, another great example is the word home in English. Now, home, so now we've kind of gone from scientific paradigms, now we're going to be a bit more down to earth, kind of just like linguistic, we'll call this a part of, linguistic paradigms, right? Home. If you're British or American, you could say something like, where I lay my head is home. An Englishman's home is his castle, right? I'm going to be going home tomorrow. Maybe you're on a vacation and you're staying at the hotel for a week. You can actually say, I'm going to go back home to the hotel, even though it's not really your home. But in English, that all works. Now, there's no way, you can't translate that into French. There's no word that would fit into those sentences translated directly into French. Doesn't exist. So if you wanted to translate home for a French person, you'd actually have to be fluent in French, obviously fluent in English, and spend a long time trying to vaguely indicate and point in different directions all the way that these weird English people and American people use this weird word home. All right. Okay. Incommensurate, again, French and English as languages, incommensurate, strictly speaking. You can translate between them, but not completely. And that means there are things that you can feel, concepts that exist for you if you speak English, that simply can't be felt, and concepts that don't exist for you if you're French, and of course, vice versa. Now let's get a little bit political. The word for should in Chinese is ingai, that's Mandarin Chinese. You say it like that, ingai. Now you can, as I did, you can learn Chinese and use Chinese for years. I studied in Taiwan. And you can translate should to ingai and ingai to should, and you'll be fine for years, and everything will be fine until one day you'll use it and some Chinese person will respond to you in a way that just kind of doesn't make sense to you. Let's actually look at the difference between should and ingai. And that means looking at the difference between English and the Judeo-Christian culture that kind of birthed English, and the Confucian culture in which Chinese is embedded. Now, think about what everything that you're assuming, right? That unquestioned assumption that I referred to earlier when you use the word should. You're kind of saying, if you say I should do something, what you're really saying is there are a set of standards, maybe moral standards, according to which this behavior, the thing you should do, is better than some other behavior, or maybe all other behaviors, right? So it's a better manifestation of these abstract moral standards. That's all packed into the word should. Now that makes sense because in a Judeo-Christian culture, we have these moral, I'll call them absolutes, I'll put that in quotes, but you know what I mean. These outside, these external moral standards. Now, the Confucian values are different. In a Confucian culture, where the highest value, or one of the highest values is harmony, right? So let me give you an example of how that actually plays out in the real world. Many English speakers, Westerners in China have had this experience, where they're employed in a Chinese firm, somebody does something to them that is wrong, or maybe they just see something done that is wrong. They report it to management, and then management treats them as if they've done the wrong thing. In a Confucian sense, they might well have done, because what they've done in pointing some failure by somebody is reduced harmony, right? By doing that, they've caused a conflict where there didn't need to be one. Moreover, they might have caused the loss of face of somebody. And now this all has to be resolved. It's a very uncomfortable conflict. Now,
Is it
in
kind-
many situations,
Sorry, is it kind of like, you know, parents teaching kids like tattletaling? You know, tattling is kind of bad. Like that's what you're talking about, was like Confucius, like that's kind of what they perceive as being bad instead of the actual act.
Right.
Yes.
So thank you for asking for clarification. So basically what I'm saying, and obviously I'm crudely generalizing, but it really illustrates the point well, and I'll stand by it as an accurate generalization. In Chinese culture, tattletaling, because of this issue of harmony and the saving of face, is almost always the worst thing to do. Whereas in, let's say, British or American culture, lying is always nearly the worst thing. It is nearly always the worst thing to do, right? If in a fight between truth and not telling tales, you go for truth if you're an English speaker. In Chinese culture, that isn't always the case. Sometimes you're expected to allow the misunderstanding or the deception to stand if it allows a quick resolution and everybody feels comfortable, right? That's kind of much more unthinkable in our culture. So imagine this. Now I am going to get political. Imagine, there's some alleged human rights abuse and going on in China, and Trump has got a delegation, or America has a delegation for some meeting at the UN, and the media are saying, oh, there's this political prisoner, the Americans have to get him released, it's an absolute travesty. So there's some backroom dealings, and the Americans go to the Chinese, and then 2 days later it's announced that this political prisoner in China is released, and the Americans say that's a great victory for human rights, and the Chinese have done what they should do, meaning they've done the right thing. If you read the Chinese press, they might also kind of say they've done what they should do, but they have the completely different meaning. They have the Ingai meaning. They have the Confucian meaning, which is by making that concession to the Americans, they've increased harmony. They've removed a cause of conflict. That's a much more pragmatic and strategic approach to the exact same issue. That if you try to directly translate, let's say, the Chinese news story and the American news story of the same event, you would be hearing the same words, Ingai translated to should, but actually what the two audiences are understanding from the use of words inside their own paradigm is completely different. One, harmony, pragmatism, strategy, those kind of things. The other, moral standards, moral absolutes, doing the right thing. This is the power of the paradigm. The same words with completely different meanings, or the apparently equivalent words with completely different meanings. Now, how do you explain all of that if you don't speak English and Chinese, if you haven't lived both those cultures, if you didn't know what I just told you? It's really hard. And if you are ahead of me now, and I hope you are a little bit, speaking to people on the political left and the political right is breaking through a paradigmatic difference. And it's this difficult, it's this deep, and it's this complex. Now, remember this word incommensurate? It's important. The idea that there is no direct translation. And I said, the only way you can translate home to a French person accurately is to actually be completely fluent in French. Okay, now, I do believe in absolute truth, in objective truth. 2 + 2 for me really does equal 4. But we can only access knowledge, truth through our brains and inside our human being, physical human beingness. So our experience are obviously mediated by our physicality, by our brain, by the systems that we have, our senses, right, our physical systems. So there's a sense in which we can't experience objectively. No, I'll take that back. There's not a sense in which we cannot experience objectively. You can't really even define what that would mean. Now, back in, a great example of this was done back in 1949 in an experiment at Harvard called the Perceptions of Incongruity experiment. And it's a little bit scary. Very simple experiment. They wired the participants up to some simple stress monitoring equipment, right? Biological stresses are being measured. So back then in 49, you're looking at sweat on the skin, and the pH on the skin. conductivity of the skin, heart rate, things like that, all of these things that map to stress. And then the participants were shown at high speed playing cards. And all they had to do was call out the playing cards, so 3 of spades, 7 of hearts, whatever it is. Now, what the participants didn't know was that after a while, the black and red colors were switched on some of the cards. So they might see a 3 of spades, but it was red, not black. Now, here's the question. What happens? What do they call out when they see a red 3 of spades? Well, what they call out is either 3 of spades, which is not what they're looking at because it's the wrong color, or 3 of hearts, which is not what they're looking at because it's the wrong suit. Why do they? Because, as Gerda said, they see only what they know. And they know, now they know wrongly, but in politics, there's a lot of us knowing a lot of wrong things, right? They know with certainty that they're looking at a pack of playing cards. Why? Well, because they know they've started the experiment and they know what they see that it's cards being shown at them and they know what a pack of playing cards consists of. So they have this knowledge, albeit wrong, and they're seeing what they know. And what they know is there's 3 of spades that's black and 3 of hearts that is red, but there's no such thing as a red 3 of spades, so they don't see it. Now, this was done and the cards are incorrectly called out, right? These kind of fake cards. The experimenters slow down the rate at which these cards are being shown. So the participants are looking at these cards, all of them, for longer each time. The biological monitoring equipment is showing now that they're showing stress responses. They don't know what's wrong, but their body is showing stress. They keep slowing down the rate at which these cards are shown. And eventually, of course, at different points for different participants, the stress increases and there's the weirdness increases. And eventually, each participant gets that what they're looking at isn't a real card. Now, at that point, their knowledge changes, right? They now go from knowing they were looking at a pack of cards to knowing that, hold on, there's something funny going on, right? It's not a real pack of cards. And so at that point, they can see reality, let's say. We'll put it that way. They can see all of these fake cards as well as all the real cards. The stress responses dissipate. They are now in a different paradigm. What this illustrates is the stickiness of paradigms in one of the simplest ways. Now, political paradigms, moral paradigms are even stickier for more reasons, but this experiment is great because it shows you how, get this, what we know, the paradigm, operates pre-consciously. I want you to really get this, right? When you're making a political argument and what you do is you throw out, facts and logic, remember that people are seeing things differently, not just interpreting things differently in the world. They're not analyzing. When you look at a playing card, you see what it is immediately without conscious analysis, right? It goes in, straight in. This operates at that level. It's pre-conscious. And our political biases, once they're learned, now they can be changed, once they're learned, are pre-conscious. And this is why, all things being equal, in most cases, your facts and your logic don't change people's minds. This is why when you have a Facebook argument, or let's say you have 100, 99 of them will just simply basically reinforce the person in his own paradigm because he's seeing things differently. We'll talk more about that if we have time later. And there are examples of this playing out in politics and history. And here's just a few I put on the screen. In 2006, some of you will remember, a huge number of Republicans stated that Iraq had WMDs, weapons of mass destruction. 28% stated that they'd been found. And this was, even at a time when, there was no media report saying that. Even Fox News wasn't, consistently making that claim, but people believed it. Why? Because if you're a Republican at that time, you know that Bush wouldn't lie to you. He's your man. The government, your safety is involved. There's lots of things. There's lots of reasons why your paradigm has you knowing that that must be true, and they're related to other things that you're largely invested in. Maybe, almost always subconsciously or unconsciously. They can be covered, but you're not thinking about them when you're asked this question. Did Iraq have weapons of mass destruction? If you're a Republican in 2006. Similarly, and it's not just Republicans, of course, it's everybody. We all do it. This is human nature I'm talking about, and that is why I'm talking about it. In 1968, French communists were denying the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia as the television pictures were being beamed into France from Czechoslovakia of the tanks rolling in. Why? Because a lot of these French communists, especially the academic ones, had too much invested in that not being possible. It made too much wrong. If they allowed that fact, there would be too many other things that would change for them, and we might get to some of those things. But obviously, talking about FACE earlier, FACE and academic credibility and moral standing, which is a huge one, by the way, in political communities, all of these things would have to have been conceded or given up or compromised. And we are physically, like, what this stickiness paradigms is physical. Remember about the stress responses? They were happening unconsciously. The stress responses happen before we consciously know there's something wrong, right? I'm trying to show you how hard it is, the actual nature of the problem of changing people's minds. Now, Iran test fires a missile that can reach Israel. When I give this talk in a live, to an audience, I get interactive at this point. And I guess I can't do that, can I, Kate? I'm going to have to play the audience as well as the speaker, right?
Yeah, well, kind of. I mean, I could be the audience. Whatever you need me to do, I'm here for you.
Yeah, so I know if you've seen my weapons mass destruction
Persuasion.
Course. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Oh my God, I'm talking all these WMDs. You see, I'm confused.
Well, it's also your birthday weekend, so I totally understand.
Do you remember seeing the answer to the question I'm about to ask about this headline?
I actually don't.
Okay, then I will ask you the question. There was a headline on the Drudge Report years ago, and this is a verbatim quote. Iran test fires a missile that can reach Israel. Now, if I tell you that that statement was factually correct, my question is, what's the problem with it? In the spirit of what we've learned about paradigms so far, I'm saying to you, well, it's factually correct, but there's something fundamentally wrong with it as a news headline. Do you want to throw out some ideas as to what the problem is with it? What it's doing? And it is subtle. So,
yeah,
people don't always get it, but that's kind of why I try and get the audience involved. But you want to throw out any ideas?
Well, I mean, like, is it the test fires part? Because if they're able to, I mean, where are they actually test firing in that direction and location? Obviously not in the direct location of Israel, but like, is that what it is?
No, it's even kind of bigger than that. It's more fundamental than that. I mean, that's not a bad idea, but it's more fundamental.
Okay. Well, you're going to have to go ahead and give me the answer then.
I tell you, right. Now, I want everybody to wake up and listen to this, because this is going on every minute you are watching a news program. It's going on for you, whatever your politics, and for all the people who are watching their favorite news shows, MSNBC, Fox News, CNN, your favorite crazy anarchist YouTube, whatever it is, right? This problem I'm about to tell you with this headline is what we have to deal with, because this is how we get information. Iran test fires a missile that can reach Israel. Factually true. And a missile that can reach Israel can also reach Saudi Arabia from Iran. Now, Matt Drudge, who wrote that headline, chose Israel for a reason. He wasn't being conspiratorial. He wasn't being deliberately misleading. He knows something. He knows what all Americans know about politics in the Middle East, which is that the fundamental conflict is between the Arabs and Israel, or the Arabs and the Jews, right? And so he sees that Iran test fires this missile, and it's obvious to him, like it is to nearly all Americans, that, well, the main target of that missile, the main reason Iran wants it, is Israel. And the problem is, and so he writes the headline and it reflects that knowledge. The problem is that knowledge is false. It's certainly really, really bad. If you want to argue with false, I'll let you have that argument, but it's really, really bad, because the truth was, and the truth is, that the most important fissure in the Middle East politically isn't between the Israelis and the Arabs or the Muslims. It's between the Arabs and the Persians. And sure enough, if you know anything about the lead up to the development and test firing of that missile, and perhaps more importantly, what happened next, it was obvious that the implications of that missile test firing in the Middle East were implications for the relationship between Iran and the Arab states, the Persian state and the Arab states. It was a Persian missile directed implicitly at Arabs. It didn't make much difference to the relationship between Iran or the other Muslims in that part of the world and Israel. It made a lot of difference to the relationship between the Persians and the Arabs, a historically complex, deep relationship, every bit as much as that between Israel and the rest of the Middle East. And this, of course, relates to the Sunnis and the Shias as well, and that difference, which here we are in the West, not understanding very well Middle Eastern politics, we also don't really appreciate. But again, you see, what I'm saying is that the information we're getting, Goethe's point, including here a politically important headline, is not reflective of the meaning of the events on the ground. It's reflective of the prevailing paradigm, what we already know, and it's wrong. Now it gets worse. If you were to see this headline, what it does is it reinforces your mistaken belief that the big political tension is between Iran, or indeed the Muslims, and Israel. It's like, oh, here we go again, right? The Muslims versus Israel. So the paradigm has caused somebody to see something, Iran test fires missile that can reach Israel, that reinforces the paradigm even though it's wrong. That's exactly what happened in the experiment with the playing cards. I knew it was a set of playing cards, and I see a card. It wasn't a real playing card. It had the color switch, but because I saw it as a real playing card, it reinforced in my conscious mind the idea that I was seeing a pack of playing cards, right? Isn't that crazy? So what we already know went wrong can cause us to change the data so that we reinforce what we already know. Did that make sense, Kate? I want you to be the
Absolutely, yes. Right. So we almost kind of our own worst enemy when it comes to being presented with facts. Like we kind of shut down.
Yes. Yeah. Now, obviously, people change their minds and about things, including politics, which obviously we're interested in issues, activism issues. That's why we're all here on this this great thing that Dan's put together. And the reason I teach this is because I'm also an activist, and I care about a lot of things, and it breaks my heart to see all of this energy wasted, not changing people's minds, but actually reinforcing them in their own paradigm. So that's obviously what motivates me, and that's why I'm going this far down into it, if you like. Right, let's move on then. Now, so Thomas Kuhn, before we completely kind of leave this kind of academic treatment, he actually, I just want you to know that he said this, once he worked this out, and it's worth reading the book. I read it in the bath tonight. It's not a long book. He said that he was tempted to claim that when paradigms change, the world itself changes with them. Now, if you think about that, although it's initially kind of seems like an outrageous claim, it's not really, because if your paradigm determines everything you can know about the world, or how you know about the world, then it's going to determine how the world is experienced and how what's going on in the world is responded to. So that means causes are going to have different effects. Well, you can't really change anything more fundamental about the world than that. So it's actually a huge statement, but it's that bad. Paradigms determine perceptions, not just interpretations. They operate pre-consciously. They affect the very meanings we have to articulate, not only to other people, but to ourselves, how the world works. I've shown you how paradigms are self-supporting. They change the data to support themselves. And one of the reasons for this, we now know neurologically, is that they're soft-wired, right? If I get you, if you're in that experiment, the imperceptions of incongruity experiment with the playing cards, for example, and you break out of it, right? You work out the trick that some of the cards are fake. In that moment, something is rewired in your brain, right? Your neural networks are changing as you learn. They're not hardwired. Sometimes people say that. Nothing's hardwired in the brain. The brain is highly plastic. But we are in the business of rewiring brains. And something I say as a tagline for the work that I do is, you can't change someone's mind unless you know how minds are made up. But there's a process by which minds are made up, and we have to hack that process. And if logic and facts don't get you the whole way, and I'm loving the memes that Taxation and Steph are putting out, because I've seen they get this. You realize that logic ain't going to do it. There are cases in which it works, but generally logic isn't going to do it. You got to understand that and work accordingly. Now, how much time have I got, Kate?
I haven't even been looking at the clock. You've still got about 20 minutes. So.
All right, great. So now, have you seen this little thing, Kate, in my class?
I don't recall. It's been a while.
Okay, right. So you're going to be my audience again. None of the questions I'm about to ask you are trick questions. What is that is on the screen right now?
It's a medium-sized white straight line.
Yeah, it's a white straight line. What would you say about the orientation of the line? How would you describe it?
It's in the top left corner.
Yeah, not where it is, but like the angle of it.
Oh, it's horizontal.
Horizontal. Correct. It is a horizontal line. Fair enough?
Yes.
What's that?
That's a vertical white line.
Great. What's that?
2 horizontal white lines.
Bear with me. We're almost there. What's that?
2 vertical white lines.
And what's that?
A white square.
Absolutely. And everybody who's watching this, if they're honest, as soon as that came up, they went white square, because that's what it is. But what it also is 2 pairs of lines, one horizontal, one vertical, joined at their ends, right, to enclose a space. It's also that. Now, the thing is, when you're looking at that square, and we can now do this with high resolution neuroimaging. We can actually see what brain cells at an individual level are active when you look at this square, right? There's a bunch of cells firing for square. You've soft wired the concept of square. It has become a fundamental concept with which you understand the world. You look at a square window, you go immediately square window. You don't go, now hold on, I see there's some vertical lines and some horizontal lines on the immediate end. Okay, well, that's one of those square things, right? Again, it's pre-conscious. Now, it turns out that when you look at that square, we can also see that there are active cells for the concept of 2, because you're looking at pairs of things, and you're actually looking at 2 pairs of things, parallel lines. And there's cells also firing that correspond to your experience of just line, because you're looking at lines, right? But the activities of those cells are overwhelmed by the activity of all of the cells that together give you the experience of square. That's soft wiring. You can't not see the square. You can't not, you've learned it. You can't unlearn it. Now, you can kind of unlearn it, actually, if you stare at it long enough. You know, sometimes when you look at a word, if I give you the word cat, if you see it at a glance, you think of a cat. But if you stare at it long enough on the page, it kind of deconstructs itself into 3 letters, right? 3 weird shapes on the page. You can do it, but that takes work. And that's kind of my point. And that's the work that we're trying to do when we're persuading people to change their mind.
So in reality, like you already say what you know, but then in showing the reality that it's also 2 vertical and 2 horizontal lines meeting together at the end, you're being shown 2 different truths that aren't wrong.
Exactly.
So that's what you're coming at. Okay. And then when you're met with that truth, then you can look at that square and be like, not only do I see 1 square, I see 2 squares, because I see a blue square and then a white square. So it kind of starts.
See, now you're going to town. That's right.
So now it has changed your perception of what you knew to be true, even though what you were presented with just an additional fact to expand what you already knew, but it didn't necessarily challenge what you already knew. So
beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. I might be hiring you. This is great. And I love that what you just did there with the white square and blue square, because you're completely right. It is, see, this is it. It is an objective truth, if we're going to allow that, right? That there is a white square there. There is also an objective truth that there is a blue square there, right? Now, until you said it, people couldn't see it. Now, if I only saw the white square, the fact that I could admit to you, well, there's also a blue square, doesn't mean that I can experience it in the same way with the same force, right? This is how leftists and libertarians and conservatives experience their difference of the world. It is experience. It is not logically derived. It is not just rational. And there is nothing more irrational then ignoring our irrationality and all of the things that I'm talking to you about. This is why there can be objective truth, but not an objective experience of objective truth, if I could even say that. So thank you. And this is, now I'm not going to have time, because you're all now asking, okay, what do we do about it? Well, what we do about it is what I've built, my career in political psychology and communication and branding and marketing on. So, the answer, I guess one of the answers, go take one of my courses. But I would rather you get these fundamental ideas and then go and read somebody else's course even, knowing the problem that you're trying to solve. Because then if you listen to somebody else who claims to be able to do political communication, you at least know if they're a BSer, right? Are they actually solving the real fundamental problem? If they don't get this, if they're not speaking to this, they don't get it, right? So, and there's a lot of resources out there that aren't mine, many are mine, but other resources that people can go and use. Good luck, go do it. I want to give you this grounding, because whereas you can get other resources on the how-tos, you won't get this depth of understanding from many other political psychologists that are working in the activist community that I have found. So anyway, this is why I'm spent all this time. I've taken 2/3 of my time, or whatever it is, maybe even more, on this. But I've got a few more minutes, so let's keep going a little bit into the so what. Okay, give me something political I can use. Right, I'm going to be a little outrageous and quote Noam Chomsky on a taxation is theft titled operation, whatever we're doing here, educational fest. He said this: the smart way to keep people passive and obedient is to strictly limit the spectrum of acceptable opinion, but allow very lively debate within that spectrum, even encourage the more critical and dissident views. That gives people the sense that there's free thinking going on, while all the time, in bold, the presuppositions of the system are being reinforced by the limits put on the range of the debate. I took that quote because the presuppositions of the system are, for my purposes, the paradigm, right? That's Chomsky speak for the paradigm in the sense that I'm talking about and operate in politics. Now, let's unpack our political paradigm. Most people, less sophisticated than us, I'm sure, think politics in terms of left and right. And so do we, even if we're honest, a lot of the time, even though probably if you're listening to me on a taxation is theft podcast, I can't call this a podcast, whatever this thing is.
It's more like a festival. It's just a
festival. Yeah. Okay, it's a festival.
Because it'll eventually be in person.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that. But if you're listening to me here, you already know the first bullet on this. That left and right do not really cover all political space, right? But whereas we know there are ideas that exist outside the spectrum, built into the concepts of left and right, built into the language, are that if you hear from the left and the right, you've heard all there is to hear, because the entire universe is to my left or right. There is nothing that is not left or right of me, right? All of space is left and right. So most people think, without questioning, that when they hear from the person on the left and the person on the right over some issue on CNN, right, they've been given the conservative and the liberal or whatever, they've thought all about it. They've heard all the arguments. Now, we know that's ridiculous. If you hear from a Republican and a Democrat on something, you've heard all the arguments about anything. It's an absurd thing. But people, and if you've got people to actually think about it, they'd agree with you, but they're not thinking about it. They're accepting the presuppositions of the system. They're accepting the paradigmatic givens, the tacit assumptions. Left and right cover all space. Now, there's other things about the words left and right that are problematic for political understanding and persuasion. Left and right are opposites. We don't say that liberals are left and conservatives are automobiles, right? I mean, that's absurd. We don't use completely different things to describe people with different ideologies. We use these words that are themselves opposite. And so we build in the assumption that what you're hearing from the Republican and Democrat are opposite. Well, again, if we care about liberty, we know that's complete rubbish. What we know is when you're hearing an argument between a leftist and a rightist, let's say on, I don't know, what we should do on some foreign policy issue, what we're not hearing is that, they probably agree 90% on, how perfectly acceptable it is to send in American military without proper constitutional authorization. If they're arguing about something to do with economics, they both agreed that, it's perfectly fine for the Federal Reserve to be making the money and for the government to be spending it into existence without constraint, right? They're not arguing that, but that agreed substrate is built in, right? And we don't see it because we're going left versus right. No. Our political world, our daily lives are determined by what these opponents, the left and the right, actually agree on. Don't even know they agree on most of the time. But that's not what our attention is on. Our attention is on this little sliver of opposition built into the terms, but that's not what matters.
Now my question, just to kind of visualize and clarify what you're trying to say. It's almost like it's like we're stuck in our own paradigm of knowing our own bodies. Like we know this is right, of course, on the screen it's different, and this is left. And we know, like, if we put our arms apart, like it's symmetrical. And because we know those facts of right and left is kind of opposite to who we are as a person, center of our body, and then it only goes so far, we think of it as opposites. If you're in a car and you're at an intersection, you can either go right or you can go left. But if that car stops at another point, right and left is totally different than where you originally were. So is that where an example of how we're stuck in that paradigm of what right and left is? Like that truth, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, so you're exactly. So what I'm saying in this second bullet is you're experiencing the opposition. And that's because when you hear left and right, apart from anything else, it's triggering that feeling. All of the times you've chosen between left and its opposite, right? And your memory and your feeling of making that decision at the wheel of your car, right, is exactly what's being overlaid on political discussion. And like I say, it's absurd, right? Like, it's absurd. It's absurd that when you've heard the Republican, the Democrat, the Conservative, and the Progressive talk about an issue, that you've heard all there is to hear, you've covered all space, and that you've heard opposites in all of that space. Yes. Now, you use the word symmetrical in what you just said. Now, there's a technical sense in which left and right are symmetrical. Like a technical sense in which mathematicians or scientists or engineers use the word symmetrical. And that just means if something has symmetry with something else, they're the same thing and they can be easily mapped onto each other with a simple operation. Now, an easy way of mapping left to right to each other are, stand in a mirror, right? If you stand in a mirror, you get a right from a left or a left from a right. And that's also kind of built into the terms. Now, what does this mean in politics? We assume that that left and right, people on the political left and people on the political right, they might be different, they might be opposite, but they're the same kind of things. They're still doing the same thing. They're still doing politics, and politics itself has the same meaning for both of them. Again, because it's left and right, not left and tree, or chair and right, or chair and green, or yellow and I don't know, carpet. It's not that. They're not the term labels we're using. Left and right, there's symmetry, and it's a fake symmetry. Now, you've all had this experience, and if you're truly not really a conservative and not really a progressive, you've definitely had this experience. You've seen it from afar, maybe. And maybe you are one of those things and you've experienced this in your friendships when you've discussed politics. And what it is this. Think about what your friends on the left think is bad about your friends on the right. When people on the left criticize the views of people on the right, what do they tend to say? And then think about people on the right and what they tend to say about people on the left. Do they say the same things or do they say different things? So let's ask the questions in that order. What do progressives tend to think of capitalists as people?
Greedy, evil.
Yes,
I mean, those are, yeah.
Right. And what do your, let's say, free market friends tend to think of your leftist friends, of progressives?
Enslaving, evil.
Oh, do you think?
Yeah.
Do you not
That's what
think
I've heard.
that? Do you not think that a lot of people, conservatives, think that a lot of progressives are naive?
Yeah.
A bit stupid, don't they? In other words, what I'm getting at is, I mean, you're right, of course, to some extent, but what I want to get at is the difference between the majority of leftists think that people on the right are callous, but there's an awful lot of people on the right. Let's say, think about the Affordable Care Act, right? People didn't actually think that the reason the leftists were supporting the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, were deliberately to enslave people. I don't think most people on the right thought that. They just thought they were too stupid to realize that if you hand over a seventh of the economy to the government, that you're not going to get a good outcome that you want. Is that fair? you there, Kate? Did I lose you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Would you say that's fair?
Yes, that's definitely a fair.
Okay. The reason I ask is because I want to show you this, and it's just a little segue into this. Now, if you are a leftist, and I'm someone who used to be, I call myself, I used to be a kind of a progressive by default, right? I've never really cared very much about politics. I'm a good guy. I'd rather have, a fairer society, a more just society, better health rather than worse. Yeah, all those things, right? Never really read any books about it. So obviously, if I'm a good guy, I'm going to support policies that more directly manifest my good intentions. And a lot of most progressives experience their politics as the politics of good intention. They believe what they believe because it's the manifestation of their moral intention. So if I'm a liberal, a progressive, I'm operating on this diagram on the horizontal axis, right? I experience my support for a policy as good. That's why I'm supporting it. And so from within my paradigm, if you're not supporting the policy I'm supporting, you're not who I am, right? You're not doing it for the reason, you haven't got the reason I've got to do it. Well, you're not good, that makes you bad. So because my leftist politics are essentially intentional, I'm good, you're bad, evil, like you said. Now, a lot of folks on the right, and I'm generalizing, I get it, but I want you to see this thing about paradigms. They are also judging their opponents on the left from within their right-wing paradigm. They don't care any less about prosperity or whatever, but they have an idea that the people on the left don't have, which is, oh yeah, you simply can't mandate good intent, because if you do, you end up with a worse result. And hey, look, if you look at history and all the times we've tried to do that, it's obvious. Just look. Can't you progressives see what happens when the government runs things? Are you that blind? Are you that dumb? So as somebody, if I'm a conservative on this issue, I experience myself as, let's say, being against the Affordable Care Act, precisely because it's going to make matters worse. And because I can see that, you can't see that because you're on a different, you've got the opposite view from me, you're supporting this thing. So from within my paradigm, from within my reason to oppose this, I can see that either you're too dumb, too stupid, too blind, or willfully blind, maybe, right? And that's usually how it goes. So what I'm trying to say is, my experience as a progressive of doing politics is different from my experience as a conservative of doing politics. I feel like I'm doing completely different things. I feel like, in general, I'm expressing completely different parts of myself. I am completely differently motivated. So obviously, the way of reaching a progressive is not going to work for a conservative, and vice versa. And if the liberals roll out the facts that they use within their paradigm to establish support for their policy, it's not going to work with the conservatives because they're working with a different set of assumptions, right?
Well, I was going to let you know we've got 4 minutes left before we have to break for the next speaker. So just letting you know where we stand.
So let me just jump to this. There was an experiment. I'll close with this. There was an experiment done by a guy called Weston back in 2004. 30 men put in a brain scan, half Republican, half Democrat, and they were fed. The audio was fed in of their man Kerry or Bush in the presidential election making a misstatement, something that was internally inconsistent. So it had the logical quality of 2 + 2 = 5, something that was obviously wrong. What did we see was going on in the brain when Republicans and Democrat partisans listened to the one they didn't want to win and the one they did want to win say something that was logically equivalent to 2 + 2 = 5? We saw these centers light up. The centers that process emotions, the centers that resolve conflict, the centers that make judgments about moral accountability, which is where we immediately go to resolve the conflict, right? The dissonance. My guy has said something stupid. Can I excuse that? Oh, I can. He was obviously misspeaking, right? That's the moral accountability bit. This guy is morally credible, right? So I can just put that down to a misspeak. Whereas if it's my opponent, I'm going to put it down to he says any will say anything to get elected, right? That's how I'm going to resolve the conflict in the two cases. And then when I've done it in a way that resolves my cognitive dissonance, I get a dopamine hit. It's like taking heroin. And I see that in the centers that handle the reward and pleasure. Okay.
So it's kind of like the whole being on the winning team.
It's exactly being on the winning team. This is the neurological basis of political tribalism. But more important than what does happen is what doesn't happen. Although we've asked the people in the experiment to assess a statement that is logically inconsistent, so you can only determine the truth value of the statement through reasoning, that part of the brain, the part that is active when those very same people are solving a math problem, isn't operating, because the fact that you've got a tribal context, a political context, keeps that thing not operating. Our job in political persuasion is to get to a place where we change that. And my courses, my work, Weapons of Mass Persuasion, and you can even get a version of this right now on a discount at udemy.com, The Art of Political Persuasion, is all about how you do that. How you get people to actually be motivated to believe what you're telling them and not feel that their paradigm is under threat by the one that you are coming from. All of which subconscious minds are initially fearful of if you don't know how to approach this problem.
So I'm gonna encourage everybody who is an activist, and if you're watching this, you consider yourself an activist. If you want to be a successful activist and change how people see about, especially when it comes to liberty, check out Robin's his classes for sure, and grab his book. But thank you so much, Robin, for coming on. I really appreciate it. I love your energy all the time. And I love how you explain things and just really give that visual. So thank you so much. Go enjoy the rest of your birthday weekend. Happy birthday.
Thanks, Kate.
And so guys, stick around. We've got more coming. Brian Ellison is our next speaker. And if you want to find the full schedule for the rest of tonight and later tomorrow, you go to titfest.org. So up next, Brian Ellison. Thanks, Robin.
Thanks for being my audience, Kate. Take care.
Bye. I loved it.
Bye.
Bye.
People of Titfest, greetings. I am Spike Cohen.
And I am Matt Wright. The duo who make up Muddied Waters Media.
That's right, Matt. We are on 2 shows every week. The Muddy Waters of Freedom on Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, and My Fellow Americans every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, where we go ahead.
So you should tune in every week where we parse through the week's events with the seriousness and aplomb of 2 special summer boys.
Special summer boys. And you too can follow us, because I'm sure you want to after watching this. You can follow us all over the internet on every social media platform by looking for Muddied Waters Media. Isn't that right, Matt?
That's right. And you can find every episode of Muddied Waters Media at muddiedwatersmedia.com.
That is fantastic. Well, we hope to see you there. And shout out to Titfest!
Well, hello. I am Brandon Kirby, the Drunken Libertarian, here at Titfest 2020. And with me is Brian Ellison. Brian, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm on top of the world. So you have for us one of the more interesting talks that I saw in the litany, just by way of biography, resume. Brian Ellison. Am I getting your name correct? Ellison?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brian Ellison is a political activist from Michigan and current and former candidate for federal office. Brian's activism focuses on correcting social injustices, including improving police accountability, awareness of social inequalities and oppression, and opposing fascism. So, Brian, the stage is yours.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. This is a great opportunity. I had, Dan had asked me if I was willing to give a talk, and what better to talk about than cop watching. Now, when I had originally thought about this, Dan asked me to come up with a title for this segment, and I came up with these long, convoluted titles, and I was about to email them to Dan, and before I clicked send, I didn't have a topic in the email, and so this in the subject, and Gmail populated a subject line for me, and it said how to fight cops. And I was like, perfect. Now Dan decided to go with like something else, like cop watch or something lame like that. But really this is about how to fight cops, right? And I can tell you a little bit about that. I've done a little bit of fighting with cops and cop watching, and unfortunately I've had to pay some of the price for that, but I think it was well worth it. So starting there, I guess I'll just give a little bit of background about me, who I am, and what my qualifications are when it comes to this topic. So I have a fairly short but distinguished career in cop watching, and some would call it cop blocking, and I think that's probably more appropriate. I started doing this a couple of years ago while I was running for federal office. I was running for U.S. Congress here in the state of Michigan. And what had happened was in the local area here, there was a couple of police shootings within the city that I live in, a fairly small city of about 60,000 people. And there was 2 murders, essentially murders by police officers. They shot and killed unarmed men in a period of 35 days apart from each other. Now, obviously, this is something that doesn't happen all the time, and certainly not in suburban America. These were not people of color, and it was very like a blip on the radar of the media. It was like, it happened and it disappeared. And I happen to be the father of a couple teenage boys, and I felt like it was appropriate that somebody talks about the problem, that, hey, you know what? It's really not okay to like kill people in our city, and certainly not unarmed young men for really no good reason. And so I took up that activism. And basically, I took a kind of a unique approach. I think anybody who's observed cop watching and cop blocking before understands kind of what most people do. I think what you see them do, and it's like very kind of opportunistic. There's one school of thought where it's like, we're going to go to some public space, whether it's sometimes directly to the police station. Sometimes you go to, say, a post office or some other public building, the DMV, and you just record. Basically, you record people until they get pissed off and call the police, right? And then you have this kind of forced faux interaction with police officers. And there's something to be said for that. I think there's some progress to be made there as far as exercising First Amendment rights and kind of checking police officers and making them accountable for what they're doing. But like I insinuated, it's kind of a forced and fake interaction with the police. And so that's not something I've ever done. I think that there's a place for that. And I think that there's some value to doing it. But I just think there's more value in doing it in other ways. The other way is like I mentioned, opportunistic. So you're just kind of, and this is something that really any of us can do, right? If you got a camera on you, if you witness somebody being pulled over, or if you witness a situation, you get out and you record it. And it's just that easy. You keep your distance and you record what's going on and you don't get involved. But you're there for more than just, hoping that you get a good YouTube video, because I mean, good YouTube videos are cool, right? But really what you're there for is you're there to protect the victim. And the victim in this case is whoever the police are interacting with. And, I'll probably get some flack from that because, a lot of people won't consider them to be the victims. They'll consider them to be perpetrators. But the reality is that police in this day and age, the way that this day and age, see how I use their own terms, right? The police say that in this day and age. But in this day and age, the police really are predators. The police are out. There's police for profit, and they are out there looking to engage with the public in a negative manner. And so I think that that's where we need to really focus on. We want to try and end those interactions. And so that's where I take my police activism. Good. Now, if you want to chime in, I mean, I can just talk forever, Brandon. If you want to pipe in and ask some questions, feel free to cut me off. So.
Well, you're doing a great job. Let me tell you something. My life has been completely ruined by police officers. I'm a very law-abiding person. By the judgment of the crown, I'm Canadian. I'm not American. But by the judgment of the crown, I've never done anything wrong. And my life has been completely destroyed by police officers. So the more you want to talk, the more I want to listen.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I had that kind of situation myself. I was actually pulled over by a police officer. This was, I don't know, it was 4 or 5 years ago at this point. I'd never been arrested. I'd gotten a handful of speeding tickets or whatever, but I was pulled over and I had left the house quickly in a hurry, kind of a family emergency type situation. And I had left my wallet in the house. I never leave the house without my wallet, but I left it at that point. Well, I also have a concealed pistol license, and I happen to have my pistol in the car with me. So I got pulled over, and I knew, cops pulling me over. Okay, I know because of the law, I got to tell him I have a pistol. So I told him I had the pistol, told him exactly where it was. And he said, okay, let me see your license. And so I reached back to grab, and I'm like, oh man, I don't have my wallet. I told him that, I'm like, I've left my wallet at home. I don't have it. He's like, all right, step out of the car. Well, the law requires that if you're a concealed pistol license holder, you have to produce your license to the police. And then obviously also, if you're driving, you have to produce your license when requested. And so I couldn't do that. So he got me out of the car. And I'm talking to him and at the back of the car, and he called, his backup arrives, right? Because I was such a threat, I was so, whatever, right? So his backup comes and I'm talking to him. And while I'm talking to the first guy, the other guy starts rifling through my car. And like, I look over and he's going through my center console. I was like, hold on, man. Like, I'm a little bit familiar with the Fourth Amendment, and I don't think that you're really allowed to do that. So, he goes, well, you know what, if I wanted to, I could arrest you.
Hold on. I have to chime in a little bit here for the international audience. When you say Fourth Amendment, I'm a little lost.
Okay. Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution is basically provides that the government that cannot. It's against search and seizure. I wish I could quote it, but it basically protects yourself from unreasonable search and seizure and your effects and your property.
Right.
And so it's the government's restraint on being able to invade a person's privacy. And so typically what would be required would be a warrant if they wanted to go into a car, or they want to go into your house, or they want to arrest you. Like these are seizures, right? Or searches or seizures, and they're prohibited except with a warrant, or cause for a warrant. And there's all these other extenuating circumstances why they don't matter. But essentially, it protects citizens. It protects people from not unreasonably searched by law enforcement.
Presumption of innocence. And I apologize to our American friends who this is all old hat, but to me, it's new stuff. So
no, and I take it for granted. So yeah, feel free to ask me questions like that.
You got to bear with me on some of this stuff.
Okay, so anyway, I'm like, you can't do that, and he's like, well, I can arrest you. And I like, being like you mentioned, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I was a combat veteran. I was a working family man, like just your average guy next door. And he's like, I'm going to arrest you, and I'm like, arrest me for what? Because you don't have your license on you. And I was like, dude, if you think that solves the problem at hand right now, then I think you should do that. And he's like, okay, turn around. So he arrested me, and I was like, this,
Wow.
So that was my first experience riding the back of a police car. It was eye-opening, and it's amazing how something as simple as that can really ruin somebody's life. And so I always reflect back on that when I look at trying to help people avoid interactions with police officers, because those small instances like that can really stick with you. That's on my record, my permanent record, right? I've been arrested because I didn't have my driver's license in my pocket. I mean, I have a driver's license. They knew I was a licensed driver. They knew I was not driving illegally, and yet they arrested me simply because they could. And that, that gets back to police officers as predators.
Yeah.
So the way I kind of getting back to how I did my police accountability activism. I had started raising a stink in my neighborhood. I had gone to city meetings and spoken and asked for transparency with these investigations. I had asked for body cameras, advocated that the police need to be held responsible for these unlawful killings. Well, that got some attention. I got some attention, and guess who I got attention from? The boys in blue, right? All of a sudden, they knew who I was, and so I lived just outside of this city that I had grown up my whole life, and I worked on the complete opposite side. So every day going back and forth to work, I drove through the entire length of the city. And so I had noticed one day I'm coming home from work, and a cop's following me. And I was like, okay, he's behind me. Like, I'll just keep an eye on. I'm not doing anything illegal or whatever. And then I turn, and he's following me. And then I turn again, and he's still following me. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Why is this guy following me? And so I just kept going, and I went home, and I was just like, this is weird. Like, am I being targeted? A couple days later, same thing happened. And I was like, you know what? I'm not standing for this. And so he's following me. And so I just pulled over, parked. And the cop goes a little bit further than me, and he pulled over too. So I waited, and he stayed there. And so I drove ahead, and we played this weird leapfrog game, like down the road.
Okay.
I would pull forward, I'd pull up, and I'd pull over, and I'd pull out, he'd start to follow me. And as soon as he started to follow me, I'd pull over and park again. He'd pull, so we played this game. And so then eventually I got out of my car. I got my phone out and started recording it. And I walked over stood in front of the car, and I just looked at him, video recording him, like, what do you do? I don't know what you're doing here, but this is kind of annoying. So I stayed outside my car. I walked around for a little bit. Eventually he drove off, and I went home. And so then I was just like, you know what? I decided to take this kind of a more proactive, and there was like small instances like this several times. And so I decided I'm going to take this to the next level. Rather than waiting for them to engage me and to follow me, and then I try and turn the table on them, I'm just going to follow them. And so I got all my stuff together. I got my camera, a couple backup cameras. I had a buddy go with me, and I drove up to the police station at the time that I knew the shift change was. And typically shifts are like 11 to 7, or 7 in the morning till 3 p.m., 3 p.m. to 11, 11 to 7, whatever. So I knew that where all the shift changes were: 7 a.m., 3 p.m., and 11 p.m. So I'd go up there at 11 p.m., just before 11, and sit in front of the police station, and I waited for a car to come out, a cop car to come out, and I just started following him. And I didn't know exactly what I was going to do. I just knew that whatever he was doing, I was going to follow him and I was going to record it. And so I did. It did not take long for them to figure out that I was doing this. And when they figured out that I was following them, it's like all they could do was just do everything they could to try and get away from me. So I would follow them throughout an entire shift, and there was various instances. And I did this was over the course of several weeks, and I did it probably a dozen times. And it was just became this whole cat and mouse game, and they'd call for backup. And so I would be driving, following a cop, and then all of a sudden I noticed there's a cop behind me. And so I do what I did before. I'd pull over, and if they drove past me, then I'd start following them. If they stopped, I'd get out of my car and go over to them. And so it was really kind of this cat and mouse game. What I quickly learned in doing that, though, while even though I didn't really get great videos out of those circumstances and those instances, what I did do was I tied up at least one officer for an entire shift, at least every time I went out. And sometimes it was multiple officers. So what I can tell you from those experiences is that every time I did that, there was not a single person that officer molested. There was not a single person that officer ticketed, charged with a crime, arrested. And so that's where this is actually a method of cop blocking. This is literal cop blocking. They were unable to do their job. And so I really just found some value in that. And so I think that there was certain instances, and there was other, I'd follow, I did it in multiple cities, multiple jurisdictions. I got some different attention from different people. And this is anywhere from local police departments to county sheriffs to the state police. I think I've found that, there's, if anybody is considering engaging in any of this type of stuff, there's certain things that you definitely need to consider. One is you really need to understand the law. Now, cop watching from your car leaves you very vulnerable, because it doesn't take much to give a police officer probable cause to pull you over and cite you for something. It happened to me a handful of times. I got tickets. I ended up having to pay for them. So you need to be prepared that there's going to be some repercussions. You're not going to go out there and fight justice and it's going to be consequence free. So go ahead.
Well, what did you, just for anybody who might be curious, partaking in this noble activity of serving and protecting us legitimately from people who can harass us, what did you get ticketed for so we could avoid that?
Interestingly enough, I got a parking ticket. So I was following this one. Car. It had two cops in it, and they were on a call. And they parked illegally. They just parked on the street. And so I parked on the other side of the street where I was legally parked, and I was observing them. They went into a house. I would, and one thing that I find really kind of tasteless is I don't want to get involved in people's personal issues, right? I don't know what they were at that house for, but I wasn't, trying to get up on the lawn and videotape them. Really, I just want to try and, if there was some instance where I felt like somebody was being wronged, I certainly would have tried to intervene, at least with my camera. But anyway, so I was parked legally. Well, they came out of the house, and so I did a U-turn, not really a U-turn. I pulled in a driveway, turned around, and I got behind them, waiting for them to pull off. And they're in the car, their car's running. I'm in my car, and my car's running. And another cop pulls up behind me. I was like, okay, this is interesting. So the cop behind me turns his lights on. And I'm like, all right, I don't know what's going on, but I guess I'm being pulled over. And so I'm sitting there waiting. And after a couple minutes, the first car pulls off. And so I'm kind of in a conundrum here. I'm like, okay, do I wait? Am I really pulled over? The officer behind me hasn't contacted me yet, but he does have his lights on. So I was like, well, I'm just going to wait and I'll see how it plays out. In worst case scenario, I'll follow this guy. So he comes up to my window and he's like, hey, Brian, here's your parking ticket. Parking ticket? What are you talking about? He's like, you're illegally parked. I was like, the road was obstructed by traffic. There was a car in front of me. I was waiting for traffic to clear so I could proceed. He's like, no, you were parked. Here's your parking ticket. So, totally illegitimate. The police car in front of me was engaging in the exact same thing I was, except they didn't have anybody obstructing them. Right. I was literally behind this car waiting for them to go, and they got me a parking ticket. And sometimes in a naive thought, you're like, oh, I can beat this in court. This is ridiculous. Okay, you can't beat it in court. This is what I'm telling you. You have to be prepared for the consequences. You're going to pay. So it was like a $50 parking ticket. I went to court. The magistrate was like, you're guilty without even listing. The cop said you're guilty. You're guilty. That's kind of how it goes. So I paid my $50, called them a handful of colorful names, and I walked out. So you just have to be prepared to pay those kind of consequences. Another time, I actually got a ticket without being pulled over. So it's very uncommon, but I got a moving violation in the mail. And one of the things when you get a ticket, when you get pulled over, the police officers, they have to be able to testify that they could identify you, that you were the driver. Well, I got a ticket while I was, again, it came in the mail like a week and a half afterwards. I didn't even remember where I was when this happened, but it was a ticket for impeding traffic. They said that I was stopped at a light for too long and obstructed traffic behind me or something. I don't know. I don't remember the details. But again, I was like, this is ridiculous. I can go to court like this officer. There's no way this officer can testify that they saw me. I mean, my son had even borrowed my car that day. There's no way to tell who was actually driving. But again, none of it mattered. Like, it doesn't matter. You're not going to beat it. So those were the two tickets that I got, and just as a direct result of these actions. And then I was arrested. I was arrested more for I was doing protests related to the police activism, but I was arrested twice for obstructing government operations or something ridiculous. And so, but again, those are consequences of engaging in this type of activism.
Well, I apologize for derailing you, but yeah, this is need to know stuff.
Right. No, for sure. The other thing is a lot of times, certainly when people do what they call First Amendment audits, and First Amendment being the right to free speech, it's this, the idea that you're free to video record in public spaces. Right. Is that a lot of people, they really want to be anonymous. They don't want to be known. And so you don't want to produce your ID to officers. If you're a pedestrian, generally the law doesn't require you to produce an ID. And so you can have that anonymity if you engage in that type of an activity. If you're driving your car, you're not anonymous anymore, right? They can run your license plate and they can know exactly who you are. My name popped up in, I don't know, probably half a dozen police reports that I didn't even know about when I engaged in this. I was never pulled over. Nobody talked to me, but the police reports were written. A couple from the one was a county sheriff, a couple from the state police, and a couple from local police departments. And they wrote, my name in there, that I was doing this, I did that. And there was never any officer contact. And so, but they just know you, right? They can pull your license. And then I guess maybe I had some kind of reputation. I don't know. But yeah, you don't have any anonymity. So if you're going to do the kind of cop watching that I'm talking about, the cop blocking that I'm talking about, there's you're definitely opening up yourself and exposing yourself. So again, I think it's really important that you understand the laws. And in this country here, stop an ID in some states, in my state, in the state of Michigan, stop an ID is not a law. Police officers cannot just stop you without probable cause and ask for your ID. You can refuse. If you're in a car, it's very easy for them to come up with a reason to stop you. But it's also important to understand the case law of Terry versus Ohio. This is a law that allows for police interaction to essentially stop and frisk, to stop, question you, and not do a search. They can't search you for weapons, but they can do a pat down. It's called a Terry pat down. So it's important to understand the circumstances of when the police are allowed to do that by law. One of the things that, because you will be accosted, like you will be The police will come up to you. The police will try and engage you. The police will try and stop you. They will try and obstruct you. One of the other things that I did, and that certainly did open me up for more liability, is that most of the time when I was engaging in my my activism and my cop watching, is I was armed. Now, I have a concealed pistol license. When anytime you have a pistol in the car, unless it's in the trunk, you have to have a concealed pistol license. Now, when you're carrying a concealed pistol, you forfeit some of your rights within the state of Michigan, and specifically, you become subordinate to the police. Like, you're required to tell them that you're carrying the pistol. You're required to produce ID. Certain things that otherwise, if you're not carrying a concealed pistol, you're not required to. So when I did anything on foot and I wasn't in the car, I would always open carry, because if you're open carrying, you're not concealed and you're not subject to the same restrictions. So again, I think it's important for people to really understand the law before you're going to engage in this type of behavior. And if you do understand the law, then you can really push it. If you don't understand the law, you really just need to play it safe. If you're unsure, again, you need to err on the side of caution. This activism has cost me thousands of dollars. It cost me a bunch of time on probation. Cost me a job at one point. And so I think, again, it's important. You really need to understand what you're getting into. So that can, again, talk about consequences, potential legal consequences. Right now, I do have a record based on my handful of arrests for activism, the financial implications. And this is not just fines, but, paying for attorneys. Afterwards, the various conditions. If you're, if you can try and go to trial. Again, the system's rigged against you if you don't have a ton of money. Eventually, what I ended up doing was coming to a plea deal, and it ended up, I spent some time on probation, and there's a bunch of costs that come along with that. And so being prepared for the financial consequences, and then of course the personal consequences. A lot of people really aren't fans of this type of behavior. They, most people are very conditioned to follow rules. I think that's
Right.
Generally in society how people project themselves and like others too. And so, do this kind of thing, you're going to lose some friends. You're going to some people are going to lose respect for you. Frankly, those people, it's not something that I ever concern myself with, but just be prepared. People that you probably wouldn't expect to be turned off by this type of stuff will be. Why don't you just follow the law? Why don't you, police officers are just doing their job. They have a hard job, whatever. So again, as long as you're prepared for the consequences, you can do whatever your wallet can bear, I guess would be my advice. Now, when you're going out, there's a couple things that you want to make sure you have equipment wise to make sure that you're well prepared. One, you want to make sure you have multiple devices. So you want to have at least two cameras. You want to have one camera that's running all the time. You want to have one camera that's capable of live streaming. Now, your live stream is really kind of your safety net. Lots of things can go down. It helps when the police officers that know that they're being held accountable in real time. If you're simply recording your interaction, the police can arrest you, seize your property, delete the videos, and it never happened. It never existed. And so it's important that you have live streaming capability.
Right.
I would argue that it's important that you have three devices, that you have one device that you're prepared for live streaming. You have your backup camera, and I use a GoPro for my backup camera, and then a third device that a phone that you can use that in case you need to make phone calls, because it's very possible that you might need to make a phone call. And if you have to make a phone call, whether it's for backup or whether you need advice or whether it's something you need, the last thing you want to do is stop your live stream. Again, the live stream being your lifeline. So you want to have two phones or two internet capable devices, one phone, one internet capable device, and then a backup camera. The other thing is, on these devices, you want to make sure that you have enough memory. You don't want, you're recording a video and all of a sudden the memory card fills up and you lost everything. It's happened to me. So you want to make sure that when you're going out that you have enough, you have either backup memory cards or that you've cleared the memory, you've downloaded all your videos and everything else. The other thing you want to make sure you have is some type of battery charging capability. A lot of these interactions can be long. They could be hours long, and you don't want to turn off your recording. And so I typically carry one or two of these battery backup devices that you can plug right into your phone, and you can actually charge it while you're using it. Again, just like running out of memory, you don't want to run out of battery at a critical time. So we talked about firearm and understanding the difference of when you should or shouldn't you carry a firearm. And I think that there's a case to be made. I was always more comfortable when I was carrying a firearm because I felt like that it put me on more of an even playing field with the police officers. They're armed. Why shouldn't I be armed?
Right.
And if you've ever watched, have you ever watched yourself these type of police cop watching type interactions on YouTube or anything? Brandon, have you?
Well, I mean, there's nothing really coming to mind, like police type interactions where there's some sort of intimidation.
Well, where an activist is going out and purposefully or engaging with police officers in this type of capacity.
You know, there was one that I saw a couple months ago where there was a fellow, he was being antagonistic, but using the same tactics that the police would use. They would say, where are you headed to today? Have you had anything to drink? Just asking random police officers, which I thought was brilliant, by the way.
I think I know the video you're talking about. And that's by James Freeman, and he did it somewhere in Arizona, I believe. But what you see in a lot of these circumstances, especially when you're by yourself, if you're by yourself, the police will not hesitate to put hands on you. They will not hesitate to bully you. They will not hesitate to abuse your rights. And so I've always found that, open carrying and advocating, hey, I know my rights. Like you're armed, I'm armed. It puts us more on the same playing field, and it makes them very hesitant to engage with you physically. And I think that's important because as soon as the cops put their hands on you, you're done. Like you either comply or I promise you you're getting arrested and you're going to face some type of charges. Whether or not you can beat them down the road is another story, but you're going to get arrested. And there's an old saying, you can beat the charge, but you can't beat the ride. You can beat the rap, but you can't beat the ride. What that means is regardless of whether or not it's a lawful arrest, they're still going to arrest you and there's still going to be, you're still going to get consequences just simply for that arrest. And so I think it's important that you can just kind of bring yourself on that same playing field just by being confident and knowing what you're doing and talking to them in a respectful but firm manner. I don't hesitate to use colorful language at times, but I think that bringing yourself on that same level with them, and I think having a firearm, open carrying, exactly the same way they do, kind of helps level that playing field. If you're at all uncomfortable carrying a weapon, then don't. Right? This is a very simple concept. If you're not 100% confident,
good advice.
Yeah, if you're not 100% confident in what you're doing, then there's absolutely no benefit to doing it. So if having a firearm on you, or not understanding your rights when you have a firearm on you, or being nervous about interacting with law enforcement with having a firearm on you, then just simply don't do it, right? The benefits there are more psychological than anything else. And if you're not there psychologically, then you don't have the benefit anyway. So you can opt out.
Right. But police often rely on the intimidation factor. And then once they realize that is gone, once they're alerted to the fact that you're just not intimidated by them, that really there's an equalizing force there, which is wonderful. Yeah.
Absolutely. And you know what? I've seen that in the city that I live in here in Royal Oak, and it perpetuates to this day. I see police officers, and to this day, they know, all of them within the city know who I am. It's no secret. In fact, back in 2018, while I was on bond from one of my arrests, the city attorney sought it was a bond condition, but it more or less functioned as a restraining order, and it prohibited me from being within 50 feet of any law enforcement officer anywhere. So this was not just specific to this city. This was any law enforcement officer anywhere. It wasn't even specific to the country. or anybody acting on my behalf. So anybody who, if I gave somebody a camera and said, "Hey, go record the police officers over there," they would have arrested me for a bond violation. So the police effectively got a restraining order against me. Every cop everywhere in the world had a restraining order against Brian Ellison, and so I wear that as a badge of honor. I don't know how many people have accomplished that feat before, but you know what? It does when you get that type of notoriety. Police officers know you. And in fact, I would go to, I went to a candidate event because I was running for office at the time. I went to a candidate event the next county over. And I was standing there at the event and I had printed out these bumper stickers that said, hashtag war on cops, because I made that one of my campaign slogans. And so I saw these couple of uniformed cops. And I was like, I'm going to go give them a bumper sticker because, I mean, that's the kind of thing that I like to do, right?
You already got your badge of honor. You're just going to turn up the voltage.
Right. So I take out this bumper sticker and I go over to hand it to him. And one of the cops was like, "How you doing, Brian?" I was like, hashtag winning, right?
Yeah.
So, so, you know, but like I said, I feel like I've gotten to that. I wouldn't even say I'm on the same level playing field as them. I would venture to guess that there's probably not a single, there might be one that's dumb enough. There's probably not many police officers, at least in my local jurisdiction here in Royal Oak, Michigan, that would look forward to engaging with me in any way. I would think that if they had an opportunity to pull me over, they might think twice. Just like this is why I got a ticket in the mail. I'm convinced the reason I got a ticket in the mail is because they didn't want, they did not want to pull me over. And so anything you can do to elevate yourself, to put yourself on that same that level playing field or above them, I think is really important if you want to be effective in this type of activism.
Yeah, they rely so heavily on the imbalance, the power imbalance,
right?
And then once that's gone, it's problematic for them.
Yep. And by standing up to them, by telling them you're not going to take their shit, by asking them like boldly to their face, like, "What are you arresting me for?" while they're arresting you. Just like, "What's the charge? What are you charging me for? Why am I being arrested right now?" And understand and letting them understand that, look, you know what? I know my rights. I know you're wrong. And you know you're wrong. More importantly than me knowing you're wrong, you know you're wrong, yet you're still doing it. And that kind of, again, it's a psychological game, but if you can get that upper hand where the cops don't want to deal with you, you're in a much better position. So, so that I forget where I was at on that. I get a little bit scatterbrained. I've been so busy lately. I had thought about, I was going to do this whole big presentation, and I asked Dan about, can I share videos? And I was going to put together this slide presentation, and everything. And oh dear Lord, if one thing doesn't get in the way, another does. So I'm kind of just shooting from the hip on my notes here.
Well, feel free to do a share screen.
I didn't have time to put anything together to share.
Okay.
I think I failed.
Let me ask you this then, and we can return to your notes. But I'm really curious. I don't require a lecture on the evils of police officers. I would be the last person on planet Earth that does. But there is a semblance of good that they often do. And so is there any sort of a concern that, okay, so you're preventing them from harassing people, which is clearly a good thing, but you could also be preventing them from doing some sort of a good deed, because occasionally they do good things. I mean, they're not pure evil. I mean, they just go around harassing innocent and guilty people. Love it when they harass guilty people. That's great. Innocent people, not so much.
Yeah. So there is a fine line. Like I don't want to get into a philosophical debate about whether or not police are inherently good or bad. I think that the job itself is inherently evil, and they certainly do some good things, right? They're like you mentioned, there's they do some good deeds sometimes, but I would venture to guess that pretty much any good deed that a cop does could just as easily be done by somebody else. And so if if you're engaging in this kind of activism, and that's where, like, when I was following this cops and they went into this home, like, again, if they were having, if maybe the homeowners called them for help, and so no, you certainly don't want to stop those type of activities, but if you're following a cop and they're not taking calls and they're not doing their job and they're not doing, like, there's another cop out there, there's more on the duty that can handle anything,
Right.
anything that needs to any good that needs to happen, whatever the good may be. I don't know, sometimes they unlock people's cars for them, but AAA does that, right?
It's true. In that vein, you've clearly put a lot more thought into this than I. In the under the rubric of taxation as theft, what would a police force look like in a strictly voluntarist society?
I think that in a strictly voluntarist society, the police certainly wouldn't look anything like, so when we talk about police wouldn't exist, right? So basically justice would be served. Think neighborhood watch, right?
Right.
This is essentially, you would have there would essentially be very little need for patrol. Like, there's not going to be a need for patrol. But it would be more or less of neighbors looking out for each other, the community looking out for itself. Maybe there would be people that volunteer. I mean, there's volunteer firefighters, right? So maybe there would be some type of volunteer police department where, when there's an event that requires security or some type of people to kind of keep order or direct traffic or things like this, that you could potentially, there's no reason to think that, if you can get volunteer firefighters, that you couldn't get people to volunteer to do that type of stuff. When it comes to, serving justice for crime where there's been a victim and you want to, right a wrong, whatever, we have really no understanding of what justice really looks like. We talk about criminal justice, but it simply isn't justice. And so what justice looks like, I think justice is more found in civil action than it is in criminal action. And so when it comes to that, if you're wronged by somebody, does violently assaulting them and throwing them in a cage make anything right? No, it doesn't help anything. If you're wronged by somebody and they steal from you or they injure you, the only way to get towards making that right in any meaningful sense is through some type of again, civil engagement, whether it's through a lawsuit or through some type of mediation agreement where where somebody is made to reimburse the victim of their crime, again, in some way. So the idea of criminal justice, I think, is there's very little need for police in a real civilized society. And if we could get rid of police altogether, I think we would probably be closer to having a civilized society. So it's hard. And that's like any other question when we talk about, well, what is the voluntary solution? What is this government what does a society look like absent government? And it's really hard to kind of design that in your head. And you can think through all these different philosophies, but I think that would certainly become a lot clearer. It'd be a lot easier for us to understand what that looked like if we could start working our way to getting closer to that. And I think the way that we get closer to that is we start holding police accountable. And one way to do that and to hold police accountable is to expose their actions,
Right.
Record them and share the videos. And there's a lot of people that are doing that. And we can fight the police that way. And when we start seeing some type of return on that, and I would argue that we are, there is this core group of activists that are engaging in this type of activity. And, when you say you haven't really seen many videos on this, in my head, I'm kind of like shocked because I'm like a junkie for these kind of videos. Right. So, I've seen hundreds of them, if not thousands. And so it's happening all over the place. And so there is some measure of success. Unfortunately, we need to be careful because when we start to be successful at this type of stuff, the government is going to reciprocate by starting to restrict our rights. And in fact, there was a case in Arizona, and I don't remember what city it was, but where they passed some city ordinance that made it a crime to record police officers in certain circumstances.
That's terrible.
Now, that certainly would not hold up to any constitutional scrutiny. But again, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to you on the street when you're recording, and they can still arrest you and they can charge you and you can lose your job and you can pay for an attorney and all this stuff that, you're never going to get back. And so, we're as we get success, we're going to start, seeing, we're going to start losing some ground. And so, but yeah,
There'll be pushback.
Absolutely. So I wish there was a short answer to your question. What do police look like in a voluntary society? But I think that the really short answer is you wouldn't see them in a voluntary society.
Now, did I extrapolate from what you just said correctly to say that we're trending in a positive direction where, yes, there is some pushback, but we're seeing greater accountability? Where do you see this movement going in 10 to 20 years?
Well, I think that, so the positive action that I'm seeing is the one cue that I'm getting from this is that we're seeing more people engaging in this type of activity. So the more people that engage, the bigger the audience, the wider the reach, the more people are going to see. Because I see so many of these videos, and it's infuriating. You look at how these cops interact with citizens, and they're so abusive and oppressive. And I think that the more people that see that type of stuff, the more that it will be open to change. What I would like to see is this, and certainly I'm not familiar with Canada or how the laws are there, but certainly in the state of Michigan, police records, personnel records, discipline records are not subject to public scrutiny. They are exempt from freedom of information laws. And I think that creates a huge problem. So where if I get arrested, there's a public record of that. If a police officer commits a crime, none of his buddies are arresting him, first of all, so he's not charged with a crime, so it's not a public record. But I could go in and file a complaint against him. But when I file a complaint against him, that becomes an internal department record that will not only is it not a public record, but it won't follow that officer. If that officer leaves his job and goes to work for another department, it's like that document never existed. And so you can have officers, you have these gypsy cops that bounce from one department to another. They get in trouble. They just go get a job at another department. And there's literally no historical record of their the negative behavior that they've engaged in. And so I'm really an advocate for that transparency. I think that police disciplinary records need to be subject to Freedom of Information Act laws. They need to be subject to public scrutiny. They need to be available to the public to inspect. I also think that there should be civilian oversight. So where there's an investigation into police wrongdoing, it cannot be handled internally. And it's not even okay that it's handled by another department. So when I filed a criminal complaint within the city of Royal Oak against police officers here, it was just investigated by the county sheriff. And this is like one hand washing the other. And so it's not enough that you just take it outside the department. You need to take it outside of the law enforcement community. And so I think it's important that there's civilian oversight. Another thing is body cams. And those are pretty much, they're becoming more and more mainstream. But they need to be everywhere. And those records, the records of the recordings, need to be more public. So essentially, my argument is that the more transparency we have, the less people's rights are going to be violated and the more police accountability we're going to have. So any step we can take towards the direction of transparency, I think, is a positive step.
So more and more transparency on the public sphere. So that's where you'd be allowed to record. I don't know, and I do apologize for my lack of familiarity with American law, but you can't record somebody without their consent in Canada if it's on private property. But in the public sphere, you absolutely can, and that's where the police are typically operating.
Yep, and it's essentially the same here. So there's no expectation of privacy in public. So anybody can record anybody else in public. And that's where these laws are pretty dangerous if they're starting to pass public ordinances saying you can't record police interactions, because you certainly can. There's a saying that you can't trespass the eyes. So in other words, if I can see something happening, you can't tell me stop looking at that, right?
Right.
You can't say you don't have a right to look at that. If I'm standing someplace where I'm legally allowed to be and I can see it, you can't make me stop looking at it. So if I can see it, there's no reason why I can't record it.
Right. No, that makes perfect sense. So, what about for yourself? You've gotten some pushback. You've gotten some harassment. What's on the horizon for this project? Is it more recordings?
I think so. So I went into this kind of hibernation mode while I was on probation. I had essentially the terms of my probation, and I just got off in February, and I've been going through some other things. In fact, I'm currently a candidate for president, right? So that's been keeping me a little bit busy. That's not going to last too much longer. So yeah, I think that it's on the horizon to get back to that. In the meantime, some friends and I, since I started probation, we put together this game, and it's called Thin Blue Line, the game. And you can get a copy of it if you want at thinbluelinegame.com. And this is what it is. We call it a one-of-a-kind law enforcement simulation card game. And it talks about you play. It's like a role-playing game where all of the players, it's like 2 to 4 players. All the players essentially start as rookie cops, and your goal is to collect a series of busts. We call them busts, various different types of arrests, more or less. And if you collect enough, you can get promoted. The way you get promoted is essentially by harassing people and by violating people's rights. The better you are at that, the higher you can get promoted. And if you get promoted to chief of police, you win the game. And so it's the concept obviously is very tongue in cheek. The writing on it is brilliant. I wish I could take credit for it, but it's very humorous. So I would recommend, if anybody is into this type of stuff, really check out that game. Check it out at thinbluelinegame.com. And we have a neat promotional video that we made. And you can get, I can't remember how much they cost right now. I think it's about $19 for a game, but well worth it. The best thing you can do with that game is if you're an activist like I am, or you're somebody who's passionate about liberty and social justice, you can buy this game and you can pull it out when your family comes to visit. You can pull it out when your normie friends come over, and everybody can laugh about how ridiculous the reality of is policing in America. And I would imagine it's very similar to how policing is in Canada at this point as well.
Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me all wound up. Well, I mean, we're coming up at the top of the hour. I think you really hit the nail on the head. There's a lot of sociological programming that goes into people's minds where we just accept this as normal, this behavior as normal, and it's not normal. It's absolutely not. So any sort of concluding thoughts, any sort of a message you want to get out there for your candidacy for president?
No, we had a big success within the Libertarian Party today, and so I'm excited about that. There's a debate going on right now as we speak, but it's completely meaningless because it doesn't have any of the good candidates in it. Good candidates being myself, Dan Berman, and Vermin Supreme. So it's really kind of irrelevant. But no, I'm looking forward. Like I said, this candidacy is coming to an end very soon here, and I'm looking down the horizon at what's next, and hopefully it's some more of this activism type stuff that I've been sidelined from for several months. And just stay tuned. Check me out on Facebook, Brian Ellison, political activist, and on Twitter at B Ellison Says Hi.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the talk. This message is so very, very important. I cannot be stressed enough about how many people are being brutalized and victimized by the police state. And my concern is that it's only going to get worse. But that was my concern going into the talk. You've actually given me some hope that things are going to be turning around. There's going to be more accountability. There's going to be more transparency. I pray to whatever it is that's holy that you're correct, and keep up the good work. This is terrific, fantastic work. Well done.
All right, thank you. Just remember, we're not going to get where we're trying to go if we let off the gas now. The only way to get there is to keep pushing. So anybody who's interested, reach out to me. I'd be happy to give you tips, and let's get her done.
Let's turn up the voltage. I love it.
There you go.
All the best, Brian. Have a good one.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Ugh, I'm so bored.
Why don't we play with this thing?
Ew, what's that thing?
I don't know. Something my grandma gave me for my birthday.
Lame.
Hey, kids!
Hey, Uncle Brian.
Why you guys looking so glum?
It's just, why does everything have to suck?
Yeah, I'm always so bummed out.
Well, shucks, kids, why didn't you say so? I've got just the thing to turn those frowns upside down.
It's not more ADD meds, is it?
No, it's the Thin Blue Line.
Thin Blue Line?
A one-of-a-kind law enforcement simulation card game.
How does it work?
I'm glad you asked. You begin as a rookie and collect busts to exchange for promotions as you climb the ranks, competing for the top spot, Chief of Police.
Cool!
But watch out! Under each promotion card is the Thin Blue Line card, which could make or break your career.
I got your 6, bro!
Whoever has the most promotions and points by the end of the game is Chief.
I'm ready to serve and protect.
We're brothers in blue. You back the blue, Uncle Brian?
As long as it's from 50 feet away, I sure do, thanks to this restraining order. Thin Blue Line, the game. Not suitable for children.
All right, yeah. Hey, do you mind if I throw a magnet on the side of that for a second for a photo? Next to the info words, taxation and stuff?
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome, thanks, man.
You can leave it on there.
Yeah? Oh no, it's gonna block the door. Yeah, I'm the taxation stuff guy. Check that out. Hey, who's got
That's the best spot for it. My hands are full. I can't take a picture.
You gotta send me those.
Well, this is classic Americana.
There we go.
The country started when the British Empire came to take the guns,
Hey, Alex, is taxation theft?
and it's happening here again. Without representation, it is definitely theft.
Without consent?
Absolutely, it's criminal.
There we go.
Pedophile Operation 1776 worldwide is for everybody that wants the Renaissance. That's right. Dan, Ralph, not good. Give the Lord praise. 1776 worldwide.
And I'm live. Hello, hello. I am Brandon Kirby, the Drunken Libertarian. Happy to be here at the Taxation is Theft 2020 Fest. And with me here today is Mr. LK Samuels. Mr. Samuels, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. I just had a martini. So
You what now?
I just had a martini, so I'm fine.
Okay. Well, I got to catch up then. So I'll play a little
I
bit.
got to have a dirty one. Yeah, they're the best ones.
There we go. Just by way of biographical note here, LK Samuels is the author of 3 books. His most recent nonfiction book is Killing History, The False Left-Right Political Spectrum, and the Battle Between the Free Left and the Status Left, 2019. Samuels is former Northern Vice Chair of the Libertarian Party of California from 2003 until 2007. And this promises to be one of the more interesting talks I think we'll have of the weekend. Mr. Samuels, the floor is yours.
Okay, that's great. Where do I start? This book took 6 years, has 1,500 footnotes, and I really wasn't planning on moving in this direction. I had another book. It was going to be called Government, A State of Deception. And this was going to be a small chapter on the political spectrum because I've written about things like this back when I was in college. So what happens? I all of a sudden run into a dilemma. There is a quote in the Doctrine of Fascism that says a century of authority, a century of the right, a century of fascism. Well, guess what? That's not true. I actually bought the booklet. I don't know if you can see it there. And it doesn't say that. Historical sabotage. It says a century of authority, a century of the left, and the left is capitalized, a century of fascism. And all of a sudden, I had to do deeper research. And that's what led me to Killing History. Killing History is basically what George Orwell was talking about.
Right.
He said that if you want to control the future, you have to control the past. And what he meant is you kill the true history of the past and put your history in. And that will lead you to the future. Because now everything you're talking about is on a false past instead of a true one. And so that's why I started to write this book. And unfortunately, it's a little too long. Some people said, it's about 600 pages long. Well, it's a lot of material I cover in there. And so what I kind of show is that the political spectrum has been altered. And so I had to go back to the beginning. Now, almost everyone says, the political spectrum began with the French Revolution.
Right.
And everybody has a wrong idea of the French Revolution. I mean, it's just incredible. The French Revolution, 1789, it started, was actually a libertarian revolution. Thomas Paine was there. Thomas Paine. And Jefferson was there just before it began. He wrote the Declaration of Rights with Lafayette, and that was approved later on in the French Assembly. So you had these classical liberals, the left, classical liberals sitting on the left side, where you had the authoritarians sitting on the right, the church and the monarch, dictator, whatever. And the libertarians were capitalist. There were merchants, traders. I mean, this is in fact, before they attacked the Bastille, they actually attacked some toll booths, tax toll booths. You had to pay a tax to get into Paris, and people hated that. So they went there and just ripped them down. Then they went for the prison, the Bastille. And so when they took control, they lowered taxes. They gave rights to Jews, gave rights to colored people to have citizenship. They made it easy for peasants to own their own land. They got rid of the last vestiges of feudalism. They did amazing stuff. They even had they were trying to bring in a gun rights one, but they didn't quite get it through. But this was a certain group. Sometimes they call it the bourgeoisie. I call it the bourgeoisie left or the free left.
Right.
And eventually, a few years later, about 2-3 years later, the social revolutionaries came in with Robespierre, and they wanted free schooling. They wanted free food. They wanted all this free stuff. And anybody that was against that was a counter-revolutionary. And so what they did is put 22 French assemblymen on trial for counter-revolutionary activities. These were some of the original people. A lot of people actually got out. They could see what direction the mob was going to go in, because the the assembly was taken over by the mob, basically. And they condemned them to death. They cut off their heads. Took 36 minutes to cut off 22 heads. Thomas Paine was scheduled to be executed by the guillotine. He escaped. And so what you had is the reign of terror.
Yes.
After this. And they were going after anybody that opposes them. They became an ideological dictatorship that was where National Socialism came in, for Hitler and Mussolini, and Marxism. This is where it started at this point. They were becoming socialist and very nationalistic. In fact, I was not sure if there was a connection to the French, second part of the French Revolution. I was not sure if it was connected to Marxism. And so lo and behold, I don't know how I found this. There's a Wikipedia page on this. Amazing. Lenin, in 1918, commissioned a number of statues of Robespierre for Russia. One was in the Kremlin, and they actually have a picture of the celebration of Robespierre in the Kremlin. And they got some person to make it. They didn't have much material because 3 days later it fell apart. I mean, can you imagine it? 3 days later, Robespierre begins to fall apart. That was foreshadowing for the Soviet Union. And so you need to know this stuff. There were really at least two major French revolutions. One where they're supporting liberty, and the other one supporting more like socialistic and tyranny and terror. So libertarians need to know that this is their heritage, and we sit on the left traditionally, and historians will say that. But for example, everyone likes who is that? There was a number of classical liberals in the French Assembly in the 1850s. I can't remember his name, and they sat on the left. But when you dig a little deeper, what you find out from a couple of historians have mentioned this, and I have one. It's a major historian. Said that around that time period of 1850s, 1860s, the socialists and Marxists basically took over the designation of the left and their revolutionary ideals. And that was basically the Marxists. They decided that they were left, even though I consider them on the right, they're authoritarians, but they said that they're on the left and anybody that disagrees with them is on the right. Everybody. So, if you're not a hardcore Marxist, you're on the right. Well, that means Barack Obama's on the right, Hillary's on the right, in the sense of a Marxist one. And right. So there's a historian that says, yeah, they stole it. We have, claiming rights to the left. But the trouble is, everybody thinks the left is, communist or this or that. So I brought in the term free left, and to versus the statist left. So that's the kind of beginning of the political spectrum. And I do have two charts, one showing what it should be when it's during the time of the French Revolution and after what it should be. And it has the anarchists on the extreme left, it has the libertarians, it has the classical liberals, in the middle is conservatism. And then on the extreme right, you have social democracy, Next to that is Hitler and Mussolini, and next to that is communism. But you could turn it around. That's the interesting part. You could say that the modern one, you could put the libertarians and anarchists on the right, and you could put the communists on the left, which makes it conflicting. Actually, one thing I learned just before I ended writing, done with my writing, is that some people say it's better not to say left and right, say open and close. So on my charts, I have open and closed, open on one side, closed on the other. And then, one is authoritarian, one is, liberty. And one chart, I don't even put down left or right. I just put down some of the ideas and, the way it goes. And you can determine if it's left or right. So that makes it why it's so confusing is because basically there's two of them out there and they're opposite. But the ideas are the same. So they call it left, they call it right. It's the ideas that are important. If you believe in, economic liberty and, free press and, open markets, what does it matter, left or, So, that's where I came in starting at. Now, one thing I've learned after finding out that, the historical sabotage of what mostly socialist and Marxist historians have done to the political spectrum, I said, I bet there's some more myths out there. And so I started to look for myths. And they're just all over the place on it. Let me tell you some of the more interesting ones. One is, you're always told that Marx is an internationalist, but he's not. He's a nationalist. He was a pan-German. He supported Germany coming together in 1840s, 1850s. He wanted the German people to come together, even by force, to create a German empire. And he talks about, we need war with Russia for the greater glory of Germany. And you got Engels having terms like that. They're nationalistic. The Communist Party put out a short piece on why Germany should be united and, and why, we should have an empire.
So they were on the right.
Pardon?
So they were on the right on a lot of these issues.
Well, I consider them, if you go by the traditional chart, by the French Revolution, they are on the right. They're right next to Hitler and the Social Democrats, definitely. The thing was, yeah, right. Because I did an article recently, and it said, was Hitler the son of Karl Marx? And really, he fits the thing. He fits it almost perfect, like a glove. It is incredible. Marx hated the Jews, hated Slavs, always wanted war because they said it would lead to revolution. He was socialistic. They both were socialistic. They both wanted conquest, wanted war. It's just, that's a metaphor, but they should have been. Marx was a Prussian, a German Prussian. These are people who really believe in discipline. These are people you don't want next door. They're going to knock on your door if you do something wrong or barge in. And Hitler loved the Prussians, even though he was from Austria. Austria. He loved the Prussians. And so they're very close. They're extremely close. And I don't, how can one be on one side, one be on the other, being so close philosophically? It makes no sense. And so that was one of them, one of the myths. Another myth is a little more tricky. What I found out, and a lot of this came from books written by Jews because they really want to know what happened, in the 30s and the 40s and so forth. But the myth, the thing is that if you were a socialist starting back in the 1820s, you were almost automatically anti-Semitic. And I followed the utopian socialists. And a lot of them say, yeah, you got to get rid of the Jews. Some said you're going to burn them and burn them in hell. They're leeches. Karl Marx said horrible things about the Jews. I have a number of memes just on some of his. Some things I can't even say over, probably over here, how he treated people and, if they thought they were Jewish or had Jewish tendencies. But no, and I have a historian that said, and it's in the book, they did a study of all French literature from 1820, and sort of the beginning of the socialist movement, 1820 to 1920. He went through all French literature, and that's where socialism really started, was in France. So he went through it all. He said he couldn't find one good word said by socialists about Jews. It was just basically all negative. And so, and the reason, go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say that's a real interesting fact.
It's a really interesting fact. And one reason I found it is there is a speech by Hitler, 1920, I think it's August or September, and it's listed in footnotes everywhere, but I could never find it on the internet. Here's something in German from 1920. It's never been on the internet. Like it was never translated. That's an interesting thing about things that are translated or not translated. But in that speech, he said a couple of things. I can see why he didn't want anybody to see it. He said, you know, we are socialists. And if you're a socialist, how can not you be an anti-Semite? It's called Why Are We Anti-Semites? That's the name of the speech. And he talks about social justice, how great social justice is. I mean, you know, all the fascists talked about social justice, how great it is. You know, Mussolini, Hitler, I mean, on and on and on, you know. So here's something that was just fascinating. I had no idea. When I read that from Hitler, I said, I wonder if the other socialists believe the same way. Because, you know, the historians, social historians, don't want to include Hitler as a socialist. That's in the name, National Socialist German Workers' Party. You know, how can you not be that way? You know, but they always say it. And you look on the internet, and often you say, "Was Hitler so?" You'll see these articles, and oh no, he was not a socialist. Even though Hitler called himself a socialist over and over, not just a National Socialist, a socialist. There's one big speech he gave, I think in 41. It was an anniversary of the National Socialist Workers' Party, you know, the time it began back in the 1920. And he said, we are fanatical socialists. That's the big line there. We are fanatical socialists. He didn't say nationalists. He said, you know, they're really, and then I had to go a little deeper into it. Okay, what about the National Socialist? Well, there's a quote from Mussolini. I don't have it well sourced, but I still put it in the book. And because there's something that they all kind of believe. Mussolini said that, well, we were all international socialists. Then World War I came along, and we all joined in, you know, with our government. Now we're national socialists, and that's fascism. What happened was there was a big organization, the Socialist International, Second International, and they believed in international socialism. There were parties, labor parties, socialist parties all over Europe. Well, 1916, that fell apart. It dissolved because so many members decided they wanted national socialism. They didn't want it national. They wanted national. They wanted socialism within their culture, their language, their traditions, you know. And at that point, some historians say international socialism died. It was gone. Most socialism wanted to be nationalist. Stalin was a national socialist, like many books talk about. Stalin said, I think in 24, 25, he says, it should be socialism in one country. Well, that's what Hitler would say, socialism in one country. So there's another thing. I mean, the Soviet Union was just a National Socialist Party of Russia, just like Hitler's was National Socialist Party of Germany, basically. There wasn't much of a difference. And if you look at the history, the Russians always had these big plays, the communists, and about the founding of the Soviet Union, and it's very Russian, it's very patriotic, it's and there's some journalists that went into Soviet Union at this time. This is before World War II. And they were remarking about how nationalistic their socialism was, just looking at their plays, you know, and so there isn't really this. It's almost bogus to have international socialism. The whole concept, it's just not there anymore. But they want to say that, well, the difference between Hitler and the communists were one was nationalist and one was internationalist. Well, not really. So that was a big myth, and I go into that deeply too. Also, another thing, it's not so much of a myth, but when I started to trace fascism, you know, a number of historians like Sternhell will say it came from France in 1880s, 1890s. But I think it actually came from the 1920s in Russia. Because when you start doing the research, Lenin had nationalized everything by about 1920, 1921. And Russia was no longer a workers' state. They had no workers. The factories, almost all the factories were closed, almost all the mills closed. Because if you wanted to sell a paperclip to someone in Russia, you had to go through the government first. You can imagine how that collapsed. You could not do free trading on your own.
Right.
And Russia was dead. And there was hundreds of demonstrations. Lenin had outlawed the unions. He outlawed strikes, just like Hitler had done. And there was riots. He shot thousands, jailed thousands of striking workers. Wait, aren't these supposed to be the people? So he did something called the New Economic Policy. And this is really interesting. There's a Wikipedia page on it. But Lenin decided that, the economy was dead. There were no workers. He didn't have a worker state. They're dead. So he actually started to say, well, we need to go back to more free market elements. He actually uses the word free markets. And he also talks about we got to go back to the profit basis too. Wait a minute. That's not Marxist. Marxists hate profits. But, he had to do that because his economy had failed. Marxists and fascists don't know anything about economics, never do, and they often say I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
And so that probably, pardon?
It's a bragging point for them.
It's a bragging point. So, so I contend that actually Lenin was the first fascist, not by perhaps the word or something, but by the actual. He had to go back to more of a mixed economy, heavily owned still the steel mills, the oil fields would be owned by the government. There's a famous book out there that talks about that, Commanding Heights. And so Lenin says, look, the big business, the big industry will be owned by the government, but we're going to allow privatization. We're going to allow these little companies to start and and try to bring back the economy. So now remember, Mussolini loved Lenin. He ran around with him and Trotsky up in Switzerland. Was about 2003 or 4 or 5, something like that. And in fact, Trotsky called Mussolini his best student. Anyway, so Mussolini loved Lenin, and he was following Lenin. The trouble with Marxists and socialists this time is that by nationalizing everything in a country is supposed to bring you a paradise, a worker's paradise, and it didn't. And so you have Mussolini who started to back off away from Marxism. I mean, he was a Marxist for decades, and so did Hitler. Now, Hitler, for a short time, he worked for the Communist Party of Germany in 1919 in Munich. But in Bavaria. Well, Bavaria, and he actually photos of him in Germany with red armbands, communist red armbands. He actually threw his hat in the ring when the communists took over Bavaria. The German Communist Party took it over. He threw his hat in the ring to be elected official from his barracks to the Communist Party of Germany. And they have records of it. They found archives. Thomas Weber in his book found the archives. So here you have Hitler working willingly for the communist, at least for about a month, and wearing a red armband, and they don't like to hear that. The other side, it's amazing, and that's why my cover. I don't know if I didn't show the cover to it. That this is why I have all 3 of them with red armbands on, because they're all were communist for a while. Hitler maybe for a couple of months, before, and Mussolini for decades. And then I think Stalin was born a communist. So you get into the stuff that of all these, people saying, oh, there's no connection. But there's tons of connection. I mean, look at Mussolini. When he was a child, he didn't. His father didn't read him nursery rhymes. His father read him Karl Marx's Das Kapital as a child. He's now, some people consider him one of the greatest Marxist theoretician of the 20th century. He has like over 40 volumes of collected works. It's incredible. And, and people think that until recently, they didn't know that. The Italian government after World War II wouldn't allow most of Mussolini's writings to be known to the public. His collective works had never been published in English. Never. People take little snippets out. Historians who know Italian go in there, take little snippets out, and he was according to one historian, Mussolini was belonged to the Bolshevik wing of the Italian Socialist Party, which he ran for a couple of years. He was the head of the Italian Socialist Party, and he got kicked out because of the party, and this really hurt him because he was the one kicking out people. He was a radical. You got a moderate in there, a social democrat or something like that, kicks him right out. So he was kicked out because he supported World War I. He wanted Italy in the war. Well, so did all the other communist and socialist parties. Nothing unusual about that. And for some reason, he's not socialist. No, there's quotes of him saying, you can kick me out of this party, but you can't kick me out of socialism. Come on. But they think that 1914 point was when he turned against socialism. No, he turned against the Socialist Party, not socialism.
Right.
And, and people just, these historians, socialist historians, Marxist historians, extremely biased, and they just change history. They try to kill history and create their own new history.
They gloss over it.
Pardon?
They gloss over the uncomfortable facts here.
Well, they just hide it. Omissions. That's that's the least way to lie, I guess. Actually, Mussolini, you get a little deeper into it. Because I have bought a lot of books. Say, why did Mussolini wanted to get in war? On the Allied side in World War I. Why do you want to do it? Well, because Marx said you should do it. Marx believed you should always support a war because it might lead to revolution. And so that's the argument he used. He was telling people, because before that he was against the war. But when he read back, a lot thought about Marx. Like, wait a minute, this might lead to a revolution. Well, it happened in Russia. World War I led to the communists taking over the Soviet Union.
He was right.
He was right. This was 1914. He's having these conversations through his newspapers and in writings and everything like that. So he was just following Marx. In most cases, that's what he follows. He started to back off from Marxism about late 1921, but a lot of people think he was just a closet Marxist because in 1934, he comes out with a speech to the deputies of Italy, like our Congress, and he's just boasting. That's what the historians say. He's boasting that he has now put 3/4 of the economy in the hands of the state. He had more companies controlled by the state than any other country except the Soviet Union. And so he was just boastful because this is what he wanted. He's wanted because that's what's supposed to happen. The people are supposed to own it's the state. But, he was a Marxist in the closet for a while. The trouble with Hitler and Mussolini, why they backed away is because of what happened in the Soviet Union. A destroyed economy. Now, for Hitler, think about Hitler a little bit. One of his reasons for becoming a leader was to get back at England and France for World War I, for destroying Germany and so forth. So his ideas are, I got to have a big military, and he's looking at the Soviet Union because in 1920 he said he wanted to nationalize everything, in a 25-point plan of the Nazis, pretty well. Do everything. So why do you back away? Well, because you're not going to be able to punish England and France unless you have factories for tanks and bombers and artillery, and he's looking up at Russia and say, I can't do that. I won't have any any tanks. I won't have any armament. So he had to back off. And but Hitler always wanted to do it. Albert Speer mentioned it in some of his memoirs, where Hitler would get mad at sometimes, say, "I'm just going to nationalize everything," because he really hated the bourgeoisie. He called them shits, the shitheads or something like that. So yeah, he hated them, and unfortunately, he had to work with them. He knew that they could provide the armaments, but Albert Speer also said, let's get back a little bit first here. Germany, the best I can find, is by 1943, according to one historian, about 500 companies were in the hands of the state. 1944, Albert Speer comes out and says he's very worried because the Nazis, the National Socialists, are talking about basically taking everything over. And he said that it looks like we're going to go towards state socialism, not state capitalism. He used the word state socialism. Germany is heading in that direction, where everything is going to be owned by the government, because almost all the new war factories that were being built by the German government, and they were doing it in other countries too. And so, and he was fearful that when they won the war, of course they didn't, that Germany would look like the Soviet Union, and that frightened Albert Speer. He was in charge of armaments, finally, the architect, Hitler's favorite architect, and anyway, but you can see why these changes. You had Marxists who want to be Marxist, but things were not quite working out well. The economy was not working well. And of course, if you don't have workers, Mussolini looked at the fact that the Soviet Union had no workers left hardly. And he's saying, I can't do that. The fascist party, which was originally called the 1915, the Fascist Revolutionary Party. It was a labor party.
Right.
And in fact, Mussolini wanted to call it the Labor Party in 1921 at the Third Fascist Congress. But at that time, he had people that were thinking more about nationalism and other things, and they didn't want to go with the Fascist Labor Party. That's what Mussolini wanted. So he had to settle for National Fascist Party. But originally, it was the Revolutionary Fascist Party. They had to change with the times, and Mussolini was very good at changing with the times. But I don't think his ideas didn't really change. He just was waiting. And that's why I was so happy to see Italy become very nationalized in 34. So that's some of the areas that I get into.
This is fascinating.
I have a whole chapter on National Socialism and Marxism. And what's interesting in that chapter is originally I called it German National Socialism. Oh, I was wrong, because before Hitler came along, there were National Socialist parties in England.
Right.
A couple of two people got elected under that party's name with the help of labor in about 1918. There were National Socialist parties all over the place in Czechoslovakia, Austria. It's just on and on and on. So he was just one of many of them before he got involved in 1920. So, and also even in 1920, it was funny. I have a couple of Conrad Heiden's books. He was the first person who wrote a biography of Hitler and lived in Munich when Hitler was there, and reports a number of things. That's very, very fascinating. But the party that Hitler took over, the German Workers' Party, at the time was considered left.
Right.
And still left quite a bit of time after that. But he was a social democrat, so he didn't want to say many good things about it. But they were considered left, and you had people like Goebbels who often go around and says that Nazis were the German left, and then say something horrible about the bourgeoisie or the right-wing bourgeoisie. Goebbels in his diary in 24 said, "I am a German communist," and he wanted he joined the party in 25, and at that time he said we should ally with Russia. because Russia is a national and socialist country, and we have a lot in common with them. So he wanted to ally with the communists before Hitler did in 1939. I mean, there's so much evidence. I mean, I could go on for days on all the evidence to show that Hitler is a socialist. He kind of liked the communists there for a while, and Mussolini was decades running around with Lenin and Trotsky, and and on and on and on and on. There's just so much evidence. I mean, it's just crazy.
You've persuaded me to buy your book. I can tell you that much.
I hope so. Well, see, a lot of these quotes are not sourced that you see in other books. There's other ones. People have written things like this, and they have footnotes, but not many. And I really wanted a footnote. There's times where every sentence is footnote.
Yes.
And it's so that future scholars, it's like a textbook. It can, here they have the actual data to use instead of just, and it took me a long time, vetting them and making sure it's a good source, buying the book or getting digital or getting in print. A lot of these things are not digital. I had to buy prints. And my wife's complaining about it, taking over the big screen TV. I mean, the books have to, it's a wall of books. And I'm not sure I'm going to put them all, but yeah, there's so many myths. In fact, I go into the history of myths. There is a fellow out there called Georges Sorel, and he's a French Marxist. The first thing you find out about him from the 1800s, and I think he died about 1922 or something. But he's the one that tried to save Marxism. Marxism was in a crisis, and I talk about the Marxist crisis because what happened was you had a guy named Edward Bernstein. He was working with Marx and Engels for many, many years. He was going to be the next Marx. And then Marx and Engels dies, and all of a sudden he does kind of an inventory of Marxism. And all of a sudden he finds out that everything that Marx has said, or at least predicted, was wrong. Marx said the technology was not going to go any further. Well, that wasn't right. He said there was only going to be big factories, never any small little ones. No, they spread out. There was a lot of stores and like that. I mean, you got everything wrong. There's actually a Wikipedia page on that, the crisis in Marxism. So here's Georges Sorel saying, I'm a Marxist, and now Edward Bernstein, supposed to be the heir to Marx and Engels, is saying that Marx predictions are wrong. So he had to come some way to counter that. He came up with the idea of myth making. He said, it doesn't matter what the truth is. It doesn't matter. It's what perception is.
Right.
And because of that, the Nazis treat him like a hero, and so did the Marxists. In fact, and just before he died, he heaped praise on Mussolini. Mussolini said he was his mentor, and he heaped praise on Lenin and the Bolsheviks, almost either in the same year, almost the same year. So he was, I would call, a fascist Marxist ideologue. And that's what we have to think about these things. Don't say just, oh, he's a commie or something like that. Say he's a fascist Marxist ideologue or has a fascist Marxist mindset or something like that. Fascism came out of Marxism. Many historians have said that. Sternhill, A.J. Gregor from UC Berkeley. I mean, on and on and on. They say it's a revision of it or a heretic of it or a version of it, but it all comes out of Marxism. And you can't hide that. Well, someone tries to hide it, and so that's a major myth right there too. Somehow fascism is on one side and Marxism on the other. That would mean that if you're in the middle, you're half fascist, half Marxist. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, there's no sense to this. It's just a lot of it's just propaganda, and we suffer with that because they're always coming up. Or sort of pro-Marxist or pro-socialist people always want to call anybody that opposes them a fascist, but they're the fascists. They're the ones. If you go down the line, in fact, in the back I have a chart of all the things that the fascists believed in, or I should say the Italian fascists, and then the National Socialists of Germany, and then the Soviet Union, and it's on issues, and they almost agree with everything. I mean, Germany, Nazi Germany had the biggest welfare system the world ever seen. Socialized medicine, they had like 8,000 daycare centers owned by the government. In fact, in 1933, Hitler banned NGOs. No longer could you be a charitable group and help someone with their health care or food or whatever. It's banned because Hitler wanted to do social engineering, which usually most leftists or statist leftists want to do. He wanted to control them. If you didn't obey, you didn't get welfare, or you couldn't get a job. The Soviet Union did the same thing. Lenin, Trotsky complained about that. But no, the biggest, and you have them even talk about it. Goebbels talked about how, we have the best social welfare system in the world. And they did have, they spent a lot of money on welfare. And that's one reason why they were starting to go bankrupt. There were welfare and warfare state. And eventually they ran out of money. So what do you do? What does the government do when you run out of money? And you don't want to, you're already taxing the people already pretty hard already. Taxes are very high. Regulations were really high in Nazi Germany. Most of the stock exchanges were closed down by Hitler. They had a lot of them, regional ones, and there was only a few left. In fact, the Nazis, when they took over, they said, let's get rid of the stock exchange because they hated capitalists. So they had a huge welfare, warfare system. And what they did, well, what does the government do like that? They start plundering people. They plundered minorities. They plundered other countries. And there's a couple books on that about Hitler's welfare state and the reason why the Germans went along with these horrible policies of Hitler, because they're getting a lot of money and furniture and furs from other countries. I was just pouring in from other countries. You get it really cheap. Get things that were really expensive, real cheap. Officers of Germany, Nazi Germany, could go into a Polish store and just grab stuff off the shelf. They didn't pay for it. The thing is, the Marxists and the fascists believe in theft. They don't believe in private property. So, you have no right to that thing. The state does. And they don't believe in self-ownership. And so it's easy to go out and kill millions of people because they don't own themselves. The state owns you. If the state owns you, they can get rid of you. That's where the genocide is. It's almost all socialists that have done genocides. And it's because they don't believe in private property and self-ownership. That's why I have a chapter on chapter 5 on the Democratic Party and how they started out trying to bring slavery back in the South. South was dying in the 1820s, 1810s, 1820s, because there was no theological reason to support it. It was just kind of economic. And the abolitionists were coming in and saying, self-ownership, slavery is man-stealing, according to William Lloyd Garrison. And they had to come up with a counterattack. And so the Democrats, new party starting about the late 1820s, John C. Calhoun started to say, slavery is a positive good. In fact, there's a Wikipedia page on it. Slavery is a positive good. I saw it the other day. And what they said was that slaves have it better in the South than the free labor in the North. They're taking anti-capitalist points of view. They're talking about wage slavery. These were Democrats. And that's how they got very popular. And they used paternalism. In fact, one Democrat, pro-slavery intellectual, George Fitzhugh, and there's pages on him too, said that slavery is the best form of socialism. He even said it about communism. This is 1850s. He had 2 books out, and he was an intellectual heavyweight that had a lot of influence in the South. They're very anti-capitalist, very pro-socialist, and slavery was good. It took care of people. He's talking about the welfare system. In fact, he moved so far eventually, saying that there are people unfit, not just blacks, but there's white people unfit. So they should be put on the plantation too. And then you think about today. Well, they're still putting people on plantations, but the Democrats, decided that they couldn't win elections anymore after the 1964 civil rights bill came out, got passed, even though they filibustered. The Democrats tried to stop it, and they realized white supremacy wasn't going to work anymore because they were stopping blacks from voting. But now it was too hard to do it. So instead of white supremacy, he said, well, let's spread this out to everybody. It became government supremacy.
Right.
And really, there isn't much difference. I mean, white supremacy or government supremacy. It's the same thing. You're treating citizens as slaves. You take their wages, and that's what the abolitionists was talking about. You're stealing from the blacks, the black slaves. You're stealing his wages, and but that's what the Democrats like to do, and they still do. And so there isn't much. I mean, think about the time period when they're taking down Confederate statues. And I said, okay, well, local areas, I want to take, that's fine. But why don't you take down the people who created the Confederacy, the Democrats? Why don't you take them down? So they want to take out the statues, but they don't want to take down the people who built those statues.
Right.
Or later on, the Democrats. So, are we running out of time?
Well, do you mind if I get a little bit greedy here, because we've got 10 minutes left and I really want to pick your brain on a couple of things.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Where, in terms of usurping the term leftism, how did that initially come about? Because you have the state left versus the free left, and we saw the French Revolution very quickly devolve into tyranny. How did that come about? How did the leftist movement devolve? What caused? In terms of the causes? Because I'm Canadian. I live in a bilingual province. I'm very infatuated with French culture. What caused that devolution there?
Well, first place, I coined the word, and I coined it because it goes back to French, the Free French. They're the same way the country was taken over.
Yeah. Okay, so you invented the nomenclature, which is a brilliant identification, by the way, but it's nevertheless true. The left has a lot of parallels with the American, I don't want to say far right, but the Tea Party. Like there's a lot of parallels with libertarianism. There's a lot of parallels with, we just want to be free. We want to be unshackled. And then within a matter of 10 years, you're looking at a reign of terror. So in terms of causes, what would you identify as a cause there?
The cause of how it changed?
Yeah. How did it go from a movement of freedom to a movement of tyranny?
Well, the problem was with the Marxists and socialists is, they did, after Robespierre killed the 22 French assemblymen, they took over the whole French parliament, basically. And so they were sitting on the right and the left, and anyway, what happened was nobody wanted to be on the right, because that meant authoritarian of the monarchs. People hated the monarchs for a long time in Europe. So, even though they're authoritarian, should be on the right, they acted like it, they talk like it, their ideology was the same. They're all into propaganda. They're all into, changing things around, stealing words, stealing concepts, stealing everything. Believe in private property, don't believe in rights to a certain thing. They're the ones that change it. The Marxists came out and basically said, we're on the left, and anybody that's opposed to us is on the right. Because the right at that time was considered bad, because no one liked the monarch, and a lot of people didn't like the church because they act like little tyrants.
So it was despotism masquerading as
left. Yes. They always do that. I mean, these the status left. If they call you racist, that's probably because they're a racist. If they call you fascist, because they're a fascist. They just don't know what fascism is. I've said this a number of times to people that I go down the line of what it is, and they say, "Oh, that can't be." I got all these footnotes. I got all these historians are saying, major historians. I mean, Sternhill is one of the best historian in fascism, and A.J. Greger from UC Berkeley is also one of the leading experts of fascism. And so I'm not taking them from little minor people.
Right.
It's just that they're not going to promote them. I mean, Thomas. Okay, think about Thomas Weber's book. Both of them. One is Becoming Hitler. That's the most recent one. And he goes, half the book is talking about Hitler as a communist, or he doesn't quite say that because he never says in it. We don't have words from him. All we know is he joined the German Communist Party. Does that mean you're communist? Well, I would think so, but okay, anyway. And so you go read book reviews of it, even though half the book talks about Hitler with being a leftist. I mean, he first from a leftist at this time. No one talks about that.
No.
So you go find some historical site that says, "Oh, he has another book out. He's a German-born historian," and they just won't talk about the red armband. They won't talk about him joining the German Communist Party and not resigning when things are really bad. I mean, when the communists took over Bavaria, they started taking people hostages and shooting them. They started taking food out of people's stores and buildings, and wanted to start building a Red Army. Some said it was 20,000. I doubt that. And they're going around terrorizing the place. People marching with red flags. Even what was it? Rudolf Hess was in the Red Guard, and they don't want anybody to know that. But anyway, yeah, it's just a matter of propaganda. They are very good at propaganda. We're libertarians and classical liberals are interested in the truth, not propaganda. And it takes a lot of effort to go through the pages of history and time what people say and make a case, this looks like this is what happened. They don't have to do that. Goebbels, when he would write, he would get a newspaper article, look at the headline, wouldn't read it, and then start attacking whatever party or group he didn't like.
Right. In terms of a middle term, it seems to me as though there's a tendency from the extremism. What I found very fascinating was when you had pointed out that the Marxists had never said anything positive about Jewish people.
Marxist or socialist. I mean, there are a lot of
there was
socialists
a time
that
period.
wouldn't. Yeah.
But the tendency to say what's true of the part is true of the whole, what's true of the whole is true of the part. Okay, well, some men do this, therefore all men are guilty. Or you can apply this to races or to religions or to an economic class. It's this Marxist analysis of here's this one particular class, and we'll do the power analysis. It seems
what you're talking about
go ahead.
Collectivism, basically.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Yeah, it's collectivism. That's why they're racist, because that's why communists are always killing communists. I mean, communist countries are always attacking communist countries, and millions have died. I mean, come on, Red China and the Soviet Union, they had big battles out there in Mongolia area. Some people say as high as 500,000 people died. Red China invaded communist Vietnam invaded Cambodia, communist Samoa invaded communist Ethiopia. I mean, it's on and on. The Third Russian Revolution, we had 3 communist parties trying to take over Russia and killing each other.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Lenin was attacked by the Socialist Revolutionary Party in the Mensheviks with about 2,000 men, artillery and machine guns. They attacked Lenin's Kremlin, and that was happening all over Russia because they wouldn't share power. They decided the Bolsheviks were going to be in charge, and screw you, the other groups. And so there's a massive, they call it the Third Russian Revolution. Then you have Trotsky. You had Stalin killed all the Trotskys you could find in Spain during the Spanish Civil War. That's where Orwell decided that this was not for him. He had joined a Trotsky group to fight Franco. Well, instead, the Stalinists were fighting Trotskyites in Spain.
Right.
He almost got killed.
Right.
They're always killing each other because if one group is slightly different than the other group, they're the enemy. We're individuals. We don't care what other people think.
Right. So the missing middle term here, and we've got about 3 minutes left, so I'll give the final word to you. But the missing middle term, the connection between fascism and Marxism, and perhaps today modern leftism, if you'll permit me the use of the term, is collectivism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Any sort of concluding thoughts?
Well, I mean, I'm always trying to sell books,
Here we go.
I did have a Facebook that was unpublished on Killing History. Now it's kind of back, but with everything gone on it, I have all these memes on my killinghistory.net. Go to it. My article's there, and tons of other stuff. Are we lost?
No.
Hello, are you there? Are you still there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't see you.
Oh.
Okay. Anyway, just if it's still going, just go to my killinghistory.net site and my articles, my memes. Grab the memes. There's about 100 of them, and they have quotes from all these people and real revealing. And so hopefully you'll get the book. It's on Amazon.
Well, I'll tell you what, I might take up Karl Marx's advice and plunder some of those memes. And
yeah, well, they're there. You just click on them, take them. I try to get them on social media. Sometimes it doesn't always work, but anyway.
All right. Well, thank you so much. This has been one of the more interesting talks. I suspected it might be based on the description, and you definitely delivered. So I really appreciate that. Wonderful education in terms of the history and putting some pieces together that we all kind of speculated are there, and you really solidified the historical component of that. So I really appreciate that. Thank you for coming along.
Okay, sounds great.
All the best.
Mm-hmm. Okay, bye.
Bye now. Well, it's just me. I'm the only one who's left, and I do want to say that we're all about to go live on the A stream in terms of the host, so I hope you can all join us there. Well, Dan B is about to join me. Dan! I can't hear you, bro. There. Now I can.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Yeah, we're getting ready to move over to the other stream, so anybody who's still watching, please join us. If you go to of course go to the website titfest.org and go back to the live stream and join track A. We're just finishing up over there, and we're going to have a little kind of a wind down session, so please join us over there, and kind of we'll wrap this up for tonight, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning.
Sounds good to me.
All right. I'll see you, Brandon. I'll meet you over there too.
All the best.